What should we do now? Extreme Fire asked. Su Zimo said deeply, this can't continue. We've got to find a safe and quiet place to cultivate for a few days in peace. They roamed the Kunlun ruins and fought the entire time. Although they had accumulated quite a bit of comprehension, there was no end to it. They did not have the opportunity or time to consolidate those comprehensions either. Furthermore, Xianxia was severely injured right now and could not move much. Even with her god race bloodline and immense regeneration capabilities, it would take at least half a month of recuperation for her injuries to heal. I do know of a place where malevolent ghosts won't barge in, Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. The secret ground I entered 5,000 years ago. I obtained Night Spirit and the Illumination Sword formation from that secret ground. All right, let's head there and recuperate for a period of time. Su Zimo made up his mind. Firstly, Xianxia could recuperate in peace. Secondly, they had gained quite a bit of comprehension during the past few days of the battle. If they were to seize the opportunity to cultivate and settle down, their cultivation and combat strength would increase significantly. For Su Zimo, he could also make use of this opportunity to refine the large chunk of Ashoka wood in his storage bag. At that time, the three of them would have a breakthrough in their combat strength, and it would be safer for them to explore the Kunlun ruins once more. Extreme Fire took out a map from his storage bag and matched it. That's not far from here. Follow me, he said and led the way. Su Zimo carried Xianxia on his back and followed closely behind. Every step in the Kunlun ruins was treacherous. The three of them did not move fast, and another half a day passed before they arrived at their destination. Before them was a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with strange rocks and barren land without any signs of life. Extreme Fire brought the two of them into a cave at the foot of the mountain. There were countless karst holes in the cave, and one could not identify the direction at first glance. Follow me closely. Don't get lost. Extreme Fire reminded and followed the map in his hands closely into a karst hole. There were many fork roads in this cave. Extreme Fire often changed directions and walked towards one of the forked roads. From time to time, it would head left and head right without any pattern. A long time later, Extreme Fire stopped in his tracks. Su Zimo looked over. Before them was another extremely long tunnel with no end in sight. Within it, there were many corpses strewn all over the ground with weapons scattered all over. Su Zimo swept his gaze. Through the dermic weapons on the ground, he could deduce that most of the corpses belonged to the Dharma characteristic realm, and some of them were conjoint body mighty figures or even half-martial ancestor experts. The experts had died for a long time and their bodies were covered in dust. Even for the conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts with their indestructible bodies, they were left with nothing but empty bones and clothes. Some of the corpses were humanoid, some were ferocious beasts and demons. There were all sorts. However, every single corpse had a purple gold ribbon tied around them. Kunlun race. Su Zimo murmured softly. He had a vague guess, but he did not dare to confirm it. The passage and the extremely complicated karst hole outside were clearly man-made. If one did not know the way, they would not be able to enter or leave. He wondered who the owner of this secret ground was. What was the motive for it? He did not know what happened back then to cause so many people to die here. Master, this is where you got poisoned back then? Su Zimo asked. After he entered, he had already released his spirit consciousness and scanned his surroundings. However, he could not discover any other living beings or danger. Extreme Fire nodded and looked at the storage bag beside one of the corpses, sighing. Back when I came here and saw so many treasures on the ground, I was naturally tempted. One could imagine how Extreme Fire, who was still a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord back then, was naturally emotional when he saw so many dermic weapons and storage bags left behind by mighty figures. He pointed at the corpse. When I saw that there was no danger around, I went forward and wanted to open the storage bag to take a look. To think that the moment the storage bag opened, a goo worm ran out and bit me. That single attack nearly buried me here. Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and not far away, he discovered the corpse of a goo worm. Without the need for Extreme Fire to take revenge, the goo worm had already died a long time ago without its master's care. Extreme fire reminisced with a sense of trepidation. At that time, I felt my head spin and crushed the transference talisman in my hands without hesitation. At the same time, I waved my sleeves and collected the items that fell out of the storage bag. Thereafter, I fell into the spatial tunnel and was teleported to the Tsonglang mountain range of the North region. Later on, Extreme Fire used his remnant consciousness to open up a cave abode there and fought against the poison for 5,000 years before meeting Su Zimo and surviving. In hindsight, everything could only be described as a freak coincidence. Extreme Fire still felt emotional when he recalled the past. In that case, Night Spirit, the Illumination Stone and Illumination Sword formation fell from that storage bag? Su Zimo asked. No. Extreme Fire shook his head. When I opened that storage bag, there were indeed many items that fell out. There was the Illumination Stone and the Illumination Sword formation, but Night Spirit's egg wasn't there. At the mention of that, Extreme Fire seemed to be immersed in his memories and frowned. At that time, my vision was already a little blurry. I felt as though Night Spirit's egg had rolled over from the tunnel and leaped into the dimensional tear formed by the transference talisman to teleport out with me. Eh? Su Zimo's heart stirred. If Extreme Fire was not wrong, it would mean that he was not the one who brought Night Spirit out. Instead, Night Spirit was sentient and chose Extreme Fire to leave the Kunlun ruins with the latter's help. That was not impossible. Back in the depths of Beiming Town, the Kuan Peng egg hatched in the primordial divine spring possessed intelligence not weaker than an adult and had many complicated emotions. That Kuan Peng egg could even sense how terrifying the martial Dao prime body was. Back then, Night Spirit was only an egg. Why was it in this secret ground? Why would Night Spirit choose Extreme Fire and leave the Kunlun ruins? Su Zimo had a feeling that if he were to explore this secret ground once more, there was a high chance he would obtain the answer he wanted. Right then, Nian Qi let out a drowsy sound on Su Zimo's back. There's no need to hurry and explore this secret ground, Su Zimo said deeply. We'll cultivate here first, and it won't be too late to explore this secret ground after we break through. All right. Extreme Fire nodded in agreement as well. On both sides of the passage were many secret chambers. Su Zimo and the other two arrived at the closest secret chamber and entered to cultivate in seclusion. Time was non-existent in the mountains and cultivation was endless. It had been 20 years since Su Zimo entered the Kunlun ruins. In the past 20 years, there had been many changes in Tianhuang mainland as well. Apart from the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races, the movements of the primordial six races became increasingly frequent as more of them appeared on Tianhuang mainland to expand their territories. For the past 20 years, countless small sects and factions had been annexed by the primordial six races. There were even more cultivators that died. Right now, the primordial six races were still restraining themselves and had not clashed head-on with the supersections. Although there were occasional conflicts, things were left unsettled. For the past 20 years, the primordial six races had not relaxed at all in their search for Su Zimo. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find Su Zimo. It was as though Su Zimo had vanished from Tianhuang mainland. Chaos Essence Sect. Di Fan sat in the cave abode with a row of disciples under his charge. They had just returned from the 4 regions, 3 oceans and 1 continent of Tianhuang mainland and were travel-worn. There's still no news of Desolate Marshal? Di Fan asked with a frown. No. One of the disciples said in a deep voice. Ever since Desolate Marshal appeared outside Enigma Palace, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. In fact, I suspect that Desolate Marshal might have already died. Humph! Di Fan harumphed coldly and glared at the disciple, scaring the latter so much that he shrank his neck and shuddered. Who is Desolate Marshal? Di Fan said coldly. If he was someone who would die so easily, how could he have escaped twice from my hands? The other disciples reported news one after another as well, but none of them could spot any traces of Desolate Marshal. Master, a cultivator said in a deep voice. Pardon me for being blunt. From the information obtained from the battle at Enigma Palace, Desolate Marshal's Green Lotus true body has transformed completely. His combat strength is even comparable to a half-martial ancestor. If there's truly news of him, you can't be overly careless. Foo-foo, D-Fan sneered. What do you know? Initially, I wanted to make a move myself. But now that the primordial 6 races have set down their killing badges, there's no longer a need for me to do it personally. All I have to do is obtain news of Desolate Marshal as soon as possible. Once I spread them, experts of the primordial 6 races will naturally kill him. With a blade as sharp as the primordial 6 races, wouldn't it be a waste not to make use of it? A disciple pondered for a moment and his eyes darted around. Suddenly, he said, Master, I have a plan that isn't gentlemanly. However, if this plan works, Desolate Marshal will definitely appear. Oh, D-Fan raised his brow slightly and asked, Tell me about it. The disciple smiled gently. I heard that Desolate Marshal is extremely loyal and sentimental. He came from the North region's Ethereal Peak. If we head to Ethereal Peak, suppress their cultivators and spread the news, Desolate Marshal will definitely show up once he hears about it. D-Fan's eyes lit up as he murmured thoughtfully, We can give this method a try. North region. I can invite fellow Taoist Chan Yu of Glass Palace, as well as fellow Taoist Diju of Sword Sect, to take a look around Ethereal Peak. At that thought, D-Fan took out a few spirit cranes from his storage bag and wrote a message, scattering the messenger cranes to the super sects such as Glass Palace and Sword Sect. North region. This day, 2 people arrived in the vicinity of Tsonglang mountain range. The man and woman were both at the conjoint body realm. The man was tall and wore a huge hood that concealed his face completely. The woman looked no different from a human. She had a slim, curvaceous figure and her legs were exposed, slender and long. Her skin was as fair as snow and her face was extremely beautiful. Anyone who saw that face and figure would be stunned. Hey Tuo, why did you mysteriously bring me here? The woman frowned slightly and asked. Her voice was extremely pleasant as well. The man named Hey Tuo chuckled and said, Young mistress, you don't know. The place I brought you here today has something to do with Desolate Marshal. Hey Tuo's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Oh, the woman raised her brow slightly with an interested expression. If anyone from the primordial 6 races were here, they would be able to recognize the 2 of them. Both of them were from the Rakshasa race. The man's name was Rakshasa Hey Tuo. That woman was the most famous monster incarnate of the Rakshasa race in this generation. Rakshasa Yu. The Rakshasa race was extremely mysterious. The men were extremely ugly with green faces and bared fangs, resembling malevolent ghosts. However, the women were extremely beautiful. They were not inferior to the fairies of the 9 heavens. Rakshasa Yu was not only peerless among her peers in the Rakshasa race. Her appearance was also unparalleled. Young mistress, look over there. Rakshasa Hey Tuo pointed to a place not far away where the peach blossom trees were the most lush. There's a town there called Pingyang Town. I see it. Rakshasa Yu nodded and sensed with her eyes closed. There's nothing special about this town. It's just a group of humans with slightly longer lifespans. Oh, there's also a peach blossom tree that gained sentience and became a demon. However, that's nothing much as well. In the blink of an eye, Rakshasa Yu scanned Pingyang Town from head to toe. Young mistress, you don't understand, Rakshasa Hey Tuo said smugly. I've already investigated. Pingyang Town was the place of Desolate Marshal's rise. I heard that this was the town where he obtained the Tao and appeared out of thin air. So, Rakshasa Yu was indifferent. Desolate Marshal's old friends of the past have already passed away. What has Pingyang Town got to do with him? Young mistress, I heard that Desolate Marshal is extremely sentimental and has returned to Pingyang Town countless times. Rakshasa Hey Tuo said. This town is preserved so well despite the chaotic era right now. Desolate Marshal must have played a huge role in that fact. Since we can't find Desolate Marshal, why don't we eat everyone in this town? We can vent our hatred as well. Rakshasa Hey Tuo's tone turned excited at the mention of eating people. Beneath the dark hood, a grisly red tongue stuck out and licked its lips. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly in resistance. They're just mortals, what's there to eat? Young mistress, why have you become so benevolent? Rakshasa Tua asked. Humph, if I really want to eat, I'll eat some experts of the human race. What's the use of eating these mortals? Rakshasa sneered. So what? Rakshasa Tua pouted. Since we're already here, we can't return empty-handed. We've got to fill our stomachs no matter what. Young mistress, don't worry. I'll definitely leave that conjoint body peach blossom tree demon for you. Just as the two of them were chatting in Songlang Mountain Range, two divine lights lit up in a dark room in the Su family's residence in Pingyong Town. A purple-robed cultivator floated down from the couch with a burning gaze. Smiling gently, he murmured, "To think that you would harbor designs on Pingyong Town." Su residence. The door to the room opened. A tender and naive boy walked in. When he saw the martial Dao prime body, he pouted his lips slightly. "Young master, two people have arrived over there. The aura they exude is extremely annoying." Tao Yao had gained sentience through Dai Yu and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Right now, he was already at the conjoint body realm. The cultivation of the martial Dao prime body was at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. That cultivation speed was already rather terrifying. 20 years ago, when he headed to the south region, he had only just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. "Young master, continue cultivating. I'll chase those two away." Tao Yao raised his fist. "Come back." The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently. "You're not their match." "Ah?" Tao Yao was slightly stunned. Actually, Tao Yao was extremely strong. Back when he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could even suppress Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, and the others. However, Tao Yao had a pure heart. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never killed or injured any living being. He did not wish to kill either. That was Tao Yao's conviction. He did not like the fighting and killing of the cultivation world. What he yearned for the most was the peaceful life in Pingyong Town. However, the two people who came today were definitely not kind souls. The Rakshasa race was the most violent and bloodthirsty. If it was just a spar, Tao Yao might be able to defeat the two of them. However, if it was a life and death battle, Tao Yao would definitely die. "Young master, what should we do then?" Tao Yao turned nervous. "No worries." The martial Dao prime body smiled gently. "I'll take care of it. Help me brew a pot of tea." "All right." Tao Yao agreed crisply and turned to prepare tea. The martial Dao prime body arrived in the courtyard and sat on a stone stool, waiting for the intruders to arrive. Pingyong Town. Rakshasa Tua and Rakshasa Yu were extremely fast and arrived above Pingyong Town before long. The two of them stood in the air and attracted countless gazes the moment they appeared. Pingyong Town seemed to have gone silent instantly. However, in the blink of an eye, the pedestrians on the streets continued forward. The crowd was bustling with activity. The mortals that saw them merely looked surprised but did not have much of a reaction. The clamor and bustle of Pingyong Town returned before long. Rakshasa Tuo's expression darkened. That feeling made him extremely displeased. As a Rakshasa of the primordial races, even human cultivators were nothing but food for him. In their expedition this time round, they encountered many cultivators. All the cultivators were scared out of their wits by the two of them. However, the mortals before them dared to ignore them. Rakshasa Tua felt as though he had been severely humiliated. Humph! With a cold sneer, he suddenly removed his hood, revealing an extremely ugly and menacing face. He had a green face with bared fangs and his nose faced the skies like a malevolent ghost from hell. There were sharp nails on his fingers and toes. That was not all. Xing! Rakshasa Tua broke free of his black robes and revealed his complete form. A pair of pitch-black meat wings grew from his back with sharp spikes that shone coldly. He flapped his massive meat wings and emanated a sinister and bloody killing intent. As he surveyed the many mortals of Pingyong Town, he stuck out his grisly red tongue and smacked his lips. Ah! True enough. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Many women exclaimed in shock when they saw such a monster. Some of them even fled home and closed their doors. Some of the children were even bawling in fear. In a courtyard, a child around 5 or 6 years old threw himself into the arms of an old man who was sitting on a bench and basking in the sun, not daring to look up. When Rakshasa Hetua saw that, he felt slightly better and his eyes shone with excitement. His favorite thing was to see those ants panic, fear, and shout in front of him. "Child, don't be afraid." The old man was extremely calm and smiled as he patted the child on the back, comforting the latter. "These are just some reckless little monsters. It's nothing much." "What?" Rakshasa Hetua was stunned for a moment. Up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time he had heard someone describe the Rakshasa race as little monsters. Furthermore, to his surprise, even after he revealed his true form, Pingyang Town was not in a complete mess. After a slight commotion, everything gradually returned to normal. Nobody cared about him at all. Actually, Pingyang Town had experienced countless storms over the years. However, it was always safe and sound under the protection of Tao Yao and the martial Dao Prime body. It was especially so for the older generation of Pingyang Town. They were no longer surprised by such things. In their hearts, these fiend demons could not cause any trouble in Pingyang Town with second young master Su around. "Ants like you don't know what's good for you." Rakshasa Hetua glared at the old man in the courtyard with widened eyes and opened his mouth, wanting to devour both of them. Suddenly, at the side, Rakshasa Yu frowned and said, "Something's not right." "What's wrong?" Rakshasa Hetua asked instinctively. Rakshasa Yu pointed to an unassuming courtyard in Pingyang Town and said sternly, "There's a person in there. It's a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord." Rakshasa Hetua swept his gaze across. In the courtyard, a purple-robed cultivator sat facing them and sipped tea leisurely with an indifferent expression. Behind the purple-robed cultivator stood a pink and tender boy who looked very obedient. It was the peach blossom tree demon they had discovered. "That person looks familiar." Rakshasa Yu looked at the side profile of the purple-robed cultivator, but could not remember where she saw him from. "He's only at the Dharma characteristic realm." "What's wrong?" Rakshasa Hetua frowned. "Young mistress, aren't you making a fuss out of nothing?" Rakshasa Yu continued frowning. "However, when my spirit consciousness searched Pingyang Town earlier on, I did not discover that person's existence. In other words, that person can hide from my spirit consciousness detection." "Ha ha!" Rakshasa Hetua roared in laughter. "Young mistress, you're thinking too much. It's just a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Even if Desolate Marshal is here, so what? Young mistress, watch me attack and suppress that ant." In a flash, Rakshasa Hetua arrived in the skies above the residence right away. Rakshasa Yu was puzzled and followed closely behind. Right then, the purple-robed cultivator in the courtyard turned around and looked at Rakshasa Hetua in midair, asking indifferently, "Who were you calling an ant?" "You." Rakshasa Yu's pupils constricted when she caught sight of the purple-robed cultivator's face. That person's face was identical to the drawing of the person she had seen in the Rakshasa race. However, the person in the drawing had green robes and black hair. As for this person, he wore purple robes and exuded an indescribable might and weight. Even she felt shudders. "Desolate Marshal?" Rakshasa Yu exclaimed with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. When Rakshasa Hetua heard the words Desolate Marshal, he was stunned for a moment as well before reacting. "He's definitely not Desolate Marshal." Rakshasa Hetua sneered. "Everyone knows that Desolate Marshal has already entered the conjoint body realm. I reckon that this is merely a clone of Desolate Marshal." Rakshasa Yu nodded as well. That was the most logical explanation. Typically, if cultivators cultivated cloning techniques, their cultivation realms would be lower than their prime bodies and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Initially, I merely wanted to explore Pingyang Town and eat some small fries. To think that I would catch a big fish here. Rakshasa Hetua grinned. "Desolate Marshal, you're merely a Dharma characteristic clone. How dare you go against me? Even if your prime body comes, I'll rip him apart." Rakshasa Yu said indifferently, "I've long heard that Desolate Marshal has a Dragon Phoenix clone. To think that you have a third clone. Since your prime body is hiding, I'll destroy your clone today." Initially, Rakshasa Yu was not interested in Pingyang town. However, since Desolate Marshal's clone was discovered, their trip was not wasted. The Martial Dao Prime body had an indifferent expression. Indeed, I cultivate a cloning technique. However, you guys are wrong about one thing. Oh, Rakshasa Yu raised her brow. The Martial Dao Prime body said slowly, to be precise, the Dragon Phoenix body and Green Lotus body are both my clones. What you're seeing now is my prime body. Rakshasa Yu and Rakshasa Heituo were slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, Rakshasa Heituo burst into laughter. Desolate Marshal, oh desolate Marshal. Do you think I'll believe such nonsense? A Dharma characteristic prime body? I can crush you with a single finger. Is that so? The Martial Dao Prime body drank the hot tea in his cup and stood up slowly. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the Martial Dao Prime body. Although it was just a simple motion of rising, it affected the world. Instantly, the void trembled. Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind the Martial Dao Prime body and soared into the skies. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Back in the North Sea, even when the Martial Dao Prime body fought against 3 conjoint body grand demons, he did not use his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. That was because there was no need for that. However, it was different now. Although the two of them were both at the conjoint body realm, they were from the Rakshasa race, one of the primordial races. One of them was even the young mistress of the Rakshasa race. Her combat strength was so terrifying that she could kill human half-martial ancestors with ease. Fufu, Rakshasa Heituo sneered. How dare you take out a technique like a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic? Even a supreme Dharma characteristic won't be able to defend against a single punch from me. Rakshasa Yu did not laugh. She felt a shuddering aura from the Dharma characteristic that was rising rapidly. How was that possible? How could a mere heaven and earth Dharma characteristic threaten her? 90 feet. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic of the Martial Dao Prime body had already climbed to a height of 90 feet. However, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was still growing rapidly without any signs of stopping. Could Desolate Marshal's Dharma characteristic have also been cultivated to a height of 99 feet? Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Green Lotus True Body had once used a 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to kill a conjoint body mighty figure of the primordial races. Of course, Rakshasa Yu was fearless. Although the 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was troublesome to deal with, it was not a threat to her. 91 feet, 95 feet, 99 feet. An incomparably tall phantom soared into the skies with a terrifying aura. Standing upright, it had a burning gaze like a divine being. Immediately after, right in front of Rakshasa Yu and Rakshasa Heituo, the 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic rose by another foot. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. An incomparably thick pressure descended. This power surpassed common sense and limits. Even this world could not accommodate this Dharma characteristic. Thin tears appeared in the void around the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. 100 feet. 100 feet Dharma characteristic. In the cultivation world, 9 was an extreme number. Even the Green Lotus True Body only reached a height of 99 feet after fusing the 3 supreme Dharma characteristics and did not break through that barrier. However, the Prime Body cultivated 100 sutras with the Martial Dao Furnace and smelted all Dharmic arts, forming an unprecedented 100 feet tall Dharma characteristic. If there was truly the saying of peerless, that heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could be considered as peerless Dharma characteristic. None of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics could ride above it. Even Monk Daming's 4 supreme Dharmic bodies could not defend against the might of this peerless Dharma characteristic. The existence of the Martial Dao Prime body was a variable. Nobody could divine his future. Rakshasa Yu's expression turned pale instantly. Although the difference between 99 feet and 100 feet was only a foot tall, the difference was like heaven and earth. The peerless Dharma characteristic of the Martial Dao Prime body lowered its head slightly and looked down at Rakshasa Heituo and Rakshasa Yu. Its gaze shone like 2 blazing suns that could not be ignored. For the first time, Rakshasa Hetua felt insignificant in the face of this peerless Dharma characteristic. It felt as though he was being glared at by a true god, as though he could be suppressed to death at any moment. Rakshasa race? In my eyes, your ants as well, the martial Tao prime body said slowly with a voice like a gigantic bell and unparalleled might. So what if it's 100 feet? It's just a Dharma characteristic after all. Rakshasa Hetua channeled his bloodline wildly and roared into the skies. Too cold. Shimmering curved sabers appeared between his hands as he flapped his wings, wanting to make use of his movement technique to maneuver around the peerless Dharma characteristic that was 100 feet tall. You overestimate yourself. The martial Tao prime body sneered and his spirit consciousness moved. The peerless Dharma characteristic behind him suddenly extended its palm and suppressed Rakshasa Hetua. That gigantic palm covered the skies. A terrifying might and berserk power rained down. Even Rakshasa Hetuo's speed became extremely slow under the envelopment of that power. Rakshasa Hetuo's movement technique was completely useless against the suppression of the peerless Dharma characteristic. He could only choose to fight against the peerless Dharma characteristic head-on. Ah! Rakshasa Hetua roared and channeled his bloodline dharmic powers. He raised the two sabers in his hands and slashed towards the palm of the peerless Dharma characteristic. Clang! The two sabers of Rakshasa Hetua struck the palm of the peerless Dharma characteristic, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. They could not slash their way in. Pest! Rakshasa Hetuo's expression changed. The dharmic powers of 100 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic were already condensed to this point and were indestructible. Even mighty figure dharmic weapons could not hurt it. A tremendous power surged into Rakshasa Hetuo's body through the curved saber. Poof! 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 Rakshasa Hetuo's arms exploded into a blood mist. Immediately after, his upper body, chest, legs and head exploded into a blood mist under the suppression of that terrifying power. Boom! Boom! The palm of the peerless Dharma characteristic crushed down and pushed Rakshasa Hetua onto the ground, turning him into a meat sludge. His essence spirit did not even have a chance to escape and died on the spot. The martial Tao prime body attacked. All it took was a single punch to suppress a conjoint body mighty figure of the Rakshasa race completely. Rakshasa Hetua had died too quickly. Rakshasa Yu was stunned by the 100 feet peerless Dharma characteristic of the martial Tao prime body. Before she could react, Rakshasa Hetua was already dead. The martial Tao prime body had a cold expression as his gaze shifted to Rakshasa Yu. The peerless Dharma characteristic behind him did the same thing. Two divine lights shone down and Rakshasa Yu felt a tremendous pressure, as though she no longer had any secrets. Submit or die, the martial Tao prime body said slowly. The peerless Dharma characteristic spoke at the same time. The voice was deafening and reverberated through the world. Even when Rakshasa Yu and Rakshasa Hetua descended, the martial Tao prime body had already activated the array formation around the place and isolated it. Otherwise, the mere aftershock of their exchange would have been enough to raze Pingyang town to the ground. Bow down. As though she had heard the greatest joke in the world, Rakshasa Yu laughed out of anger. So what if you're 100 feet tall Dharma characteristic? Is a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord worthy of me making me submit? Rakshasa Yu's figure flashed as she wielded her curved saber and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. The men of the Rakshasa race had green faces and bared fangs. There were even wings on their backs that were terrifying. However, the women of the Rakshasa race were unusually beautiful. They did not have any meat wings or sharp nails and merely looked taller than ordinary humans. Although she did not have meat wings, Rakshasa Yu's movement technique was even faster than Rakshasa Hetua. The speed of the Rakshasa race was the fastest among the primordial 9 races. Even the Golden Crow race was slightly inferior. However, the peerless Dharma characteristic of the martial Tao prime body distorted the void everywhere its gaze could reach. Any single step it took caused the ground to quake. Even a single breath of air from this peerless Dharma characteristic would create a dharmic power cyclone and condense a terrifying dharmic art. Every single move was a dharmic art. Instantly, the dermic powers in that part of the world surged. No matter how fast Rakshasa was, she had to have enough space to dodge. However, this world was filled with endless dermic arts, and every single one of them was shockingly powerful. She could not dodge at all. Impossible! Rakshasa had a bewildered expression, and her beautiful eyes shone with panic. A person's time and energy are limited. How can he cultivate so many dermic arts? Boom! The peerless Dharma characteristic punched over and a gigantic air current surged. That punch seemed like it could break a hole in the firmaments. Rakshasa, you had nowhere to run. Desolate Marshal, you've gone too far. Suddenly, Rakshasa, you shrieked and channeled her bloodline. She conjured hand seals with both hands and struck the gigantic fist. At the same time, her eyes lit up as she swung the curved saber in her hands and hollered softly, "Apocalyptic Rakshasa slash." A saber shadow flashed and slashed towards the fist of the peerless Dharma characteristic. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body focused. To everyone else, that was merely a slash from Rakshasa. However, he could see that Rakshasa had slashed hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of slashes were released at an extremely fast speed without any delays. All of them stacked together and formed a saber shadow. The burst of the secret skill increased the might of the slash by folds. That slash was indeed qualified to be called apocalyptic. Boom! Many dermic arts collided against the fist of the martial Tao prime body's peerless Dharma characteristic like rocks sinking into the ocean without causing any ripples. Thereafter, the saber shadow descended and slashed the fist of the peerless Dharma characteristic. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Peerless sharpness splattered everywhere and the void trembled. The apocalyptic Rakshasa slash was shattered by a single punch from the peerless Dharma characteristic. Cracks appeared on the fist of the peerless Dharma characteristic. That slash had still injured the peerless Dharma characteristic in the end. As the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and someone whose cultivation realm was a major cultivation realm above the martial Tao prime body, Rakshasa was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Break! Unable to shatter the peerless Dharma characteristic with a secret skill, Rakshasa channeled her bloodline once more, and the sound of tsunami echoed from her body. Thereafter, a phenomenon rose behind her. It was no wonder why Rakshasa was this generation's monster incarnate of the Rakshasa race. She had already cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. 5 Rakshasa women appeared around Rakshasa. They were beautiful and flawless, wearing veils with charming figures. However, they had cold expressions and glared at the martial Tao prime body without any emotions. "Kill!" Rakshasa hollered. The 5 Rakshasa women beside her attacked at the same time and released their apocalyptic Rakshasa slash. 5 saber shadows descended. This time round, even the peerless Dharma characteristic of the martial Tao prime body could not dodge and was struck heavily by the 5 apocalyptic Rakshasa slashes. Crack! 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 The body of the peerless Dharma characteristic gradually cracked. No matter how strong the peerless Dharma characteristic was, there was a limit. Under the continuous attacks of Rakshasa, the peerless Dharma characteristic finally could not hold out. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated. Hee. Rakshasa stood in the circle of 5 Rakshasas and sneered like a moon illuminated by a group of stars. Desolate Marshal, your 100 feet Dharma characteristic is shattered. Let's see what you have to make me submit. Bloodline phenomenon? The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. I have one too. Before his sentence was finished, the figure of the martial Tao prime body suddenly vanished. Rakshasa heart skipped a beat and she tensed up instantly. She released her spirit consciousness and scanned her surroundings continuously, but she could not find any trace of the martial Tao prime body. Desolate Marshal, where are you? Rakshasa was a little nervous and channeled her bloodline phenomenon. The 5 Rakshasa women protected her tightly. Suddenly, she felt the temperature of the entire world climb and purple flames burned furiously in the void. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body was a gigantic furnace. It was the martial Tao furnace that could nurture 100 sutras and smelt all dermic arts as well as heaven and earth. The reason why Rakshasa you could not see the martial Tao prime body was because she was already in the gigantic furnace. This was a fight between bloodline phenomenons. Swoosh! A Rakshasa woman beside Rakshasa you blazed with flames and soared into the skies. In the blink of an eye, the Rakshasa woman condensed from the bloodline phenomenon was reduced to ashes. Rakshasa Yu's expression turned paler. She had already realized that she had fallen into the other party's bloodline phenomenon. Submit or die. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded with endless might and dominance. There was no third option for Rakshasa Yu. She either had to submit or die. As the young mistress of the Rakshasa race, how can I submit to you? Rakshasa Yu sneered. Desolate martial. Dream on. Swoosh. As the purple flames surged, another Rakshasa woman turned into nothingness and vanished. Swoosh. 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 In just a few breaths, the Rakshasa women beside Rakshasa Yu were all refined by the martial Tao furnace. This meant that Rakshasa Yu's bloodline phenomenon was burned to ashes by the martial Tao furnace. Submit or die. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded once more. However, this time round, apart from endless might, there was a hint of determination, coldness and killing intent in his voice. Rakshasa Yu had already realized that Desolate Martial would truly refine her to ashes if she did not submit. Desolate Martial did not care about women at all. For some reason, Rakshasa Yu suddenly felt aggrieved. Up till this point of her cultivation, her talent was terrifying and her beauty was unparalleled across the races. There were countless paragons and monster incarnates pursuing her. When had she ever suffered such grievances? She had never been bullied like this before. She was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and was unusually prideful. In her opinion, there was no one in this world who could make her submit. In fact, there was no one in the entire Rakshasa race that was worthy of her, let alone make her submit. However, the dominance of the martial Tao prime body caused Rakshasa Yu's conviction to collapse. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had never encountered someone so unreasonable and domineering. Instantly, she was flustered and had no idea what to do. Am I going to die in the hands of a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord today? This desolate martial is truly detestable. Extremely detestable. Isn't there a third choice? In that moment of life and death, Rakshasa Yu's thoughts were completely messed up. Nobody wanted to die. At this point of her cultivation, if nothing went wrong, there was a high chance she would advance to the Mahayana realm and become a patriarch. She did not want to die here at all. However, Rakshasa Yu was indignant. Was she really going to have to submit to Desolate Martial? Rakshasa Yu's conviction had already begun to waver, and she fell into immense pain with a conflicted expression. However, the purple flames in the martial Tao furnace did not have any intention of stopping and began to burn on her body. Desolate Martial, you're truly way too detestable. Rakshasa Yu shrieked. Desolate Martial was not even willing to give her any time to consider. Rakshasa Yu's eyes reddened and tears welled up in them. However, she was unyielding and refused to let them fall. Finally, she grit her teeth and said hatefully, I can submit, but I'll never betray the Rakshasa race or harm my clansmen. She was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and the bloodline of the Rakshasa flowed within her. That was her bottom line. Suddenly, Rakshasa Yu felt her body lighten and the sense of danger that her life was hanging on a thread had vanished. The purple flames that surrounded her initially had vanished as well. It was as though she had returned to that familiar world. The surroundings were no longer suffocating or scorching. The air was fresh. Not far away, the martial Tao prime body sat casually at a stone table and sipped tea leisurely with an indifferent expression. The tender and obedient child stood guard behind him quietly. Everything looked peaceful. Rakshasa Yu felt the joy of escaping a calamity. Even that extremely detestable person looked much more pleasing to the eye. However, she quickly realized her situation. Right now, she had already submitted to Desolate Martial. Theoretically speaking, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord before her was her master. However, she could not bring herself to call him master. With a cold expression, Rakshasa Yu said in a deep voice, Desolate Marshal, I'll submit to you, but I won't call you master. As you wish, the Martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently without being angered or forcing anything. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. This was not the reaction she had expected. After a moment of silence, she continued, also, I'll definitely not do something like serving tea or pouring water. As you wish. That was still the Martial Tao Prime Body's reply. Rakshasa Yu was stunned for a moment. Why did Desolate Marshal suddenly become so easygoing? Immediately, she seemed to have thought of something and could not help but change her expression slightly. Clenching her fists tightly, she grit her teeth. Desolate Marshal, don't even think of touching me. As the young mistress of the Rakshasa race, I'll definitely not betray my body. You're thinking too much. Rakshasa Yu was interrupted by the Martial Tao Prime Body before she could finish. This time round, Rakshasa Yu was truly a little dazed. There was no need for her to call him master, pour him tea, offer her body or betray her clansmen. From the looks of it, there was nothing to lose by submitting to Desolate Marshal. The moment that thought crossed her mind, Rakshasa Yu spat internally. The reason why she was in such a state was completely because of Desolate Marshal. How could she have such thoughts? Rakshasa Yu shrugged her head and lamented internally. I must be confused because of the immense heat just now. Right then, the Martial Tao Prime Body said slowly, I won't have any demands or restrictions on your freedom under normal circumstances. In fact, you can even challenge me at any time if you feel that you're strong enough. As long as you can defeat me, there's naturally no need for you to submit to me. When she heard that, Rakshasa Yu's eyes lit up as she asked, Are you serious? This was equivalent to giving her hope. As long as she could defeat Desolate Marshal, she could break free from this shackle. You don't have to question my words, the Martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently. What exactly do you want me to do then? Rakshasa Yu asked in a deep voice. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, Make a move now and head to Ethereal Peak to guard it in secret. Kill anyone who trespasses into Ethereal Peak. That's all. Rakshasa Yu could not believe it. The reason why Desolate Marshal wanted her to submit was because he wanted her to protect a sect. That's all. The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded. Rakshasa Yu looked at the Martial Tao Prime Body with a conflicted expression. She suddenly realized that she could not understand this person. A moment later, Rakshasa Yu suddenly asked, I want to know why you gave me a choice instead of killing me outright. There are two reasons, the Martial Tao Prime Body said. First, you stopped that Rakshasa outside Pingyang town. Furthermore, you didn't kill any mortals. Second, the reason why I spared your life was because I wanted you to protect Ethereal Peak. That's all. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. That's all. The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded. Humph. Rakshasa Yu harumphed coldly and turned to leave. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss and frustration. Before long, she suddenly turned around and looked at the Martial Tao Prime Body, sneering, Desolate Marshal, I haven't even made a Tao oath. Aren't you afraid that I'll escape secretly? If you escape, I'll naturally capture you back. The tone of the Martial Tao Prime Body was calm, but his words were unusually domineering. He's still as detestable as ever. Rakshasa Yu sneered internally and turned to leave. A gust of wind blew past and her figure vanished. Young master, we're letting her off just like that? Tao Yao turned his head slightly and asked in confusion. Of course, what else is there? The Martial Tao Prime Body smiled. Will Rakshasa Yu expose the secret of your Prime Body? Tao Yao was worried. No. The Martial Tao Prime Body shook his head. That woman is prideful. Since I gave her hope, she'll definitely obsess over it and hope to defeat me one day. Furthermore, the Martial Tao Prime Body smiled gently. I left a martial spirit imprint on her essence spirit. If she's truly dishonest and has second thoughts, there's no need to keep her alive. The moment the Martial Tao Furnace refined Rakshasa Yu's bloodline phenomenon, the Martial Tao Prime Body had already left that imprint. At that time, Rakshasa Yu's life was hanging by a thread and she was flustered, so she did not realize it at all. If the martial Tao Prime Body discovered anything unusual about Rakshasa Yu, her essence spirit would be burned to ashes by the martial spirit fire with a single thought. The methods of the martial Tao Prime Body were almost godly. Young master, why did you ask her to protect Ethereal Peak? Tao Yao thought for a moment and asked again, is Ethereal Peak in any danger? I don't know. The martial Tao Prime Body shook his head. However, the Green Lotus True Body is cultivating in the Kunlun ruins and has not appeared for a long time. The Rakshasa race can't wait any longer and already has designs on Pingyang Town. It won't be surprising for anyone to target Ethereal Peak. It's just a safety precaution. It'll be best if no one has any designs on Ethereal Peak. If anyone truly doesn't know what's good for them, Rakshasa Yu will be able to handle them given her strength. Rakshasa Yu was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and was at the conjoint body realm. However, even human half-martial ancestors might not be able to gain any advantage against her. Only the strongest half-martial ancestors of the human race could fight against her. Right now, Ethereal Peak could not even be considered as an upper sect. Even if anyone targeted Ethereal Peak, the strongest would only be conjoint body mighty figures or half-martial ancestor experts. Mahayana patriarchs were all in the advanced ancient battlefield. Who would waste time to come to the North region to do such a thing? Young master, I can help to protect Ethereal Peak as well. Tao Yao raised his head slightly and clenched his fists. For some reason, after the martial Tao Prime Body subdued Rakshasa Yu, Tao Yao felt that his status seemed to have been challenged. The martial Tao Prime Body smiled. You still have to protect me. Ah? Tao Yao was stunned. The martial Tao Prime Body still required protection? I'm about to break through, the martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently and stood up to head to his room. Tao Yao, I'll leave Pingyang Town to you. Don't worry, young master. Tao Yao agreed hurriedly. North Region, Glass Palace. A middle-aged cultivator stood in front of a cave abode on an immortal mountain. He was tall and wore a glass Taoist robe that shone with a rainbow luster under the sunlight. It was extremely beautiful. The person stood in midair and shone with a divine light. He was like a god with a terrifying aura. Chun Yu. He was a half-martial ancestor of Glass Palace. Chun Yu's life was also a legend. When he was young, he experienced wars and lost his family, turning into an orphan child. Relying on the fact that he had a strong and tall figure from a tender age, coupled with his ruthless nature despite his youth, he gathered a group of people before long and lived off robbing others. Later on, a Tao Lord of Glass Palace appreciated his potential and he stepped onto the path of cultivation, soaring through the skies thereafter. Be it the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking or Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking, Chun Yu was one of the top 3 existences back then and was lauded as one of the strongest paragons of that generation. Before long, suddenly, an auspicious cloud floated over from the distant skies. For figures rode on the cloud and their auras were not inferior to Chun Yu. Another 4 half-martial ancestor experts. Ha 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 ha. Chun Yu burst into laughter and rode the wind, taking the initiative to welcome them. Fellow Taoists, how have you been? The 4 half-martial ancestors came from different sections. The one in the middle was Chaos Essence Sect's half-martial ancestor Defan. Another person was skinny and had an indifferent expression. Standing there, he was like an unsheathed sword with a sharp killing intent. This was half-martial ancestor Diju of Sword Sect. The cultivator on the left had a square face and looked dignified as his body shone with faint lightning. He was half-martial ancestor Kong Shao of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The cultivator on the right wore a dark golden dermic robe with mysterious stars tattooed on it. This was from Heavenly Dipper Sect, half-martial ancestor Illumination. The 5 half-martial ancestor experts were considered notorious. In the cultivation world, every single one of them would attract countless gazes wherever they went. Furthermore, there were 5 half-martial ancestors gathered. Among the 5 half-martial ancestors, some of them were even paragons and monster incarnates of the same generation who had fought before. We've all been cultivating and comprehending the Tao of divine powers. Indeed, it's been a long time, Defan said in a deep voice. If Desolate Marshal hadn't appeared out of nowhere in this generation, the few of us probably wouldn't have been alarmed. However, we realized it too late. Half-Marshal Ancestor Illumination of Heavenly Dipper Sect shook his head. I heard that in the battle at Enigma Palace. This lad's combat strength was torrential, and even the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace was suppressed by him. This lad has already matured. Even if we join forces, we might not stand a chance of winning. Half-Marshal Ancestor Kong Shao of Zephyr Thunder Palace sighed gently. Humph! Suddenly, Sword Sect's Half-Marshal Ancestor Diju sneered. If you guys are afraid, I alone am enough. Let's see if Desolate Marshal's heaven-slaying sword art is stronger or my earth-slaying sword art. Both Half-Marshal Ancestor Illumination and Half-Marshal Ancestor Kong Shao frowned. They were all Half-Marshal Ancestor experts and had similar reputations to Half-Marshal Ancestor Diju. Naturally, they could not hold it in any longer after being mocked by Diju. Alright, this rare gathering is to deal with Desolate Marshal. Don't fight among ourselves first and let others laugh at us. Chunyu tried to smooth things over. Half-Marshal Ancestor Diju still had a disdainful expression. The earth-slaying sword art had always been in Sword Sect. However, that sword art was difficult to comprehend and cultivate. Throughout history, there were very few people who could cultivate that sword art. In order to increase the combat strength of Sword Sect cultivators, the Sword Emperor used the earth-slaying sword art as a foundation and deduced the lifeless sword art. The cultivation of the lifeless sword art was relatively simple compared to it. Of course, its power was far inferior to the earth-slaying sword art as well. Half-Marshal Ancestor Diju indeed had the right to be proud. If a life-and-death battle were to break out, he would be the one most likely to survive among the five of them. Half-Marshal Ancestor Diju did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo. He only had a single goal for coming out of seclusion: the heaven-slaying sword art in Su Zimo's possession. If he could obtain the heaven-slaying sword art, he would definitely be able to advance to the Mahayana realm smoothly, and his future potential would be unimaginable. Everyone, the main reason why we're heading to Ethereal Peak is to force Desolate Marshal to appear, D-Fan said in a deep voice. From the information I gathered, Desolate Marshal is an extremely loyal person. If he knew about this, he would definitely barge in foolishly even if he knew that it was a trap. That's a good plan, Half-Marshal Ancestor Illumination nodded. Once Desolate Marshal appears, even if we can't defeat him with our joined forces, experts of the Primordial Six races will definitely be able to lock him down. At that time, Desolate Marshal will definitely die. More than 100 years ago, Su Zimo came out of seclusion and entered the Dharma characteristic realm. All the upper sect masters of the North region came to pay their respects. Thereafter, Su Zimo destroyed Dragon Tiger Sect and left all their cultivation techniques and secret skills in Ethereal Peak. In Dragon Tiger Sect, Su Zimo obtained many high-level elixirs, Tao Lord Dermic weapons, and a large number of spirit stones from the sect masters of the upper sects. Later on, when Monk Yuanbei passed away, Su Zimo shifted all the ancient books at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to Ethereal Peak. With such a massive amount of cultivation resources and rich cultivation techniques and secret skills, the many cultivators of Ethereal Peak experienced a massive boost to their cultivation realms and their overall strength. What Ethereal Peak obtained was not only the foundation and resources of Dragon Tiger Sect, but also the resources of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery. After more than 100 years, the old immortal crane broke through once more and entered the conjoint body realm. As for Ethereal Peak's sect master, Ling Yun, he was already a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The five peak masters of the past, Xianxia, Lu Hui, and the others, were even at the void reversion realm. Over the years, due to the sect's rise in cultivation techniques and secret skills of super sects such as Daming and Fahua monasteries, there were even some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and conjoint body mighty figures who were attracted to join the sect. Including Nian Qi, Ethereal Peak's current strength and foundation was similar to the 108 upper sects. This day, 5 people arrived above Ethereal Peak. The 5 of them descended and stood in 5 different directions, surrounding the massive Ethereal Peak in the middle. "Who's there?" The cultivator guarding the entrance shouted. "Humph!" Among the 5 of them, a cold and sharp cultivator was motionless. However, a bright glint flashed through his eyes. The cultivator guarding the mountain gate was sliced into two instantly, and his blood splattered on the spot. Dying. As a half-martial ancestor, a single gaze was enough for Diju to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Clang, clang, clang. A warning bell sounded from Ethereal Peak. Many cultivators appeared and looked towards the skies. The old immortal crane, Ling Yun, Xianxia, and the others came forth one after another as well. This aura. The old immortal crane's expression changed starkly as she looked at the five figures in midair. Half-martial ancestors. A conjoint body mighty figure at the side exclaimed with a pale expression. The shout caused a commotion in Ethereal Peak. In the hearts of most Ethereal Peak cultivators, half-martial ancestor experts were legendary existences and were worlds apart from them. To think that they would see them today. Furthermore, 5 of them had appeared all of a sudden. The most terrifying thing was that the 5 half-martial ancestors were clearly hostile and murderous. Against the might of the 5 half-martial ancestors, the 5 peaks of Ethereal Peak could not hold on any longer, and cracks appeared on the mountains. Although the old immortal crane did not recognize the 5 half-martial ancestors, she understood when she saw their sect emblems. Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and Zephyr Thunder Palace. All of those super sects had extremely deep grudges with Suzimo. The 5 half-martial ancestor experts must have come for Desolate Martial. Against the might of half-martial ancestors, a mighty figure of Ethereal Peak had a horrified expression and said with a trembling voice, "Greetings, 5 half-martial ancestors. Desolate Martial is not in Ethereal Peak. That's not important." D-Fan interrupted the conjoint body mighty figure with a cold expression and said indifferently, "Desolate Martial came from Ethereal Peak, that's all that matters. Now that we're here, the tens of thousands of cultivators from Ethereal Peak can dream about leaving alive." A single sentence from a half-martial ancestor was equivalent to declaring the death penalty for everyone from Ethereal Peak. The old immortal crane felt bitter. Even though she had cultivated to the conjoint body realm, she could not defeat the might of a half-martial ancestor. Against absolute strength, she still had no way of resisting. Please spare me, Senior." A few mighty figures of Ethereal Peak knelt down and begged with horrified expressions. "It's not my fault," D-Fan said coldly. "The fault is that you guys shouldn't have joined Ethereal Peak or gotten involved with Desolate Martial. We joined Ethereal Peak later on and have never seen Desolate Martial before. We have nothing to do with Desolate Martial or Ethereal Peak." The mighty figures defended desperately. "Cut the crap with them." Diju sneered and waved his sleeves. Instantly, a few sword chi burst forth at an extremely fast speed and entered the glabellas of the mighty figures right in front of their eyes. These mighty figures of Ethereal Peak let go of their dignity and everything else as they begged for mercy. However, they did not expect that they would be the first to die. Not to mention that Diju was a half-martial ancestor expert. Even if Diju was at the conjoint body realm, the few mighty figures could not defend against the slash. The old immortal crane shook her head gently. When Ethereal Peak was on the brink of danger, these few mighty figures did not hesitate and tried their best to sever their relationship with Ethereal Peak. There was no pity in the old immortal crane's heart for their deaths. "Activate!" the old immortal crane shouted. Xianxia and the others were long prepared as dermic powers burst forth from their fingertips, entering every single corner of Ethereal Peak. Buzz! The formation patterns lit up. Ethereal Peak's sect protection formation had already been activated. "How dare you take out such an array formation in front of us? How ignorant!" Half-martial ancestor Kong Shao sneered and extended his palm, pointing at the firmaments. Instantly, dark clouds filled the skies of Ethereal Peak. Snap! A gigantic thunderbolt descended and struck Ethereal Peak's sect protection formation. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the sect protection formation, and it shattered under the despaired gazes of many Ethereal Peak cultivators. The sect protection formation could not even defend against a casual attack from half-martial ancestor Kong Shao. The old immortal crane sighed. The difference was too great. Even she was merely an ant in the eyes of the 5 half-martial ancestors, let alone the other cultivators of Ethereal Peak. She could be crushed with ease. Don't worry, Defan smiled gently. We won't kill all of you in a day. We'll kill you slowly. Only half will be killed today. We'll kill another half tomorrow. I'll spread the news. As long as Desolate Marshal is still in Tianhuang mainland, he'll definitely know. Everyone from Ethereal Peak had dejected expressions. The 5 half-martial ancestors exchanged glances and chuckled. The 5 of you are too noisy. Can you scram further? Suddenly, a voice sounded from Ethereal Peak. It was a woman's voice that was extremely pleasant to listen to. However, there was a deep hint of impatience and disgust in her tone. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was stunned and looked over instinctively. Someone among them dared to speak rudely to a half-martial ancestor. Defan and the others shifted their gazes and locked onto a woman at the same time. The woman walked out from the crowd slowly. She was at the conjoint body realm and was a head taller than the people around her. Her skin was fair as snow and she was extremely beautiful with a hint of foreign charm in her eyes. Defan and the others frowned slightly. Although this woman looked no different from a human, they had lived for more than 10,000 years and could sense that something was amiss. The old immortal crane was stunned as well. That was because she had never seen this woman before. More than that, she did not know when this woman arrived here. Given Rakshasa Yu's capabilities, it was way too easy for her to hide from the old immortal crane and everyone from Ethereal Peak. The Martial Dao Prime Body wanted her to guard in secret. Therefore, she did not expose her tracks. To think that the detestable person had guessed correctly, there were indeed people here to cause trouble for Ethereal Peak. Rakshasa Yu suffered a huge loss in the hands of the Martial Dao Prime Body and was even taken advantage of. She had long been fuming internally. Even though she was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race, she was stuck in Ethereal Peak during this period of time, unable to show her face or speak to anyone. As such, she could not vent her frustrations. Furthermore, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Today, Defan and the others had come knocking on their own. She had finally found someone to vent her frustrations on. You're not human. Half-martial ancestor Illumination narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, So what if I'm not? Rakshasa Yu sneered. I'm pretty pissed off right now. Since the 5 of you came knocking on your own, I have no choice but to kill all of you. Half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao swept his gaze across Rakshasa Yu brazenly and smiled. Fairy, there's no need to get angry. If you agree to submit to me today, I can make the decision to protect you. The word, submit, triggered Rakshasa Yu instantly. Right now, the most unendurable word for her to listen to was, submit. Ah! Suddenly, Rakshasa Yu shrieked as though she had gone mad. You shameless old dog! You truly have a death wish. Swoosh! Suddenly, her figure vanished from the spot. The old immortal crane was not far away. However, she merely blinked her eye and Rakshasa Yu had already vanished. Furthermore, she could not detect Rakshasa Yu at all. It was too fast. The old immortal crane was shocked. Half-martial ancestor Kong Zhao's heart skipped a beat as well. Although he had lustful thoughts of subduing Rakshasa Yu, he was a half-martial ancestor expert who had been famous for a long time after all and had always been wary. The moment Rakshasa Yu vanished, he tore a talisman and retreated. At the same time, a cold beam slashed heavily above half-martial ancestor Kong Zhao's head. Snap! The protection talisman that half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao had just conjured shattered instantly. This time round, half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao broke out in cold sweat. If he had reacted slightly slower and had not conjured his protection talisman, that cold light would have taken his life. It's the Rakshasa race. The moment Rakshasa Yu attacked, the 5 half-martial ancestors recognized her identity and background at the same time. Fellow Taoists, help! Half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao shouted hurriedly. This female Rakshasa is troublesome to deal with. Without his reminder, the 4 half-martial ancestors, Defan, Diju, Chun Yu and Illumination, had already attacked one after another and charged towards Rakshasa Yu. Good, good, good. When Rakshasa Yu saw the 5 half-martial ancestors approaching, she was even more enraged and said coldly, "The 5 of you truly don't know what's good for you. How dare you surround me? Kill!" She channeled her bloodline and wielded curved sabers. With her terrifying movement speed, she shuttled through the 5 half-martial ancestors. Great Chaos Essence Palm, Earth Slaying Sword Chi, Heavenly Thunder Manual, Rainbow Glass Body, Radiant Sunlight. The 5 half-martial ancestors released terrifying dermic arts that tore through the air. Each dermic art contained a trace of divine power. Instantly, the weather changed. Rakshasa Yu's figure was completely restricted. Under normal circumstances, given Rakshasa Yu's combat strength, she could definitely kill a human half-martial ancestor. However, the 5 people before her were the strongest paragons of the human half-martial ancestors. Even Rakshasa Yu felt immense pressure when the 5 of them joined forces. However, the pressure intensified the rage in her heart. As the young mistress of the Rakshasa race, she carried the reputation and dignity of the entire Rakshasa race. She had already lost once and did not want to lose a second time. Boom! Rakshasa Yu channeled her bloodline wildly, and the deafening sound of a tsunami could be heard from her body. However, that was not the end of it. Rakshasa Yu's aura was still rising rapidly. Right in front of countless gazes, the figures of 5 Rakshasa women appeared behind Rakshasa Yu, exuding a powerful might. Bloodline phenomenon. The 5 half-martial ancestors frowned slightly. Those who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon were all monster incarnates. Kill! Rakshasa Yu pointed forward and the 5 Rakshasa women attacked one after another. Wielding 2 sabers, they charged towards the 5 half-martial ancestors. As for Rakshasa Yu, she had already targeted half-martial ancestor Kong Shao and attacked wildly. The power of the bloodline phenomenon intensified the pressure on the 5 half-martial ancestors. Fan's expression changed indeterminately as he suddenly shouted, "As a Rakshasa, you clearly have a deep feud with Desolate Marshal. Yet, you're protecting ethereal peak that's related to Desolate Marshal. If the Rakshasa clan leader and young master knew about this, you would definitely be severely punished." Humph! Rakshasa Yu sneered, "I'm the young mistress of the Rakshasa race. I'm Rakshasa Yu." The expressions of the 5 half-martial ancestors changed. If it was just an ordinary Rakshasa, it would have been fine if the 5 of them killed her. However, the person before him was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race. That identity was way too sensitive. The 5 half-martial ancestors did not say anything, but there was a hint of fear in their eyes. When Desolate Marshal killed the young master of the Bloodvine race, they set the killing badge on him. Even until now, he was hiding somewhere and did not dare to reveal himself. If they killed Rakshasa Yu, they would be met with a calamity as well. With that thought, the 5 half-martial ancestors became cautious. Both parties were in a stalemate to begin with, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Right now, one party was cautious and fearful. However, the other party released the most terrifying attacks as though she had gone mad. In the blink of an eye, the situation half-martial ancestor Kong Shao was facing changed drastically. Fan, Ju, Chun Yu and Illumination exchanged glances and made a decision at the same time with a tacit understanding. Retreat. With Rakshasa Yu here today, no matter how they fought today, nothing would come out of it. If they were careless, they might even be killed by Rakshasa Yu here. If it was a one-on-one fight, none of them were a match for Rakshasa Yu. Swash! 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 Fan and the others released another dermic art. After bluffing, they released their escape techniques and fled in 4 different directions. Half-martial ancestor Kong Shao had long realized the plans of Fan and the others as well and did not dare to linger. Streaks of lightning appeared on his body. Wild winds howled and half-martial ancestor Kong Shao released Zephyr Thunder Escape without turning to flee. Old dog, you're still thinking of escaping? Rakshasa Yu did not have clone techniques and could not be bothered with the others. Her target was half-martial ancestor Kong Shao alone. No matter how fast Zephyr Thunder Escape was, he could not match the Rakshasa race. In a dozen breaths, Rakshasa Yu had already caught up and slashed forward with her curved sabers. Apocalyptic Rakshasa Slash. 2 saber beams descended with a terrifying aura. Sensing danger, half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao knew that he could not escape. He could only pause and throw out a gigantic shield in front of him. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao shuddered. The 2 saber beams penetrated the half-martial ancestor dermic weapon and entered his body, releasing a destructive power that could destroy all life. Boom! The body of half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao exploded instantly and flesh splattered everywhere. The blood of the half-martial ancestor dyed half the skies red. Swoosh! As the blood mist surged, an essence spirit fled into the distance with a panicked expression. Humph! In a flash, Rakshasa Yu scooped and captured half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao's essence spirit in her palm. She said coldly, "Old dog, didn't you want me to submit? Are you even worthy?" She did not give half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao any chance to beg for mercy and stuffed his essence spirit into her mouth, swallowing it. Right in front of everyone from Ethereal Peak, a half-martial ancestor was killed by Rakshasa Yu. The eyes of the Ethereal Peak cultivators nearly popped out. Such a beautiful woman was so powerful and violent that she devoured the essence spirit of a half-martial ancestor. The remaining 4 half-martial ancestors were also beaten away by this powerful woman. Rakshasa Yu's spirit consciousness moved and extended hundreds of thousands of kilometers instantly. However, D-Fan and the other 3 half-martial ancestors had already escaped from the range of her spirit consciousness and vanished. Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. If she were to chase after them now, it would be difficult for her to catch up to D-Fan and the other 3. Furthermore, if she were to leave Ethereal Peak would be met with a great calamity if any other strong foes were to arrive. After pondering for a moment, Rakshasa Yu decided to guard Ethereal Peak and did not leave. Although the battle was short, Rakshasa Yu finally managed to quell the frustrations in her heart after killing a half-martial ancestor. "I heard that everyone from the Rakshasa race are all extremely ugly. Why is Rakshasa Yu so beautiful? She's even prettier than senior sister Shui Yun. I wonder. I even heard that the Rakshasa race is extremely violent and bloodthirsty. Why would they help us? Could there be good people in the Rakshasa race as well?" Many cultivators of Ethereal Peak discussed softly. The old immortal crane had already walked forward and bowed to Rakshasa Yu. "Thank you for your assistance, young mistress of the Rakshasa race. Ethereal Peak is extremely grateful." The old immortal crane had a terrible impression of the Rakshasa race. However, Rakshasa Yu had helped Ethereal Peak tide through this calamity after all. No matter what, she had to express her thanks personally. "It's nothing much." Rakshasa Yu waved it off. If it was any other time, she would not have bothered to speak to an ant like the old immortal crane. However, she had just killed a half-martial ancestor and felt much better after venting the anger in her chest. "Pardon me for being bold, senior. May I know why you're in Ethereal Peak and why you're helping us?" The old immortal crane could not help but ask, puzzled. At the mention of that, a refined face appeared in Rakshasa Yu's mind and she grit her teeth in anger. "It's because of an extremely detestable person," Rakshasa Yu said hatefully. "Ah?" The old immortal crane was slightly stunned. Rakshasa Yu shifted her gaze to the old immortal crane and suddenly asked, "I heard that Desolate Marshal came from Ethereal Peak. In that case, do you know Desolate Marshal's past very well?" The old immortal crane could not understand how Rakshasa Yu's thoughts could leap onto Desolate Marshal right away and merely nodded her head. "I know a little. All right, come over and explain everything to me carefully," Rakshasa Yu said and turned towards a cave abode. The old immortal crane was puzzled but still followed. Under normal circumstances, the Rakshasa race and Desolate Marshal were irreconcilable. Rakshasa Yu should hate Desolate Marshal to the core. However, for some reason, the old immortal crane could not sense it. On the contrary, Rakshasa Yu seemed to be curious about Desolate Marshal. 50,000 kilometers away from Ethereal Peak in midair, D-Fan, D-Ju, Chun-Yu and Illumination gathered together once more with ugly expressions and a hint of embarrassment. Half-martial ancestor illumination said, "Seems like Kong Xiao is dead. Damn it. Half-martial ancestor Chun, you could not help but curse. Why is there a crazy woman in Ethereal Peak? What I don't understand is why the young mistress of the Rakshasa race would interfere and protect everyone from Ethereal Peak." Defan frowned. Could the Rakshasa race have some deeper plan? Did Rakshasa you attack us because our appearance disrupted their plans? Humph. Half-martial ancestor Diju harumphed coldly. If not for the fact that she's the young mistress of the Rakshasa race, I would have killed her a long time ago. How unlucky. Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu spat as well. As a half-martial ancestor of Glass Palace, he had a strong physique and bloodline and was best at melee combat. Rakshasa Yu's movement technique was extremely fast and he could not gain any advantage against her. Instead, she slashed a few wounds on his body. The four of them were furious. The trip to Ethereal Peak was completely different from what they had expected. Not only did they fail to destroy Ethereal Peak, half-martial ancestor Kong Xiao was killed by Rakshasa Yu who appeared out of nowhere. The four of them were even disgraced and returned in defeat. Let's head back. We won't stand a chance with that crazy woman in Ethereal Peak. A moment later, half-martial ancestor Illumination said, "That's the only way." Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu nodded as well. Diju's expression was cold and he said nothing. It was clear that he was indignant. Suddenly, half-martial ancestor Defan asked, "Everyone, are you willing to return empty-handed after traveling thousands of kilometers? So what if we're indignant?" Half-martial ancestor Illumination shook his head. Ethereal Peak is protected by the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and Desolate Marshal has disappeared for 20 years. There's nothing we can do even if we stay in the North region. There's another place. Defan smirked as he said slowly with a cold glint in his eyes, "Pingyang Town. Pingyang Town." The other three half-martial ancestors frowned. Defan explained, "Over the years, I've gathered a lot of information about Desolate Marshal. Pingyang Town is Desolate Marshal's hometown. Is there anything strange about Pingyang Town?" Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu asked. Defan shook his head. "Not really. However, the mortals inside have a longer lifespan." Half-martial ancestor Illumination frowned. Ever since Desolate Marshal started cultivating, he has already severed ties with the mortal world. They're mere mortals. What do they have to do with Desolate Marshal? "No," Defan said in a deep voice. "There must be something fishy about how Pingyang Town is able to remain peaceful and safe in this chaotic era. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal is loyal and sentimental. I heard that the corpses of his kin and his childhood sweetheart are buried in Pingyang Town." Two half-martial ancestors, Chun Yu and Illumination, shrugged their shoulders in disapproval. In their opinion, everything was long in the past and had nothing to do with Desolate Marshal anymore. This time round, we five half-martial ancestors came out. If we return just like that, we'll truly be worthless. However, half-martial ancestor Diju suddenly said, "Let's go to Pingyang Town. Kill everyone there and spare no one. Also, find Desolate Marshal's ancestral tomb. I'm going to dig out the corpses of his kin and burn them into ashes." Everyone knew that half-martial ancestor Diju had a pent-up frustration in his heart after the setback of Ethereal Peak and wanted to vent it out. The mortals of Pingyang Town could only consider themselves unlucky. Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu and half-martial ancestor Illumination had no objections either. After all, in their eyes, it was nothing much to kill some mere mortals. Pingyang Town. In a quiet residence, the door creaked open and a handsome man in purple robes walked out with a calm expression. "Young master, you're out of seclusion." Tao Yao welcomed him. In his eyes, the martial Dao prime body seemed to have changed and there was an indescribable aura around him. "Young master, you've already entered the conjoint body realm?" Tao Yao asked again with a delighted expression. "Yes." The martial Dao prime body nodded. Entering the conjoint body realm was much more difficult and dangerous than he had imagined. There had never been anyone who could condense a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 100 feet tall throughout history. The path of the martial Dao prime body could only be explored by him. After fusing with the peerless Dharma characteristic, the body of the martial Tao prime body nearly collapsed countless times and turned into nothingness. Thankfully, he managed to survive in the end and entered the conjoint body realm to become a mighty figure. Right then, the martial Tao prime body sensed something and his expression changed as he turned to look into the distance. "What's wrong, young master?" Tao Yao asked curiously when he saw the odd expression on the martial Tao prime body's face. "Someone's here." The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently with a mocking gaze. To think that a mere Pingyang town filled with mortals would be able to attract half-martial ancestors. Half-martial ancestor experts are here? Tao Yao's heart skipped a beat. The martial Tao prime body had already said it, but he still could not sense any traces of any half-martial ancestor expert. Although they were both at the conjoint body realm, the senses of the martial Tao prime body had far surpassed Tao Yao. "Young master, I'll go bash them up." Tao Yao raised his fist. "There's no need." The martial Tao prime body smiled faintly. "Coincidentally, there are some grudges that can be resolved today." Right then, Tao Yao exclaimed softly, "I can sense them. What a powerful aura. The four of them are not easy to deal with." Tao Yao could sense that the four half-martial ancestors were extremely fast. In less than 10 breaths, they had already arrived in the skies of Pingyang Town. "Mortals of Pingyang Town, listen up." Half-martial ancestor Diju had a cold expression as he looked down and said indifferently, "All of you are very unlucky. All of you have to die today. Your luck isn't good either." Right then, a calm voice sounded from a residence. "MMM? There was someone in Pingyang Town who dared to challenge a half-martial ancestor?" The gazes of D-Fan and the other three shifted towards the voice. When they saw the person in the courtyard, D-Fan and the other three were stunned on the spot with disbelief in their eyes. That person, Desolate Marshal. D-Fan was the first to react and shouted. The other three had only seen a drawing of Su Zimo. However, D-Fan could recognize Su Zimo right away because he saw the latter in real life after trying to kill the latter twice personally. "So, you're hiding here?" Chun Yu's gaze intensified. Initially, the four of them merely wanted to take a walk around Pingyang Town and kill the mortals there to vent their anger. To think that he would bump into Su Zimo in Pingyang Town. Swish! In a flash, half-martial ancestor Diju arrived above the residence of the martial Tao prime body right away. His gaze was sharp, even sharper than sword lights. "Everyone, the target is right here. Let's not let him escape." Half-martial ancestor Diju said slowly. "Something doesn't seem right." D-Fan frowned and scanned the martial Tao prime body. This person was identical to Desolate Marshal. However, for some reason, D-Fan felt an unusual aura from the martial Tao prime body. Even he felt his heart skip a beat from that aura. However, he, half-martial ancestor Illumination and half-martial ancestor Chun, you still descended above the residence and formed an encirclement with half-martial ancestor Diju. "Desolate Marshal." Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu grinned. "I heard that you wreaked havoc in Enigma Palace with torrential combat strength and even suppressed the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace. Let's see what you can do today." Half-martial ancestor Illumination said. "Desolate Marshal, your cultivation hasn't improved at all in the past 20 years. To think that you're still at the early stage conjoint body realm." Half-martial ancestor Illumination relaxed slightly. Thankfully, Desolate Marshal's cultivation did not advance. "Desolate Marshal, hand over the heaven-slaying sword art, and I can leave you with a full corpse." Half-martial ancestor Diju said coldly. "Oh!" The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and swept across half-martial ancestor Diju. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he murmured, "What a powerful sword chi and rich killing intent." The sword chi and killing intent were similar to the heaven-slaying sword chi, but there was an obvious difference. "Seems like you've cultivated the earth-slaying sword art." The martial Tao prime body smiled gently and nodded. "You came at the right time. You saved me the trouble of looking for you. You're after my earth-slaying sword art?" Half-martial ancestor Diju could tell what the martial Tao prime body meant, and his expression turned even colder. The martial Tao prime body no longer looked at half-martial ancestor Diju. He turned to D-Fan and said slowly, Old dog D-Fan, as a half-martial ancestor, you tried to kill me twice. You came at the right time today as well. Before his sentence was finished, the martial Tao prime body stood up and stomped on the ground gently. Swoosh! Instantly, barriers rose within the residence, isolating the place from Pingyang Town. D-Fan and the other three were shocked and summoned their destiny dermic weapons right away. Half-martial ancestor Chun, you took out a pair of gigantic astral hammers from his storage bag. The pair of astral hammers were made completely from stars that fell from the skies. Each of them was extremely heavy and could crush a mountain with ease. I've long heard that Desolate Martial is invincible in melee combat. I'll test out whether you're truly capable or nothing but an empty shell. Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu hollered and channeled his blood chi, reaching the tsunami blood realm instantly. Ta, ta, ta. He charged towards the martial Tao prime body with huge strides. With every step he took, the entire world would tremble. In just 3 strides, half-martial ancestor Chun Yu had already arrived before the martial Tao prime body. After those 3 strides, half-martial ancestor Chun Yu's aura had already reached its limits. Take my hammers. Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu's voice was like a bell as he swung the astral hammers in his hands and smashed it towards the head of the martial Tao prime body. The astral hammers were many times larger than the body of the martial Tao prime body. A large shadow enveloped down as though the sky was collapsing. Attack! At the same time, D-Fan shouted softly. Dermic powers surged within his body and he extended his palm through the void. It was as though a gigantic millstone was formed in midair and crushed towards the martial Tao prime body. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Radiant Sunlight. Half-martial ancestor illumination conjured hand seals with both hands and a blinding light seemed to be formed from a blazing sun. There were countless beams of light. Every single beam of light possessed a terrifying energy that could penetrate a conjoint body mighty figure's body. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Half-martial ancestor Di-Ju chanted softly and closed his sword finger, slashing gently at the martial Tao prime body. Swoosh! Endless sword chi gathered instantly, forming a gigantic sword. It was ferocious and seemed like it wanted to pierce a hole in the firmaments as it descended with a terrifying might. The sword descended like a divine dragon and looked down at the world, as though it wanted to slice everything before it into nothingness. The attacks of the 4 half-martial ancestors were terrifying. However, the expression of the martial Tao prime body did not change at all and was frighteningly calm. If the 4 half-martial ancestors had joined forces when he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, they would indeed have caused him some trouble. However, now that he was at the conjoint body realm, the attacks of D-Fan and the other 3 were nothing in his eyes. Boom! 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 The martial Tao prime body channeled his bloodline as well and reached the tsunami blood realm right away. Although it was the same tsunami blood, the blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged. It was majestic and emitted a scorching heat. It was as though a gigantic volcano was surging within the body of the martial Tao prime body. The terrifying lava almost drowned half-martial ancestor Chun Yu. The blood chi of half-martial ancestor Chun Yu was completely suppressed by the martial Tao prime body. Against the attacks of the 4 half-martial ancestors, the martial Tao prime body was in no hurry. He punched in reverse towards the astral hammers that descended from midair. Desolate Martial, you're truly arrogant. To think that you would dare to receive my half-martial ancestor dermic weapon barehanded. It's like striking a stone. Before half-martial ancestor Chun Yu could finish his sentence, a deafening bang sounded from the battlefield. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body collided heavily against Chun Yu's half-martial ancestor dermic weapon. The astral hammers. That scene looked a little ridiculous. As half-martial ancestor Chun Yu had said, this was akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, it was different from what he had imagined. His astral hammers were not the stone. The fist of the martial Tao prime body was the indestructible stone. After a loud bang, half-martial ancestor Chun Yu shuddered and his eyes widened in disbelief. He felt a terrifying power that surged like the sea and was as violent as fire surge into the astral hammers. He could not withstand that power at all. Half-martial ancestor Chun Yu's palm was torn instantly and fresh blood dripped. The flesh on his entire arm exploded into a blood mist. Let alone his palm. The astral hammers flew out of his hands. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body extended his other palm and grabbed the gigantic sword formed by the earth-slaying sword chi that was slashing down from midair. You must have a death wish, half-martial ancestor Di-Ju said coldly. Snap! The martial Tao prime body grabbed the gigantic earth-slaying sword that resembled a divine dragon and sliced it into two. He threw it on the ground and the sword chi dissipated. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body flicked in reverse without even turning back. Clang! A metallic sound echoed sinisterly from the battlefield. Another sword chi dissipated. Finally, the expression of half-martial ancestor Di-Ju changed. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. The earth-slaying sword chi that he released actually contained two moves. One of them was the gigantic sword that resembled a divine dragon that slashed down. The other move was a slithering sword chi that was like a snake that stabbed towards the martial Tao prime body silently. This was the true killing move of the earth-slaying sword art. Over the years, there were extremely few cultivators who could defend against the gigantic divine dragon sword. Even if they could defend against the gigantic divine dragon sword, nobody could escape from the killing power of the snake sword chi. However, half-martial ancestor Di-Ju had not expected that the martial Tao prime body would destroy the earth-slaying sword art with a casual punch and finger flick. The earth-slaying sword art is truly worthless in your hands. The martial Tao prime body sneered. The reason why he could destroy half-martial ancestor Di-Ju's earth-slaying sword chi with ease was because his body was incomparably strong to begin with. It was also because half-martial ancestor Di-Ju had not comprehended the essence of the earth-slaying sword art at all. What radiant sunlight! It's worthless! Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body hollered, "Extinguish!" His body was like a martial Tao furnace and the martial spirit fire burned continuously. The sudden roar that was released was even more terrifying than any sound domain's secret skill. Crack! 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 The blazing sun that was just conjured in half-martial ancestor illumination's hands began to crack and its dermic powers drained, dissipating completely in the blink of an eye. A single roar from the martial Tao prime body destroyed the dermic art of half-martial ancestor illumination. It was only then that the martial Tao prime body turned to look at the descending Great Chaos Essence Palm. Great Chaos Essence Palm? The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly. This secret skill is not bad. The martial Tao prime body did not make any motions and punched. Boom! Boom! The millstone-like palm in midair exploded and its dermic powers dissipated. The four half-martial ancestors had ashen expressions. The strength of the martial Tao prime body had far surpassed their imagination. In fact, he was much stronger than Desolate Martial in the battle at Enigma Palace and their impression of him. The purple-robed Desolate Martial did not even use any dermic weapons and looked calm. He destroyed their dermic weapons, dermic arts, and secret skills with his bare hands. Something's not right. As though he realized something, D-Fan suddenly exclaimed, "You're not Desolate Martial. This body of yours is definitely not the Green Lotus true body. You're not a Dragon Phoenix either. Who are you? Even a grade 7 creation Green Lotus doesn't have such power." The martial Tao prime body smiled. "You're right. The Desolate Martial in front of Enigma Palace and the Desolate Martial of the Dragon Race were merely true bodies that I cultivated. What you're looking at right now is my actual prime body. Desolate Martial's prime body." The words Desolate Martial's prime body crushed the confidence of the four half-martial ancestors completely. 3 true bodies. Desolate Martial had 3 true bodies. The 2 true bodies that appeared in the cultivation world earlier on were not Desolate Martial's strongest strength. At the thought of this, D-Fan and the other 3 felt chills run down their spines. The Green Lotus true body and Dragon Phoenix true body alone almost turned the entire Tianhuang mainland upside down. What would things be like if this prime body of desolate martial were to appear? D-Fan and the other three did not dare to continue thinking. Escape! The four of them did not even have to communicate and turned to flee with a tacit understanding. Among them, D-Fan even took out a major transference talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart, wanting to teleport and leave this place. However, the martial Dao prime body had already sealed the space before the battle. It was impossible for half-martial ancestor Diju and the others to dispel the barrier within a short period of time. Even the major transference talisman was useless. The martial Dao prime body strode forward and arrived behind half-martial ancestor Chunyu in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist and punched down viciously. Ah! Sensing danger, half-martial ancestor Chunyu roared and his face turned purple. A ruthless glint flashed through half-martial ancestor Chunyu's eyes as he swung his arm and waved his other astral hammer. He ignored the incoming fist of the martial Dao prime body and smashed it towards the latter's head. This was an internecine outcome and a fight to the death. The martial Dao prime body ignored half-martial ancestor Chunyu's astral hammer and continued smashing down. He punched half-martial ancestor Chunyu on the head. At the same time, the astral hammer smashed onto the head of the martial Dao prime body. Half-martial ancestor Chunyu's head was shattered by a punch from the martial Dao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. However, the martial Dao prime body was completely unharmed. The astral hammer could not break his body either. The martial Dao prime body did not have dermic weapons. His body was his strongest dermic weapon. Half-martial ancestor Chunyu was killed by a punch from the martial Dao prime body. When they saw that, D-Fan and the other two were even more scared out of their wits with terrible expressions. Ever since they became half-martial ancestors, they had never felt such a danger with their lives on the line. Mahayana patriarchs comprehended divine powers in the advanced ancient battlefield and would not appear casually. Half-martial ancestors were the strongest existences in Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, they were the strongest paragons of the half-martial ancestors who could threaten them. But today, when the three of them saw half-martial ancestor Chunyu being hammered to death by desolate martial's punch, they felt their scalps tingle as though they were witnessing their deaths. Bang! 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 D-Fan and the other two attacked the surrounding barrier wildly, wanting to break free from the restraints and rush out of this space. Why are you guys struggling needlessly? The martial Dao prime body said indifferently. Even if you can break through the spatial barrier here, you won't be able to escape my pursuit. Those words destroyed the last hope in the hearts of D-Fan and the other two. The three of them could not help but question themselves internally if they would be caught by desolate Marshall's prime body even if they managed to escape. Just as the three of them were slightly distracted, the martial Dao prime body arrived before half-martial ancestor illumination in the blink of an eye as though he was taking a leisure stroll. You should die too, the martial Dao prime body said casually, as though he had already declared the death penalty for half-martial ancestor illumination. Desolate martial. Seeing that he had nowhere to run, half-martial ancestor illumination's gaze intensified as he grit his teeth. You've gone too far. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Before his sentence was finished, he channeled his bloodline wildly. Boom! 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 The sound of a tsunami echoed from the body of half-martial ancestor illumination. That was not all. The aura of the half-martial ancestor illumination was still rising rapidly. Heaven and earth illumination. Half-martial ancestor illumination shouted. Swoosh! A starry sky appeared behind half-martial ancestor illumination phenomenon, and the 36 heavenly dipper stars shone brightly. Bloodline phenomenon. Both D-Fan and half-martial ancestor Diju revealed astonished expressions when they saw that. They had known half-martial ancestor illumination for many years, but they did not know that the latter was still hiding such a trump card. Even half-martial ancestor Chunyu, who was proudest of his physique and bloodline, did not manage to condense a bloodline phenomenon. The astonishment in the eyes of D-Fan and half-martial ancestor Diju had just risen when they were replaced with endless fear and shock in the blink of an eye. The martial Dao prime body attacked. There were no dermic arts or secret skills. It was just a simple punch. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The 36 heavenly dipper stars in the firmaments were shattered. Half-martial ancestor Illumination's expression changed continuously as he staggered in retreat. With every step back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Boom! The bloodline phenomenon was destroyed by a single punch from the martial Dao Prime body. He was invincible. They stood no chance at all. The power displayed by the martial Dao Prime body made Defan and half-martial ancestor Diju feel a sense of despair. In fact, the two of them could not even muster the desire to resist. The bloodline phenomenon of half-martial ancestor Illumination shattered and his body received a tremendous impact. Cracks appeared in his organs. Desolate Martial, you? Just as half-martial ancestor Illumination was about to speak, the martial Dao Prime body had already arrived before him. Without giving him the chance to continue speaking, he extended his fair palm and patted the head of half-martial ancestor Illumination gently. Piak! The gaze of half-martial ancestor Illumination dimmed instantly. His head looked intact. However, his consciousness was penetrated by the power of the martial Dao Prime body and was smashed. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The corpse of half-martial ancestor Illumination fell from midair. After 2 punches and a palm strike, 2 half-martial ancestors were dead. Defan and half-martial ancestor Diju looked at everything helplessly and felt their limbs go cold. At that moment, the pride of half-martial ancestor Diju vanished completely. Half-martial ancestors were at the peak of the cultivation world and could kill all the mortals in Pingyang Town with a single thought. However, half-martial ancestors were no different from mortals in the face of death. His past glory and reputation had all turned into dust at this moment. Right then, the martial Dao Prime body turned around and looked at Defan and half-martial ancestor Diju, who were not far away. Defan, the martial Dao Prime body said indifferently, "You tried to kill me twice but failed. You're dead if I attack once." Defan had not expected that this existence that was once insignificant as an ant in his eyes would possess such power today. In fact, it could even look down on him and decide his life and death. Back in the Dao Inheritance Ground, when he forcefully broke into the Dao Inheritance Ground and tried to kill Desolate Martial, the latter was helpless. Even the creation Green Lotus was shattered by him. How many years had passed? To think that Desolate Martial would actually grow to such an extent. Desolate Martial, half-martial ancestor Diju's expression changed indeterminately. Suddenly, he said, "I don't have any deep feud with you. I'm only here this time round for your heaven-slaying sword art. If you spare my life today, I'm willing to hand over the earth-slaying sword art with cupped fists." Half-martial ancestor Diju knew very well that he could not move Desolate Martial unless he had enough bargaining chips. Therefore, he did not harbor any hope of luck and openly declared that he could hand over the earth-slaying sword art. "Indeed, there's no deep feud between us," the martial Dao Prime body said. "However, since you intended to kill all the mortals in Pingyang Town, I can't keep you. As for the earth-slaying sword art, even if you don't hand it over, I can take it for myself." Before his sentence was finished, the martial Dao Prime body attacked once more. Swoosh! Unknowingly, the martial Dao Prime body had already arrived before half-martial ancestor Diju and punched over. To others, the fist of the martial Dao Prime body was the most ordinary fist technique without any variation or unnecessary movements. However, one could only truly sense how terrifying that punch was after facing it head-on. The will pressure released by that punch almost caused half-martial ancestor Diju's Dao heart to collapse. There was no longer the martial Dao Prime body in his vision. There was only that punch. Buzz! A sword hum sounded. Half-martial ancestor Diju drew his sword and attacked. His arm and wrist did not make much movement when the sword stabbed out with a sharp edge. Clang! When the sharpness of the sword struck the fist of the martial Dao Prime body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Half-martial ancestor Diju's expression changed starkly, and his entire arm went numb. "Kill!" Suddenly, his eyes shone with a sword beam. The sword beam stabbed towards the eyes of the martial Dao Prime body. Visual technique. The two of them were way too close. The burst of the visual technique arrived instantly. The martial Dao prime body could not dodge either. The martial Dao prime body had a mocking expression and merely made a motion to close his eyes. Clang! The visual technique's sword beam struck the eyelids of the martial Dao prime body and did not pierce it, merely leaving a faint white scar. Could not even be considered as a wound. The next moment, the martial Dao prime body opened his eyes. Once his eyes were open, he was going to kill. Half-martial ancestor Diju's visual technique was useless and he lost the initiative. The martial Dao prime body opened his eyes and strode forward. Half-martial ancestor Diju raised his sword and stabbed. The martial Dao prime body's gaze was burning as he avoided the sword tip and flicked his finger gently, flicking the sword's spine. That was the most fragile part of the sword body. The sword trembled violently and was almost snapped into two by a single flick of the martial Dao prime body. Half-martial ancestor Diju could not hold on to his destiny dermic weapon and it flew out of his hands. The martial Dao prime body scooped gently and gripped the sword in his palm, stabbing in reverse. Poof! Given the strength of the martial Dao prime body, his attack speed and every single punch and sword strike could release shocking lethality. Half-martial ancestor Diju could not dodge at all and his chest was pierced by his destiny dermic weapon. It was not over yet. Half-martial ancestor Diju's expression changed starkly. His destiny dermic weapon seemed like it was about to explode in his chest. There was no time to think. With a swoosh, half-martial ancestor Diju's essence spirit escaped from the top of his head. Poof! Right then, his destiny dermic weapon exploded into sharp shards that sliced his body into pieces. Before he could react, a huge shadow enveloped him. The martial Dao prime body reached out and captured the essence spirit of half-martial ancestor Diju in his palm. Kill! Fan realized that the martial Dao prime body would not let him off at all. He threw caution to the wind and channeled his essence spirit to its limits, releasing 5 dermic arts and a secret skill in succession. At the same time, he swiped his storage bag and threw out more than 10 dermic weapons. The dermic arts, secret skills and dermic weapons blanketed the skies and suppressed the martial Dao prime body. Just a final struggle. The martial Dao prime body had an indifferent expression. You can't even defend against a single punch from me. Boom! The martial Dao prime body attacked. A punch that was as vast as an ocean drowned the dermic arts and secret skills in midair instantly, devouring them without a trace. More than 10 dermic weapons were sent flying by the punch of the martial Dao prime body as well. By the time they fell, they were dim and completely crippled. Fan, you're finished. The martial Dao prime body looked down at Fan. The difference in strength between them was too great. Back when the martial Dao prime body was at the Dharma characteristic realm and fought against Rakshasa Yu, he had to release his bloodline phenomenon to suppress the latter. But now that the martial Dao prime body had entered the conjoint body realm, he did not even use his bloodline phenomenon. Boom! The martial Dao prime body punched out. Fan tore a protection talisman hurriedly. He had obtained that protection talisman when he explored the ancient ruins in the past. It could defend against the attacks of 10 half-martial ancestors, let alone a single one. However, the protection talisman could not defend against a single punch from the martial Dao prime body. Crack! 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 The protection talisman shattered. However, the aftershock of that punch was still unusually terrifying. Fan's body exploded as well, turning into a mist of blood that was beyond recognition. Poof! The martial Dao prime body advanced and extended his finger, tapping Fan gently on the glabella. Fan could not defend at all and his head was pierced by the fingers of the martial Dao prime body instantly, dripping with blood. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out. Fan knew that he was going to die and did not want to be humiliated. Therefore, he channeled his essence spirit recklessly, wanting to self-destruct and commit suicide on the spot. Humph! The martial Dao prime body sneered. You want to commit suicide in front of me? You can only die if I ask you to. If I don't, you're not even qualified to commit suicide. Fan fell into complete despair when he said that. A tragic feeling rose in his heart. As a half-martial ancestor expert, he could not even control his own life and death. Desolate Marshal, what are you trying to do? Fan asked hatefully. Half-martial ancestor Chan Yu and half-martial ancestor Illumination had the shallowest feud with Desolate Marshal, but they were killed by him decisively. However, he and half-martial ancestor Diju were left behind by Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal was definitely not a benevolent person. Could it be? Fan thought of a possibility. Desolate Marshal, how dare you? Suddenly, Fan roared and struggled with all his might. However, pitch-black chains appeared from the ball of light in the Martial Dao Prime body's palm and coiled around the essence spirits of Fan and half-martial ancestor Diju. Soul-searching art. The Martial Dao Prime body had long attained greater mastery of the 30-odd inheritances in the Dao inheritance ground. The reason why he left Fan and half-martial ancestor Diju behind was because he wanted to obtain their secret skills. The earth-slaying sword art was something that the Martial Dao Prime body had to obtain. The soul-searching art began. The Martial Dao Prime body was immersed in the memories of Fan and half-master ancestor Diju and browsed through them rapidly as he filtered all useless information. A moment later, the essence spirits of Fan and half-martial ancestor Diju dimmed with lifeless expressions. The essence spirits of the two half-martial ancestors were equivalent to idiots now that their memories were completely stripped. He had benefited immensely from this soul search. The great Chaos Essence Palm and Earth-slaying sword art had already been obtained by the Martial Dao Prime body. Now that the Martial Dao Prime body had entered the conjoint body realm, his cultivation speed slowed down instantly. If he wanted to increase his speed and raise his cultivation as soon as possible, the simplest method was to use the Martial Dao furnace to smelt cultivation techniques and secret skills continuously. He would turn those cultivation techniques and secret skills into his personal insights. Right now, the Martial Dao Prime body had obtained two top-tier cultivation techniques of the Great Chaos Essence Palm and Earth-slaying sword art. As long as he could refine them, his strength would definitely increase once more. As for the storage bags of the four half-martial ancestors, there would definitely be some good stuff. That's not a bad idea. The Martial Dao Prime body narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Pingyang Town returned to normal before long. Extreme West, Kunlun Ruins. It had been 20 years since Su Zimo and the other two entered seclusion cultivation in the secret ground of the Kunlun Ruins. The power contained by that large chunk of Ashoka wood was extremely immense. By the time Su Zimo refined and absorbed it for the 5th year, he had already broken through to the mid-stage conjoint body realm. However, that was only a small portion of the power that was refined from the Ashoka wood. Su Zimo did not stop and continued cultivating. In the 10th year, Nian Qi broke through and entered the mid-stage conjoint body realm. In the 16th year, Extreme Fire broke through and entered the late-stage conjoint body realm. After entering the conjoint body realm, cultivation became extremely difficult. It was normal for there to be no progress in his cultivation after hundreds or thousands of years. If they were in Tianhuang mainland, even if there were any immense opportunities, it would be difficult for Extreme Fire and Nian Qi to advance a minor realm in just 20 years. However, Extreme Fire and Nian Qi grew rapidly in the Kunlun Ruins after consecutive battles and life and death experiences. 20 years passed by quickly and Su Zimo was still cultivating, refining the Ashoka wood. He had already absorbed most of the Ashoka wood. At the same time, his cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the mid-stage conjoint body realm and he was only a step away from breaking through. Extreme Fire and Nian Qi had already stopped cultivating. Unlike Su Zimo, the two of them did not have a treasure like the Ashoka wood for them to continuously absorb energy and cultivate. However, the two of them remained by Su Zimo's side, waiting for his cultivation to end. This day, Nian Qi, who was initially cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and frowned slightly. Before long, Extreme Fire opened his eyes as well and frowned, saying softly, "Someone's here." The intruder was not coming from the entrance they entered, but from another direction. The three of them had yet to explore the secret ground and did not know where that direction led to. "Let's go and take a look." Extreme Fire used his spirit consciousness to send a voice transmission and stood up with Xianxia stealthily, heading in the direction of the intruder without alarming Su Zimo, who was still cultivating. As they advanced along the passage, they could even see some corpses on the ground. Those were the people who died in the past. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks and exchanged glances. In a flash, they arrived at a dark corner and retracted their auras to hide. Chaotic footsteps sounded from afar. It sounded like there were at least a dozen people. The auras released by those people were extremely powerful. Extreme Fire and Xianxia exchanged glances with grim expressions. The two of them could even sense the aura of a half-martial ancestor among the dozens of auras. However, they had encountered countless battles and killed many half-martial ancestor experts at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins as well. Since both their cultivations had advanced, there was naturally no fear in their hearts as they continued listening. God's messenger, it's all thanks to you that we were able to dispel the formation outside. That's right. This formation has been in the Kunlun ruins since the ancient era. However, no one has been able to dispel it all these years. Two flattering voices sounded. Extreme Fire and Xianxia nodded to themselves. From the looks of it, those people should be from the Kunlun ruins. It was extremely likely to be the Kunlun race. Thereafter, another person said, "It's nothing much. Back in my place, the Tao of formations has been passed down for a long time. I'm quite accomplished at it." Extreme Fire and Xianxia frowned at the same time. The person who spoke later was clearly the God's messenger. However, there was something strange about the way this God's messenger spoke. His tone was weird and his pronunciation was not precise. Extreme Fire and Xianxia could only tell what he meant after listening carefully. "Who set up this formation?" The God's messenger spoke once more. "This person is very powerful. If not for the fact that it has been a long time and some of the formation eyes were destroyed, it would have been difficult for me to dispel this. I heard that she's a woman from Tianhuang mainland back in the ancient era." Someone at the side said, "It's because of this Kunlun barrier that she's the only one who could enter the Kunlun ruins and leave alive after all these years." When she heard that, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The person continued, "Nobody knows who that woman is. She's a mystery." Although those people did not know, Xianxia knew. That was because the storyteller had once said that Fairy Linglong had entered the Kunlun ruins. There were few records about the Kunlun ruins in Enigma Palace. Those precious records were left behind by Fairy Linglong. The woman that those people referred to came from the ancient era and happened to match Fairy Linglong. In other words, the owner of this secret ground was Fairy Linglong of the past. Only Fairy Linglong could set up such a complicated terrain at the entrance and set up a supreme formation at the other end that the Kunlun race could not dispel. Even the God's messenger who dispelled the formation admitted that he would not have been able to dispel the formation if it was not for the fact that it was too long and some of the formation eyes were destroyed. Extreme Fire was not present when the storyteller recounted Fairy Linglong's past. Xianxia sent a voice transmission secretly with her spirit consciousness to inform Extreme Fire about this matter. However, both of them were puzzled at the same time. Why did Fairy Linglong set up such a secret ground? What happened in this secret ground back then? Someone said, "The mystery is about to be resolved. We've already entered this place and will definitely be able to discover traces of that woman. Back then, experts of our Kunlun race hunted down that woman. To think that all of them would die here." The Kunlun clansmen walked in with corpses on their way. "Look, over there!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed. "So many dermic weapons. There are also many elixirs, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals. Those are all treasures. Heavens! So, the legend is true," the Kunlun clansman exclaimed. "What's going on?" The voice of the God's messenger sounded. Immediately, a Kunlun clansman replied, "Legend has it that after that woman entered the Kunlun ruins, she snatched away a large number of treasures from the Kunlun ruins. There were countless dermic weapons, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and treasures. To think that all of those treasures would be preserved in this secret ground." At that point, Extreme Fire and Xianxia's hearts skipped a beat. First, it was inevitable that they would be shocked upon hearing that news. Second, the two of them were even more puzzled. They could not understand why Fairy Linglong would leave so many treasures in this secret ground instead of taking them away. "There's people here," suddenly the god's messenger said. Immediately after, Extreme Fire and Xianxia felt a bedazzling light beam shining towards the corner they were hiding in. Boom! Boom! The wall that shielded the two of them collapsed instantly. Their figures were completely exposed. Instantly, gazes landed on the two of them with terrifying killing intent. The atmosphere within the secret ground instantly turned tense. Extreme Fire swept his gaze. There were a total of 16 Kunlun clansmen opposite him. Although they were all in human form, it was clear that they came from different races and the auras they emanated were different as well. The attire of the Kunlun race was similar and only a single person in the crowd wore a wide white robe. Unlike others, he looked striking. If Extreme Fire was not wrong, this white-robed man should be the god's messenger that the other Kunlun clansmen spoke of. Xianxia's gaze landed on the white-robed man as well. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity from the white-robed man. The white-robed man also looked at Xianxia with a deep intent in his eyes. Neither Extreme Fire or Xianxia could sense the cultivation realm of the white-robed man. It was hazy, as though it was covered by something. They were in a gigantic secret chamber with various treasures stacked on the sides. There were even some elegant words on the wall that were covered in dust. It was unknown what they were. Given the current situation, neither Extreme Fire nor Xianxia dared to divert their attention to read and merely scan the place. Intruders! The only half-martial ancestor of the Kunlun race opposite stood out and looked at Extreme Fire and Night Spirit with a ferocious gaze as he shouted. "Outsiders have arrived," the white-robed man murmured in deep thought. In other words, there's a high chance that the other end of this secret ground leads to Tianhuang mainland. That's right. The eyes of many Kunlun clansmen lit up as well. The Kunlun half-martial ancestor could not help but exclaim, "That woman is way too powerful. She could actually create a passage under the envelopment of the Kunlun barrier." There was a Kunlun barrier in the Kunlun ruins. The people inside could not get out and neither could those outside get in. However, the existence of this secret ground shattered that fact. "Ha ha!" The Kunlun half-martial ancestor roared in laughter. "Since we know of this passage, we can leave the Kunlun ruins." "That's right." Another Kunlun clansman nodded. "We can finally leave this place and return to Tianhuang mainland. We'll have a chance to advance to the Mahayana realm and become true patriarchs, breaking free of the restraints of heaven and earth." Due to the terrifying primordial war in the Kunlun ruins, there were forbidden regions of divine powers left behind. Mahayana patriarchs would cause a divine power storm upon entering. It was even more impossible for anyone to advance to the Mahayana realm in the Kunlun ruins. That was because as long as one comprehended divine powers, a divine power storm would be formed. This meant that even if one managed to advance to the Mahayana realm successfully, they would die immediately and be shredded by the divine power storm. "Everyone, we are indeed from Tianhuang mainland. However, we bear no ill intentions towards you guys and the Kunlun ruins." Extreme Fire had a calm expression and cupped his fists politely without engaging the Kunlun clansmen recklessly. The Kunlun half-martial ancestor sneered, "Outsiders should be killed without mercy. Kill them." The Kunlun half-martial ancestor waved his hand casually and did not take Extreme Fire and Xianxia seriously at all. Extreme Fire's expression turned cold as well. In Tianhuang mainland, he was also a mighty figure who could dominate over an entire area. After his rebirth and a few battles, he was even more famous. He was polite because he did not want to have a conflict with the Kunlun race the moment he arrived at the Kunlun ruins. However, since the Kunlun race wanted to kill him, he would not fear them either. "Humph!" Extreme Fire sneered as well. "You'll have to see if you have the capabilities to kill me." Before his sentence was finished, two Kunlun mighty figures had already arrived. One of them extended a hairy, rough hand and slapped Extreme Fire's head. "Beast! How dare you act so brazenly before me?" Extreme Fire hollered and his glabella shone. A scarlet tripod flew out and smashed towards the Kunlun mighty figure. The Kunlun mighty figure realized how powerful it was as well and reacted extremely quickly. He changed tactics at the last moment and punched towards the incoming tripod with his powerful body. Boom! There was a loud bang. The fist of the Kunlun mighty figure collided with Extreme Fire's destiny dermic weapon. Howl! The Kunlun mighty figure shrieked with a pained expression. His fist collided with Extreme Fire's destiny dermic weapon, and his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. The pain was unbearable and his palms swelled instantly. It was not over yet. Raging flames burst forth from the scarlet tripod and surged towards the Kunlun mighty figure's fist. The fur on the arm of the Kunlun mighty figure was burned to ashes instantly. The intensity of the flames even burned that person's flesh. Demonic chi rumbled as fresh blood splashed onto the flames. However, the scarlet flame did not show any signs of extinguishing and intensified. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the Kunlun mighty figure. Roar! The Kunlun mighty figure roared and channeled his bloodline to its limits, wanting to transform into his true form. He was not human. His combat strength could only be unleashed to its limits in his true form. However, Extreme Fire did not give him that chance at all. Extreme Fire grabbed with his palm and instantly, an incomparably rich dermic power gathered in his palm, forming a spear that burned with flames. The spear was completely red and burned through by the flames. Swoosh! Extreme Fire tossed in reverse. The spear turned into a red streak of light and pierced the person's chest, bursting forth with terrifying flames instantly. The flames burned from the inside out. In a few breaths, the Kunlun mighty figure's organs were burned to ashes. Ah! 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 The person struggled and shrieked in the raging flames in a hysterical manner. However, he could not endure through it eventually. The pain on his body was unbearable and his essence spirit broke out. However, it was devoured rapidly by the flames and turned into ashes, dying on the spot. Although they were both at the conjoint body realm, this Kunlun mighty figure could not last 3 rounds against Extreme Fire. Another conjoint body mighty figure that lunged towards Xianxia was secretly alarmed when he saw that. He did not dare to be careless and had already reverted to his true form in midair. Roar! It was a demon beast that resembled a Dole. However, the bloodline aura of this demon beast was much more terrifying than Dole's. Its gaze was vicious and extremely violent. The demon beast was covered in scales from head to toe and had sharp claws and fangs. It was agile and possessed shocking speed. This was the almost extinct ferocious beast, the Yazi, in Tianhuang mainland. The Yazi was not only violent and bloodthirsty, it was also extremely vengeful. It would definitely bear a grudge against anyone that offended it. The Kunlun ruins was probably the only place with such a powerful ferocious beast. The Yazi transformed into its true form and its blood chi surged into the skies. Arriving before Xianxia, it opened its mouth and bit towards her. Xianxia looked extremely weak and her body was not even as thick as one of the Yazi's arms. That single bite could rip Xianxia apart instantly. Not far away, the white-robed man looked at everything with interest and a fake smile. Xianxia's expression was calm, and there was no hint of fear in her eyes. The moment the Yazi lunged forward, she attacked. Boom! Boom! The sound of a tsunami echoed from Xianxia's body. Golden blood chi surged and surged into the skies, suppressing the bloodline of the Yazi instantly. Xianxia extended her fair and slender palm and pushed down on the top of the Yazi's head. Boom! The ground trembled and a huge pit was smashed out by the Yazi's head. The Yazi's mouth was filled with blood and its sharp teeth were mostly shattered. The Kunlun half-martial ancestor frowned slightly and murmured, "The bloodline of the god race?" Instinctively, he glanced at the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled gently. "It's just a remnant of the god race with an impure bloodline." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, that woman is extremely talented. It's indeed rare for her to be able to cultivate to such an extent given that she only has half the bloodline of the god race." After the white-robed man said that, the battle on the other side came to an end. The Yazi wanted to struggle and stand up. However, it could not break free from the suppression of Xianxia's palm. It was as though the thing that was suppressing him was not a palm, but an unshakable 100,000 mountains. Poof! Exerting strength in her palm, a divine light burst forth and penetrated the Yazi's head instantly. The massive body of the pure-blooded ferocious beast froze for a moment before slamming heavily onto the ground, creating dust clouds as it died on the spot. Given extreme fire and Xianxia's current combat strength, there were very few people who could defeat them in a one-on-one fight at the conjoint body realm. Their combat strength could even suppress some half-martial ancestor experts. Swash! 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 Apart from the white-robed man who was motionless, the remaining 13 Kunlun clansmen, including the Kunlun half-martial ancestor, stood out and surrounded Extreme Fire and Xianxia. Roar! Howl! The 13 Kunlun clansmen reverted to their true forms and were all various primordial ferocious beasts. Some of them looked familiar, but some of them had long gone extinct in Tianhuang mainland. None of them were human. According to Fairy Ling Long, the Kunlun race was fused from the races that survived the Primordial War. During the Primordial War, the human race was the weakest among the 10,000 races and was enslaved. They did not even have the rights to participate in the Primordial War. Therefore, there were almost no humans in the Kunlun race. The Kunlun half-martial ancestor was a 9 neonate. The 9 neonate was a pure-blooded ferocious beast and was extremely violent. With 9 heads that resembled strange snakes, each time it opened its mouth and howled, the sounds of infants crying would echo in a bewitching manner. Back in the elementary ancient battlefield, Su Zimo encountered a 9 neonate. However, this 9 neonate had already cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm and was much stronger than the one in the elementary ancient battlefield. Hoo hoo hoo! The 9 neonate roared into the skies and let out an infantile cry. Extreme Fire and Xianxia frowned and felt uncomfortable. Their blood chi surged and they could not suppress it. The dermic power of the 9 neonate was extremely high, and a single sound domain secret skill had already affected Extreme Fire and Xianxia. Boom! 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 At the same time, the other 12 conjoint body ferocious beasts charged forward towards Extreme Fire and Xianxia. The ferocious beasts rammed wildly, and the ground quaked violently with a terrifying might as though it could rip Extreme Fire and Xianxia into pieces. Swoosh! Extreme Fire had a grim expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Instantly, 3 scarlet flames burned beside him. 3 balls of flames revolved around him slowly. Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. If it was only against 1 or 2 conjoint body mighty figures, the dermic art of the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern was enough to protect him. But now, 12 conjoint body ferocious beasts had lunged forward with a half-martial ancestor 9 neonate watching keenly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Extreme Fire did not dare to hold back either. Condense! He hollered, and the dermic art in his hands changed once more. 3 scarlet flames gathered rapidly. A blaze surged. The Samadhi Dao fire descended. Extreme Fire pointed forward, and the Samadhi Dao fire swept towards 9 conjoint body ferocious beasts at the front. Sensing danger, some of the ferocious beasts stopped in their tracks hurriedly. Some of them shifted horizontally rapidly with their agile movement techniques and avoided the range of the Samadhi Dao fire. Only 3 ferocious beasts with massive bodies and relatively sluggish movements were unable to dodge and were enveloped by the Samadhi Dao fire. Ah! 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 Instantly, the 3 ferocious beasts let out tragic cries. The flesh on their bodies melted rapidly and blood gushed out before it was burned into nothingness by the Samadhi Dao fire. Boom! Boom! Right then, from the 9 neonate at the side, 4 of its heads swayed and opened their mouths. Suddenly, a series of turbid torrents surged down and splashed onto the 3 ferocious beasts. Like galaxies of the 9 heavens, the 4 torrents rained down in a terrifying manner. Shing! The 4 torrents collided repeatedly against the power of the Samadhi Dao fire. This was a fight between fire and water. Fire and water countered each other. However, Whether water could extinguish fire or fire could incinerate water depended on the strength of the two powers. The two powers were in a stalemate. If extreme fire and the 9 neonate were to fight head-on, it would be nothing much. However, the battlefield of the fight between the Samadhi Dao fire and 4 torrents was on the bodies of the 3 ferocious beasts. The 3 conjoint body ferocious beasts were in immense pain after enduring the Samadhi Dao fire. Now that they were gushed by the torrents, they died before long without corpses remaining in the fight between fire and water. Intruders! The 9 neonate shrieked. You've angered me! The 9 heads of the 9 neonate shone with endless rage. Suddenly, the 9 heads moved at the same time and opened their mouths, spitting out flames. Torrents interweaved into a destructive fire and water net that enveloped extreme fire. The flames even carried a nauseating stench. Be careful. The flames are poisonous, Xianxia reminded hurriedly. Extreme Fire realized it quickly as well with a grim expression and channeled his destiny dermic weapon to defend. At the same time, Extreme Fire conjured hand seals repeatedly and condensed dermic arts to charge at the fire and water net, wanting to tear a hole through it. However, the fire and water net was the 9 neonates' innate divine power. If their cultivation realms were similar, Extreme Fire would definitely be able to tear this net apart. But now that the 9 neonate was a half-martial ancestor expert, its dermic powers were boundless and endless. There was no way to tear the fire and water net apart. Just as the fire and water net was about to descend, Xianxia arrived beside Extreme Fire in a flash the moment she killed a conjoint body ferocious beast. Boom! She channeled her bloodline and released her bloodline phenomenon right away. Behind her, a gigantic pyramid appeared. It was ancient and mysterious with countless mortals kneeling beneath it, praying piously. Standing at the top of the pyramid, Xianxia was like a god of that world. When he saw that, the white-robed man's gaze intensified and he nodded to himself. Senior, defend against the other Kunlun clansmen while I deal with this 9 neonate, Xianxia said swiftly. Xing. The pyramid surged into the skies and tore the fire and water net apart instantly, suppressing the 9 neonate. Ah! The 9 neonate shrieked. How dare you! The pyramid descended and ruptured 2 of the 9 neonates' heads. Flesh flew and brain juices flowed onto the ground in a frightening manner. However, in the blink of an eye, the 2 heads of the 9 neonate regrew. Although conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs, they would definitely not be able to regrow their heads. However, it was different for this 9 neonate. The 9 neonate had 9 heads and it would not die even if 8 of them fell off. Its essence spirit could be shifted freely within the 9 heads. It would not die as long as one of them was not destroyed. Xianxia controlled the gigantic pyramid and strode forward, causing it to descend once more. At the same time, she used both her hands and legs to conjure dermic arts and secret skills. In the blink of an eye, she released a torrential storm of attacks on the 9 neonate. Poof! 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 The 9 neonates' heads exploded one after another. However, they regrew before long. During a most dangerous moment in their fight, the 9 neonate lost 8 of its heads and was nearly killed by Xianxia on the spot. Even the 9 neonate, who was a half-martial ancestor, was completely suppressed by Xianxia. On the other side, there were only 7 conjoint body ferocious beasts left. The combined attacks of those ferocious beasts could not defend against Extreme Fire's killing intent. God's messenger, please attack. The 9 neonate could not hold on any longer and cried for help. Fufu. The white-robed man at the side smiled gently and extended his palm slowly. His blood chi surged with a blinding golden light as he said indifferently, It's time to end things. MMM. When she saw the golden blood chi surging on the white-robed man's arm, Xianxia's expression changed as she exclaimed, God race! She was extremely familiar with that bloodline. There was no doubt that the white-robed man was from the god race. However, how could there be a god race being in the Kunlun ruins? The Kunlun ruins had the existence of the Kunlun barrier. If it sensed a god race being entering, it would turn extremely berserk. Xianxia was nearly killed by the power of the Kunlun barrier. In other words, the white-robed man could not have entered from outside. Could he be a descendant of the god race that survived the primordial war? However, if that was the case, why would the Kunlun race be so respectful to this person and address him as God's messenger? Furthermore, for some reason, Xianxia felt that this person was different from some of the god race beings she had seen before. As the white-robed man's blood chi surged, his black hair transformed into his long golden hair rapidly. A half-martial ancestor. The white-robed man was a half-martial ancestor expert. The white-robed man did not have any storage bags on him either. However, a gigantic sword suddenly appeared in his hands. It was a two-handed gigantic sword. Such a weapon was extremely rare in the cultivation world. Typically, the sword of sword cultivators specialized in movement. Only the god race would use such a two-handed gigantic sword. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. The white-robed man smiled gently and strode forward, gripping the gigantic sword with both hands. He raised it high and his blood chi surged as a blinding golden light burst forth from the sword. Under the illumination of the golden light, this god race being was like a true god, unexcelled in the world. Extreme Fire's heart skipped a beat. In front of this person, he even had an uncontrollable thought of giving up all resistance. With a grim expression, Xianxia controlled the pyramid behind her and charged towards the white-robed man. Slash! The white-robed man shouted, gripping the sword with both hands. The gigantic sword shone brightly and slashed towards the incoming pyramid. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The entire secret chamber shook violently and dust billowed as everyone's vision turned blurry. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on the mysterious and majestic pyramid, growing larger as they covered its entire body rapidly. With a loud bang, the pyramid dissipated into emptiness on the spot. Xianxia's bloodline phenomenon was sliced apart by the white-robed man. Her body swayed and blood oozed from the corner of her lips. However, her eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. Swoosh! In a flash, Xianxia left a series of afterimages on the spot and lunged towards the white-robed man at an extremely fast speed. You want to engage in melee combat? The white-robed man smirked and did not mind at all. Swinging his sword with both hands, he attacked widely. However, there were almost no openings and his attacks were ferocious. Xianxia's movement technique was graceful and unusually agile as she lingered around the white-robed man continuously, looking for an opportunity. Ethereal Peak had too many cultivation techniques and secret skills. Xianxia had also cultivated many movement techniques and escape techniques, infusing them into her comprehension. She made use of the bloodline and physique of the god race to cultivate a movement technique suitable for herself. The white-robed man swung his gigantic sword with both hands and possessed immense strength. However, he could not even touch the corner of Xianxia's clothes. Xianxia was still tense. That was because she knew that there was a high chance she would be killed by the white-robed man if she made a mistake. She could not withstand the white-robed man's power at all. However, the white-robed man was calm, and there was no hint of anxiousness in his eyes. Suddenly, perhaps due to fatigue from the long sword wielding, a fleeting opening appeared in the white-robed man's chest. Without hesitation, Xianxia strode forward with a bright gaze and threw a punch forward. Bang! Although the punch struck the white-robed man's chest, Xianxia's expression changed starkly. Her fist did not seem to be striking flesh, but steel. Shing! The white robes on the man exploded, revealing a muscular, mighty figure with golden shimmering armor. The armor looked incomparably thick with obscure and complicated patterns that shone with a golden light. Xianxia's punch struck the thick golden armor. The god race man had revealed that opening intentionally. You were tricked. The god race man smiled gently and punched out as well, punching Xianxia in the chest. Poof! Instantly, Xianxia was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Her face was pale, and she had a dispirited expression as her blood chi was dispersed. With a bang, Xianxia smashed onto the ground heavily and felt like her bones and tendons were about to split. Instantly, A layer of cold sweat appeared on her face. You should know that I've already shown mercy. The God Race man walked slowly towards Xianxia with a faint smile. If I had attacked with my sword instead of punching earlier on, you would have been a corpse. On account that you're talented and have half of the God Race's bloodline in your body, I can take you in as my slave. Are you willing? Xianxia's gaze was cold and she said nothing. She knew in her heart that the God Race man had indeed shown mercy earlier on. However, she would never agree to submit. When the God Race man saw that Xianxia was unwilling to speak, he frowned slightly. You have to understand that I'm giving you a chance to survive. Thereafter, he looked at extreme fire on the other side and said indifferently, for example, the only thing awaiting him is death. Swoosh. Right then, extreme fire charged out of the encirclement of a few Kunlun mighty figures and threw the scarlet tripod in his hands towards the God Race man. Whoosh! The wind howled. The God Race man had a mocking expression and slashed down without even looking. Clang! Sparks flew. The scarlet tripod was slashed back by the sword of the God Race man and charged towards extreme fire at an even faster speed. At the same time, the Kunlun mighty figures seized the opportunity to attack. Extreme fire had no cloning techniques and a few wounds appeared on his body instantly. In the end, he was even struck by his destiny dermic weapon before slamming heavily against the wall of the secret chamber behind him and sliding down slowly. Cracks appeared on the walls. It was clear how terrifying the power of that blow was. Ant, how dare you attack me? The God Race man sneered and was prepared to step forward to kill extreme fire completely. Ah! Right then, at the other end of the secret chamber, a loud roar sounded from the entrance of the tunnel, as though it contained torrential rage. The God Race man frowned slightly. There's someone else? In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared on the other end of the tunnel. The cultivator had green robes, black hair, and refined features. His gaze was like lightning as he surveyed his surroundings. In fact, the Kunlun mighty figures did not even dare to meet his gaze and avoided it instinctively. Master, are you all right? When the green-robed cultivator saw extreme fire who was slumped against the wall, he hurried forward and helped feed the latter a few elixirs. The God Race man sneered and could not help but stifle a chuckle. He thought that it was some powerful character. To think that it was that person's disciple. If he had already suppressed the master with such ease, there was nothing to fear about a single disciple. Zimo, you're back. Extreme fire smiled. I'm fine. I'll be all right after a short rest. Be careful. This person is a half-martial ancestor of the God Race and isn't weak. Yes. Zimo nodded. Additionally, extreme fire continued. This should be a secret passage opened up by Fairy Ling Long. It can pass through the Kunlun barrier and connect to Tianhuang mainland and Kunlun ruins. These people have just found out about the existence of this secret passage as well. Since they've already made a move, we can't let them leave alive. Although Extreme Fire and the others did not know the reason why Fairy Ling Long opened up this secret ground, they believed that there must be a reason for her actions. Furthermore, these people would definitely bring about even greater trouble if they escaped from this place. The only way to solve this problem once and for all was to kill all these Kunlun clansmen here. Fufu, at the side. The 9 neonate had already snapped out of its stupor and its injuries were mostly recovered. When it heard that, it could not help but sneer. A mere late-stage conjoint body wishes to kill us all? After absorbing and refining that large chunk of Ashoka wood, Zimo's cultivation had already reached the late-stage conjoint body realm. He advanced 2 minor realms in succession. If he was cultivating normally, it would be impossible without at least a few thousand years. The power contained by the Ashoka wood was way too pure and massive, and it matched Zimo's green lotus true body completely. The green lotus true body could absorb the power of the Ashoka wood perfectly. God Race. Zimo looked at the God Race man not far away and frowned slightly. How could the God Race exist in the Kunlun ruins? At that moment, Xianxia struggled to stand up as well and returned to Zimo's side, bowing slightly. Young master, you're the disciple of that ant? The God Race Man looked at Su Zimo and smiled confidently. I only used a single slash to suppress your master. A single finger should suffice to suppress you. Is that so? Expressionlessly, Su Zimo walked towards the God Race Man and said indifferently, You can try. As a God Race being and a half-martial ancestor, the God Race Man did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. Indeed, as he said, he extended a finger and pushed down onto Su Zimo. Although it was only a finger, the finger surged with a golden blood chi that resembled a heavenly piercing pillar. It crushed down towards Su Zimo with a shocking aura. Su Zimo had a calm expression. There was no hint of panic in his eyes against the suppression of the finger. In fact, he did not even dodge. The finger was about to touch his head. Suddenly, Su Zimo attacked. In a flash, he gripped the finger of the God Race Man. The power of the God Race Man was blocked and could not continue its suppression. His heart skipped a beat and he wanted to withdraw his finger. However, his finger was gripped tightly by Su Zimo and did not budge at all. It was impossible for him to pull out. Crack. Right then, a jarring sound echoed. The God Race Man's eyes widened and his expression changed, revealing a pained expression. Ah! Finally, the God Race Man could not help but let out a shrill scream. Su Zimo had snapped the God Race Man's finger. The God Race Man retreated wildly, but Su Zimo gripped his finger and would not let go. Shing! Flashes of blood appeared. The two opposing powers tore the finger apart. How dare you injure my divine body? The God Race Man roared with a furious expression. It was merely a severed finger and it regrew in the blink of an eye. However, all 10 fingers were connected to the heart and the pain of losing a finger was unbearable. Furthermore, the God Race Man had not expected anyone to be able to injure him. What sort of a broken divine body is this weak? Sneering coldly, Su Zimo did not stop and closed in, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. Light slash. The God Race Man gripped his sword with both hands and his blood chi surged, releasing the sound of tsunamis as he slashed towards Su Zimo. The power released by that slash was way too strong. The sword shone brightly in a bedazzling manner. This was the sword strike that destroyed Nian Qi's bloodline phenomenon and severely injured Extreme Fire. Humph! Against that torrential and ferocious slash, Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the gigantic golden sword. You have a death wish. The God Race Man's expression was cold. The green-robed man was courting death by trying to defend against his half-martial ancestor dermic weapon with his body. He was confident that he could slice the green-robed man into two with that slash. Bang! Before he could finish his thought, his gigantic golden sword had already struck Su Zimo's palm. Nothing as expected happened. Su Zimo was not cleaved into two and even his palm was intact. The absorption and refinement of the Ashoka wood did not only bring about an increase in cultivation realm. The green lotus true body was also growing rapidly and became stronger. The Kunlun mighty figures and the 9 neonate widened their eyes in disbelief and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Impossible! The God Race Man exclaimed in shock. His sword was blocked by the green-robed man's body of flesh. Even with his divine body, he did not dare to defend against the edge of a half-martial ancestor's dermic weapon. How did this person grow his physical body? Humph! Su Zimo sneered. You want to kill me with your puny methods? Seizing the opportunity while the God Race Man was slightly distracted, Su Zimo strode forward and flipped his palm, suppressing the God Race Man's head. The palm transformed into a gigantic seal in midair with a majestic aura that was unstoppable. The God Race Man was horrified and abandoned the gigantic sword in his hands right away. His body retreated rapidly while he reared his head furiously to avoid the gigantic seal. Boom! The God Race Man's face avoided the gigantic seal in midair. However, the gigantic seal still smashed heavily against his chest. It smashed right into the ground, creating a gigantic pit. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the golden armor of the God Race Man and it shattered into pieces. The God Race Man's face was pale. If not for the protection of the body armor, Su Zimo's palm strike earlier on would have shattered his body into pieces. Ta, ta, ta. To the god race man, Su Zimo's footsteps sounded like the sound of death. He had never expected to encounter such a terrifying and powerful cultivator here. Right now, he only wanted to escape and inform his clansmen about what happened today. Nobody knew what variables such a powerful existence would create in the Kunlun ruins. Swoosh! The god race man channeled his blood chi once more and leaped up from the pit. Before he could escape, his vision blurred and a figure had already arrived before him. Su Zimo did not waste time talking or give him any chance to catch his breath. With a backhand slap, he crushed down once more. You! The armor of the god race man was shattered, and he was already in a wretched state after escaping from the pit. He no longer had his confidence and grace from earlier on. There was only panic and fear in his eyes. Swoosh! Although the god race man did not seem like he made any moves, a gigantic golden shield suddenly appeared in his hands and stood erected before him. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The god race man did not have a storage bag. He could clearly see that the gigantic golden shield was retrieved from a ring on the god race man's finger. The purpose of the ring must be similar to the storage bag on his waist. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and continued to slap down. Boom! A loud bang sounded when Su Zimo's palm landed on the golden shield. Although the golden shield was intact, Su Zimo's palm strike suppressed both the shield and the god race man. The god race man's body slammed heavily onto the ground. This time round, without the protection of the golden armor, the god race man's organs were severely shaken and he spat out a huge mouthful of blood. All right, Su Zimo nodded slightly. You're quite capable to take 2 of my palm strikes. Those words sounded extremely piercing to the god race man. As a half-martial ancestor of the god race, he had never endured such humiliation. The god race man stood up slowly and wanted to pick up the gigantic golden shield beside him. However, he realized that the gigantic shield was already dim. The mysterious runes on it were completely destroyed by Su Zimo. That was because there was a clear palm print in the middle of the gigantic shield that covered all the runes beneath. Who are you? The god race man's expression was grim as he grit his teeth. Are you some taboo race from Tianhuang mainland? I'm not a taboo. I'm a human, Su Zimo said indifferently. Impossible, the god race man shouted. Humans are the weakest race and are at the bottom of the food chain. How can you be a human? I'm desolate martial, Su Zimo continued. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The god race man did not have much of a reaction when he heard the words desolate martial and merely shook his head repeatedly. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo advanced once more and reached out to grab the god race man's head. It was way too strange for traces of the god race to appear in the Kunlun ruins. Furthermore, if the god race being had not heard of his name, he was definitely not from Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo wanted to restrain the essence spirit of the god race being and search his soul. Sensing danger, the god race man suddenly shouted, "What are you guys waiting for? You can only leave alive if you attack together." It was only now that the 9 neonate and the other Kunlun clansmen reacted. After all, Su Zimo had only attacked twice earlier on and the god race man was already beaten up so badly without any chance to retaliate. Desolate martial, the god race man roared and his blood chi surged as he shouted, "It's impossible if you want to suppress me." Swoosh! A gigantic and majestic ancient structure appeared behind the god race man. It was golden in color and emanated a mysterious aura. That was the bloodline phenomenon of the god race. Beneath the pyramid, countless living beings were kneeling and praying with pious expressions. The god race man stood at the top of the pyramid and spread his arms, as though endless energy was gushing into his body. His injuries were healing rapidly and his aura was rising continuously. At the same time, the 9 neonate and the remaining 6 Kunlun mighty figures closed in and attacked one after another. The 9 neonate and the others realized how strong Su Zimo was and did not dare to hold back. Dermic arts, secret skills, and dermic weapons filled the skies densely. Puny light of a firefly, Su Zimo's voice sounded with a supreme will. How dare you try to compete against the bright moon? After saying that, Su Zimo's figure vanished completely. In his place was a jade-green lotus that soared into the skies. It was pristine as jade, and its petals blossomed slowly with a resplendent glow. This is... The 9 neonate and the other Kunlun mighty figures revealed shocked expressions. The green lotus swayed gently. Visible ripples appeared across the entire void, as though a rock had fallen into a calm lake. Many dermic arts in midair dissipated. Some of the incoming Khanate mighty figure dermic weapons dimmed rapidly and fell from midair before they could even approach the green lotus. Snap! As for perfect mighty figure or even lesser dermic weapons, they shattered and were destroyed on the spot. The green lotus swayed once more. Another ripple spread. The 6 Kunlun mighty figures could not dodge at all. They seemed to be frozen in midair and enveloped by the ripple. Poof! 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 Everywhere the ripple passed, the bodies of the Kunlun mighty figures exploded into blood mists. The essence spirits of the 6 Kunlun mighty figures were devoured silently by the ripple produced by the creation green lotus and turned into nothingness. All 6 Kunlun mighty figures died without corpses remaining. The 9 neonate realized that something was amiss and retreated first. Even so, 8 of its 9 heads were shattered and it nearly died here. The 9 neonate retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. Right then, the creation green lotus swayed for the 3rd time. Boom! 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 The pyramid beneath the god raceman collapsed instantly and countless gravel rolled down, burying the living beings that were kneeling and praying beneath. The god raceman's eyes widened and cracks appeared on his body. This was a fight between bloodline phenomenons. His bloodline phenomenon was completely defeated. Su Zimo's figure reappeared and arrived beside the god raceman in the blink of an eye. He slapped the latter on the head and captured the latter's essence spirit. Thereafter, in a flash, Su Zimo chased after the escaping 9 neonate. Young master, be careful. The 9 neonate has 9 heads and the ferocious beast can only die if 9 heads are minced at the same time. Xianxia reminded hurriedly. Oh! Su Zimo had a calm expression and replied casually without being surprised. That's nothing much. Grabbing the essence spirit of the god raceman with one hand, Su Zimo closed his sword fingers with the other and slashed gently in the direction of the 9 neonate. After slashing out, Su Zimo had already turned around and walked back without even looking at the 9 neonate. TSK. 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 Sensing danger, the escaping 9 neonate could not help but turn around. That single glance was filled with an incomparably resplendent sword beam. Everywhere was filled with white. It was unknown how many sword chi were coming at him from all directions. The 9 neonate revealed a look of despair. There was nowhere to run. Even if he had 90 heads, he would die, let alone 9. Poof! 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 The sound of sword chi tearing flesh could be heard as a blood mist spread. In the blink of an eye, the 9 neonate vanished and there was only a pile of flesh and mud left on the spot after it was minced by the heaven-slaying sword chi. If you dare kill me, all of you will have to die. The essence spirit of the god race being was trapped in Su Zimo's palm and held. Su Zimo's expression was cold and unmoved. Beams of fiend chi extended from the ball of light in his palm and coiled around the god raceman's essence spirit rapidly, searching the latter's soul. Ah! The god raceman had a pained expression as his essence spirit curled and trembled continuously. Scenes surged into Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo frowned. Due to the disruption of a mysterious power, the various scenes were blurry. However, all the environments in the man's memories were foreign to Su Zimo. There were obscure words, strange buildings, and a weird language. Everything was foreign and did not fit in with Su Zimo's past knowledge. Of course, Tianhuang mainland was vast and filled with countless mysteries. There were also many regions that Su Zimo had not stepped foot into before. It was not surprising for these scenes to exist in some regions. Poof! Before long, the essence spirit of the god raceman exploded. The soul-searching art failed. The entire process was extremely short and Su Zimo did not obtain any useful information. Xianxia and Extreme Fire walked over as well. Both of them were conjoint body mighty figures. Although they were severely injured earlier on, they were already able to move after resting for a while. How was it? Did you manage to gain anything? Extreme Fire asked. Su Zimo shook his head and said deeply, the background of this god race being is a little strange. I can't say for now, but he shouldn't be from Tianhuang mainland. Young master, Senior Extreme Fire, hurry and come over. Right then, Nianqi walked to the edge of the wall not far away and suddenly shouted. Su Zimo and Extreme Fire walked over and looked up. There were many words left on the wall, but they were covered by spider webs and dust and could not be seen clearly. Su Zimo waved his sleeves gently and dermic powers surged, brushing away the dust and revealing elegant words. The rows of words were neat and tidy. There were only 4 words on the first row. I am Ling Long. Those words were left behind by Fairy Ling Long. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he continued reading hurriedly. After a long time, the 3 of them read the messages on the wall and exchanged glances, looking emotional. Fairy Ling Long truly has good intentions, Nianqi sighed. Extreme Fire nodded as well. I'm afraid only such a woman is worthy of the eternal human emperor. It's no wonder why Fairy Ling Long's name can spread through history, even without the title of an emperor. Through Fairy Ling Long's message, Su Zimo and the other 2 finally understood the origin of this secret ground. It turned out that back when the ancient war broke out, the human race was steadily defeated. At that time, the human emperor was not at his peak and was not at the point where he could suppress the emperors of the primordial races. Against the attacks of the primordial races, human experts suffered immense losses. As for Fairy Ling Long, in order to help the ancient emperors recover, she searched for a primordial divine medicine, and that brought her to the Kunlun ruins. The Kunlun barrier existed in the Kunlun ruins. With her powerful perception, Fairy Ling Long noticed a flaw in the barrier and used it to open up a passage between the Kunlun ruins and Tianhuang mainland. That was the embryonic form of this secret ground. However, the reason why Fairy Ling Long opened up the secret ground was not merely to enter the Kunlun ruins. Her true goal was to leave a way out for the human race. If the human race was defeated in the ancient war, the Kunlun ruins would be their final escape route. That was because this was a forbidden ground for the primordial races. As long as they retreated here, they could at least preserve the bloodline of the human race and pass down their civilization without being destroyed by the primordial races. As for this secret ground, the large number of dermic weapons, cultivation techniques, secret skills, and universal treasures were prepared for the humans that retreated to the Kunlun ruins. If the human race had truly reached that point, they would have suffered immense losses with almost no survivors and countless lineages severed. As for those dermic weapons, cultivation techniques, secret skills, and universal treasures, they could protect the human race and pass down their civilization. They could accumulate strength and wait for an opportunity to rise once more. Fairy Ling Long did not choose to carry those treasures with her. That was because she knew that she would definitely not retreat in the ancient war. She would fight with the human emperor and the ancient emperors to the end. Even to her last drop of blood, she would protect the dignity of the human race and die without regrets. When Fairy Ling Long left this place, she was already prepared to die. The words here were equivalent to Fairy Ling Long's final words. At that point, Su Zimo and the other 2 were moved and felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. The 3 of them bowed deeply towards the wall in unison. That bow was them paying respect to the ancient emperors. That bow was for the eternal human emperor. That bow was for Fairy Ling Long. More than that, that bow was for the countless seniors who perished in the ancient war. They might be unknown or have no surnames or records. However, it was their fervor, corpses, and unyielding spirit that created the glory of the human race through history. Su Zimo and the other 2 stood up and smiled at one another. At the very least, the worst-case scenario did not happen in the ancient war. The human emperor rose and was invincible, suppressing the primordial races and eventually leading the human race to win the ancient war. Fairy Ling Long did not manage to make use of this measure either. That was the reason why this place was sealed until now. Behind the words on the wall were a few lines of words left behind by Fairy Ling Long. I stayed in the Kunlun ruins for a few days and discovered some clues to the primordial war. However, time was pressing and it was difficult for me to divert my attention to check things out. There seems to be something else about the primordial war that doesn't match the rumors. Although there were not many words, they revealed important information. If she did not discover anything, Fairy Ling Long would definitely not spout nonsense, and even left behind words to remind her descendants. Su Zimo and the other two frowned slightly in deep thought. The primordial war was too far from now. Nobody knew about what happened in the past, and the truth of the primordial war was only known in the Kunlun ruins. At the end of the words, Night Spirit was even mentioned. Night Spirit was a taboo and naturally could not hide from Fairy Ling Long. Initially, Fairy Ling Long's plan was to bring Night Spirit back to Tianhuang mainland and raise it to fight against the primordial races with it. The reason why there were Kunlun clansmen that died in the secret ground was because Fairy Ling Long took away Night Spirit. They were killed by her here after hunting her to this place. However, at the last minute before Fairy Ling Long left, she changed her mind. Firstly, Night Spirit would definitely require a long time to grow. At that time, the ancient war had already reached its most intense state, and there was no time to wait for Night Spirit to grow. Secondly, Fairy Ling Long was worried as well. If she brought Night Spirit back to Tianhuang mainland, it would bring about unimaginable trouble for Tianhuang mainland, and she would be a sinner. Fairy Ling Long did not wish to return Night Spirit to the Kunlun ruins either. After considering for a long time, she threw Night Spirit here and allowed it to survive on its own. Many years later, Night Spirit left this place with the help of extreme fire and was born and grew in this generation. What's the secret behind the primordial war? Extreme Fire looked at the wall and suddenly asked. Su Zimo smiled gently. Stop guessing. We can only uncover all the secrets after entering the Kunlun ruins. Let's go. Extreme Fire nodded and was about to move. Su Zimo burst into laughter. Master, you and Xianxia have yet to recover. It's better for you to rest here for a few days first. There's no hurry. That's true. Extreme Fire smiled. I wonder what sort of situation and danger we'll face upon entering the Kunlun ruins. We should make some preparations. Thereafter, Extreme Fire and Xianxia recuperated in this secret chamber. Both of them were at the conjoint body realm and had powerful bloodlines. Furthermore, Xianxia possessed the bloodline of the god race and her regeneration capabilities were shocking. In less than 3 days, she had already recovered. On the 5th day, Extreme Fire recovered as well. Let's go! Extreme Fire shouted. Su Zimo nodded and handed Xianxia a golden ring. I took this off the finger of that god race man. There's no reaction when I made contact with it using my dermic powers. Give it a try. Xianxia received the ring and looked at it curiously before injecting dermic powers. There was still no reaction from the ring. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia suddenly bit her fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood, dropping it on the ring. The drop of blood fused rapidly into the ring. Thereafter, Xianxia was stunned and her eyes were filled with shock. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked. Xianxia composed herself and said in a deep voice, There's a huge space within this ring and many things can be stored within. It's not inferior to our storage bags. Su Zimo nodded. My guess is right. This should be a storage ring. However, only the god race can use it. Young master, there are some books and weapons here. Xianxia willed the books and weapons out. Extreme Fire casually took a book and skimmed through it. What's written? I've never seen this before. Extreme Fire frowned slightly. The words in the books were extremely foreign. They were not words of the demon race or humans and were curved and indistinguishable, like heavenly books. The forging of those weapons was completely different from Tianhuang mainland as well. Su Zimo shook his head too. I can't understand. Let's keep these items first. Xianxia obeyed and placed the books and weapons back into her storage ring. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, Xianxia, put away the storage ring as well. Don't expose it. They were about to enter the Kunlun ruins and nobody knew who they would face or what situation they would be in. If there were other god race beings in the Kunlun ruins and saw the storage ring, they would definitely be able to guess that the god race man died in their hands. Su Zimo gazed at the corpses of the Kunlun mighty figures thoughtfully. "What's wrong, Zimo?" Extreme Fire asked. Su Zimo said, "Have you guys noticed that the Kunlun clansmen that entered this time round are different from the Kunlun clansmen of the ancient era?" "Different?" Extreme Fire frowned slightly. Xianxia was puzzled as well. The Kunlun clansmen that died in the ancient era had long rotted with only corpses remaining. It could not be seen what was different about them. Su Zimo pointed to the waists of the Kunlun corpses that entered this time round. "Look, these Kunlun clansmen have gray ribbons tied around their waists. The Kunlun clansmen of the ancient era had purple gold ribbons around their waists." "Indeed, but what does that prove?" Extreme Fire asked with a frown. "I don't know either." Su Zimo shook his head. "Let's go and check out the Kunlun ruins." The three of them headed towards the other end of the secret ground. Before long, they arrived at the end of the secret ground. However, there was no path at the end, only a cold wall. Su Zimo conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands and shot out dermic powers into every corner, shouting softly, "Disperse!" The wall before him gradually disappeared and a passage to the outside world appeared. At the entrance connecting the secret ground to the Kunlun ruins, there was a formation set up by Fairy Linglong. After a long time, a few formation eyes were shattered and the god raceman discovered the flaws such that he was able to dispel it. In the past few days, Su Zimo had repaired the formation once more. The foundation of the formation was still present and there was no need to draw any formation patterns. Su Zimo merely had to repair the formation eyes and it could be activated again. That way, this secret ground would no longer be discovered by anyone. Su Zimo left the secret ground with Extreme Fire and Xianxia and entered the Kunlun ruins. The moment the three of them entered the Kunlun ruins, they were shocked. An ancient aura surged over, as though the three of them had traveled back in time to the primordial era in an instant. Due to the existence of the Kunlun barrier, this place was truly isolated from the outside world. Throughout history, only Fairy Linglong had come to the Kunlun ruins and left alive. These were the most primitive things and traces of the primordial era. All the structures here were far from the current structures. Of course, most of them were already reduced to ruins. Su Zimo and the other two headed in a direction and surveyed their surroundings slowly. Everywhere was filled with ruins and corpses. All the structures were built on the ruins. Even the vegetation was rooted in the ruins. Before long, their expressions changed and they caught sight of another malevolent spirit fruit not far away. Xianxia surveyed her surroundings and did not find any danger. She then hurried forward and plucked the malevolent spirit fruit, handing it to Su Zimo. Back then, the first malevolent spirit fruit found at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins was given to Extreme Fire. Naturally, this one was given to Su Zimo. "Take it." Su Zimo smiled gently. Xianxia shook her head stubbornly, still insistent. Su Zimo could only put away the malevolent spirit fruit. The three of them did not walk far when they caught sight of another malevolent spirit fruit. The three of them wandered around the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins for a long time and fought against countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, but they only obtained a single malevolent spirit fruit. However, they had not gone far in the Kunlun ruins before two were already seen. With that, all three of them had the fruits individually. With the existence of the malevolent spirit fruit, their chances of passing the fire divine power tribulation when breaking through to the Mahayana realm would increase by 30%. The malevolent spirit fruit was long extinct in Tianhuang mainland. To think that the three of them would obtain three in the Kunlun ruins. The storyteller was right. Although the Kunlun ruins was an unknown place and possessed immense dangers, there were also incredible opportunities. There were countless treasures here, and the malevolent spirit fruit was only one of them. Su Zimo's heart was filled with anticipation as well. Perhaps the green lotus true body could grow rapidly here. The main reason why malevolent spirit fruits were so common in the Kunlun ruins was not only because of the unique environment here, but also because the people in the Kunlun ruins did not need them at all. That was because they could not advance to the Mahayana realm. Although the malevolent spirit fruit was a treasure, it was useless for them. The three of them continued forward. After walking for about an hour, they did not see any signs of the Kunlun race. Strange. Where is the Kunlun race? Extreme Fire was puzzled. There's another malevolent spirit fruit there. Xianxia looked around and caught sight of a malevolent spirit fruit not far away. After a brief pause, she continued, however, all three of us have it. There's no point in us eating more of this universal treasure. No worries, Suzimo said. Take it down. You can bring it over to some old friends of Tianhuang mainland when you leave this place. That's right. Extreme Fire nodded as well. Nobody fought for the malevolent spirit fruit in the Kunlun ruins. However, the various major sects, factions and half-martial ancestors of Tianhuang mainland would definitely fight to the death for it. Xianxia strode over. Before long, Suzimo's expression changed and he suddenly said, Xianxia, come back. Xianxia paused and could tell that Suzimo was warning her. True enough. Not far away, dozens of figures sped over. The two leaders had powerful auras and were at the conjoint body realm with Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords behind them. All of them charged towards Suzimo and the other two with an aggressive aura. In the blink of an eye, they arrived and surrounded the three of them with hostile expressions. If he was not wrong, this should be the Kunlun race. Suzimo swept his gaze across. The Kunlun race beings were all wearing gray ribbons on their waists. They should be the same as the Kunlun race beings who had entered the secret ground a few days ago. Intruders! A conjoint body mighty figure on the left suddenly shouted with a cold expression and a vicious gaze. We are indeed from Tianhuang mainland. Suzimo nodded and did not lie, be it their attires or their auras. The three of them were way too different from the Kunlun race that had lived here for countless years and could not hide at all. Intruders! Anyone who trespasses into the Kunlun ruins shall be killed without mercy. The conjoint body mighty figure on the right waved his hand and ordered. The surrounding Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords conjured Dharmic arts and summoned Dharmic weapons, wanting to attack. Humph! Suzimo harumphed coldly and flicked his finger. Chi! Chi! Two blinding sword chi burst forth from his fingertip. It was a vast expanse of white and killing intent surged into the skies as it slashed towards the two conjoint body mighty figures. The expressions of the two conjoint body mighty figures changed starkly. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi made both of them shudder. The two conjoint body mighty figures dodged frantically and retreated, but they could not avoid the two heaven-slaying sword chi still. Flashes of blood spewed out. Two arms were tossed high into the air, sliced off by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The most terrifying thing was that the sharpness and destructive power contained by the heaven-slaying sword chi made it impossible for the two conjoint body mighty figures to regrow their limbs. Blood gushed endlessly from the wound. Why you? Just you wait. The two conjoint body mighty figures had panicked expressions and fled into the distance after throwing that casual remark, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I'm desolate Marshal. Suddenly, Suzimo spoke. Don't forget to mention my name when you head back. The Dharmic arts of the other Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords had just been conjured and had yet to be released. However, they were all dumbfounded when they saw that. Before the two conjoint body mighty figures could attack, they retreated due to the killing intent of the two sword chi. How could they dare to move? A Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord had just attacked with his Dharmic weapon. Just as it was about to hit Suzimo, the Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord changed directions hurriedly and avoided Suzimo, summoning his Dharmic weapon back. Suzimo glanced over. The Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords were scared out of their wits and disappeared before Suzimo and the other two before long. Suzimo did not move nor did he chase after them. Zimo, why did you hold back intentionally and let them leave? Extreme Fire asked. These people will definitely attract even stronger existences when they return. If Suzimo had attacked with his full strength, how could the two heaven-slaying sword chi have only severed two arms? No worries. Suzimo waved it off. Divine powers are forbidden in the Kunlun ruins, so even the strongest experts are only half-martial ancestors. Half-martial ancestors won't be a threat to us. Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it was filled with immense confidence. Up till this point of his cultivation, there were very few people in the same cultivation realm who could truly match him. Although the Kunlun ruins had a unique environment with countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret skills that could nurture many paragons and monster incarnates, Su Zimo was confident that he could suppress all paragons. Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, it's inevitable that we'll come into contact with the Kunlun race in the Kunlun ruins. This can be considered a chance." Actually, he had another thought. Night Spirit. Ever since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, Night Spirit's whereabouts were unknown and his fate was unknown. If Night Spirit was still alive, there was a high chance he could be in the Kunlun ruins. The reason why Su Zimo reported his Dao title earlier on was to spread the news with the help of the two conjoint body mighty figures. If Night Spirit was in the Kunlun race, he would definitely know that he was here. The three of them continued forward. Before long, figures appeared not far away. This time round, there were only a dozen or so figures, but their auras were much stronger. The leader was a half-martial ancestor expert with gray hair. Although he was skinny, his demonic chi surged. The dozens of figures behind him were all conjoint body mighty figures. The two conjoint body mighty figures who had their arms severed by Su Zimo initially were in the middle as well. The two mighty figures' arms had already recovered to normal. It was clear that an expert had helped to erase the sword chi from the wounds on the two of them, allowing their dermic powers to surge and regrow their limbs. "Who is Desolate Marshal?" The gray-haired man in the lead approached and asked slowly. "Commander, that's him." One of the conjoint body mighty figures who escaped stood out hurriedly and pointed at Su Zimo. "You're Desolate Marshal?" The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and shone with a cold glint in deep thought. A moment later, he suddenly said, "Follow me. Master wants to see you." "Who is your master?" Su Zimo asked. "Our master is naturally the master of the Kunlun ruins. The Kunlun Lord." The gray-haired man said proudly, "Follow me. You'll know after you meet my master." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he nodded to Extreme Fire and Yen Qi. The gray-haired man led the way. Su Zimo and the other two followed closely behind. Along the way, Su Zimo actually felt nervous and hopeful. Given Night Spirit's capabilities, there was definitely a chance for him to become the Kunlun Lord. Could it be Night Spirit? Everyone advanced at an extremely fast speed. After walking for about 2 hours, they did not encounter many Kunlun clansmen. Su Zimo frowned and asked, "The Kunlun race should be massive. Why are there so few of you?" "That's because most of our clansmen have gone to exterminate the traitors," the gray-haired man said indifferently. After a brief pause, he continued, "Be careful of your words after meeting my master. Say whatever you think. Otherwise, all three of you will die if my master is enraged." Under the lead of the gray-haired man, Su Zimo and the other two advanced. The Kunlun mighty figures that followed him looked at the three of them with clear hostility. They surrounded the three of them as though they were afraid that they would escape. A long time later, a massive palace appeared before them. It spanned hundreds of kilometers and was grand and extravagant. Every single tile and brick was made from the best materials. The design of the palace was antiquated as well. A patrolling team of Kunlun clansmen passed by everyone. When they saw the gray-haired man, they knelt on the ground respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, Commander." "Yes." The gray-haired man nodded with a calm and dignified expression. Waving his hand, he said, "Rise." Upon hearing that, the patrolling Kunlun clansmen stood up and left. The gray-haired man turned around and glared at Su Zimo and the other two before saying coldly, "Remember, you have to kneel and greet the Kunlun Lord." When he heard that, Extreme Fire revealed a disdainful expression. Who was he? He was the top weapon refinement grandmaster of Tianhuang mainland, and countless conjoint body mighty figures sought his help in weapon refinement. Furthermore, he was a mighty figure that ruled over a region and had torrential combat strength. How could he kneel to anyone casually? "What Kunlun Lord? You sure are cocky." Extreme Fire sneered internally but did not say anything. Yen Qi was expressionless. She only listened to Su Zimo. If he wanted her to kneel, she would. Su Zimo's expression was calm, and no one could read his emotions. The gray-haired man raised his brow slightly and sneered. Don't blame me for reminding you guys, but this is the Kunlun ruins. There are rules to the Kunlun ruins. I don't care how strong you guys are in Tianhuang mainland. In the Kunlun ruins, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to sprawl obediently. Anyone who doesn't obey the rules of the Kunlun ruins shall be killed without mercy. Su Zimo was still silent and had no reaction to the gray-haired man's threat. He was neither afraid nor furious. His thoughts were simple. If the Kunlun Lord was Night Spirit, everything would be fine. Naturally, Night Spirit would not make him kneel either. However, if the Kunlun Lord was not Night Spirit, there was no one in this world who could force him to kneel. Even Mahayana patriarchs could not do it. The gray-haired man led Su Zimo and the others forward. After passing through many palaces, a gigantic sacrificial platform appeared before them and stood tall. Countless living beings of different races stood around the sacrificial platform. However, every single living being had a gray ribbon tied around their waists. Their cultivation realms were different and they were densely packed. There were at least 10 million of them. Among them, there were many conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts. All of those living beings were from the Kunlun race. The army of so many powerful living beings was well-disciplined, orderly, and murderous. It looked extremely shocking. Even in Tianhuang mainland, there had never been such a scene. Cultivators of a super sect, including Qi refinement warriors, amounted to 1 million at most. There were so many Kunlun clansmen that could roughly be divided into 5 massive teams. They occupied different regions and surrounded the sacrificial platform. Among them, a half-martial ancestor with a terrifying aura stood at the front of 4 teams and looked to be of noble status. In order to get rid of the rebellion in the Kunlun ruins this time round, Master gathered 10 armies. 5 of them are here and the other 5 are fighting against the traitors at the front. The 4 half-martial ancestors you see are the commanders of 4 armies. Su Zimo swept his gaze. The position of the 5th army commander was empty. If he was not wrong, the gray-haired man beside him should be the commander of the 5th army. With so many powerful living beings gathered together, an incomparably powerful aura reverberated around the palace. If millions of Kunlun clansmen were to attack at the same time, they could probably crush any conjoint body mighty figure or half-martial ancestor expert into pieces. Even Extreme Fire and Nian Qi were secretly shocked, and their expressions changed slightly when they saw such a majestic scene. Among the 3 of them, Su Zimo was the only one who remained calm the entire time. Of course, the most striking thing was not the Kunlun army. It was the few people on the sacrificial platform in the middle. In the middle of the sacrificial platform was a throne made of gigantic bones. Every single bone was a dragon bone, and even after countless years, they still emitted a powerful dragon chi. This was a true dragon throne. Someone sat on the throne. It was a bald, burly man with a mighty figure and a mighty aura. Just by sitting there casually, he was like the master who controlled the world. An army of 10 million would obey the orders of a single person. This is the Kunlun Lord, the gray-haired man said proudly. A look of disappointment flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. Initially, he thought that the Kunlun Lord might be Night Spirit. To think that it was a stranger. Although there were many living beings around the platform, he could not spot Night Spirit. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and looked towards the Kunlun Lord. The Kunlun Lord exuded an extremely evil aura like a gigantic abyss that could devour everything. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Although the Kunlun Lord was not human, he could not tell what his true form was. Behind the Kunlun Lord stood 3 handsome men in white robes. Although they were disguised, Su Zimo recognized them instantly. The God race. The 3 of them were dressed exactly the same as the God race being who died in his hands in the Linglong secret ground. Su Zimo remained silent. At that moment, the gray-haired man had already descended on the sacrificial platform with Su Zimo and the other 2. Wuxia, you are back. The Kunlun Lord smiled and said. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The mouth of the Kunlun Lord nearly reached his ears when he smiled. It was so huge that it gave off a creepy feeling. "Greetings, master." The gray-haired man called Wuxia knelt on the ground hurriedly and bowed respectfully. Su Zimo and the other two did not move. "Mm." The Kunlun Lord swept his gaze and the smile on his face vanished. "Intruders, why aren't you kneeling at the sight of the Kunlun Lord?" Wuxia asked with a ferocious gaze. "Kneel, kneel, kneel." The millions of living beings beneath let out a series of furious roars as demonic chi surged into the air with a mighty aura that shook the world. Even with Extreme Fire's powerful mental fortitude, he felt immense pressure at this moment. "I don't have that habit," Su Zimo replied nonchalantly. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of Wuxia as he looked towards the Kunlun Lord, who was sitting on the dragon throne instinctively. The Kunlun Lord was expressionless and closed his eyes slowly. Wuxia understood and revealed a menacing expression as he leaped up from the ground. His blood chi surged and he lunged towards Su Zimo. "Since you refuse to kneel, die." Wuxia's long hair was filled with blood that suddenly squirmed, turning into small gray snakes. They bared their foul and toxic fangs and spat their forked tongues, biting towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. If the Kunlun Lord was not Night Spirit, it meant that this Commander Wuxia before them had nothing to do with Night Spirit. Su Zimo would have no reservations killing this man. "You want to kill me?" Su Zimo reached out and grabbed Wuxia's head. Every single hair on Wuxia's head was a gray snake. They were dense and shocking. There was no way of attacking. "You overestimate yourself." When he saw that Su Zimo dared to grab with his bare hands, Wuxia could not help but sneer. However, his expression changed instantly. Just as Su Zimo's palm was about to descend on his head, an extremely sharp sword chi burst forth from his palm. "Tsk, tsk, tsk." Beams of sword chi burst forth and severed the gray snakes on his head instantly, spewing blood. Wuxia's expression changed starkly as he burst in retreat and escaped from the mincing sword chi. His blood chi surged and he reverted to his true form in the blink of an eye. It was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, the hook snake. However, the moment his massive body was conjured, Su Zimo had already closed in and pushed down his head violently. Bang! Before Wuxia could react, Su Zimo had already pushed his head down onto the sacrificial platform. It was unknown what materials were used to build the sacrificial platform, but it was indestructible. When the hook snake's head was smashed onto the surface, the sacrificial platform was intact. However, the hook snake's face was smashed beyond recognition, and its skull was shattered. "Mm." The Kunlun Lord opened his eyes with a hint of surprise. One had to understand that only the strongest half-martial ancestors were qualified to be the commanders of the 10 armies under his lead. Among the 10 commanders, although Wuxia was not the strongest, he was ranked top 5. Furthermore, this green-robed cultivator was only at the conjoint body realm. However, Wuxia was a half-martial ancestor. The moment both parties exchanged blows, it was a crushing defeat for Wuxia. An uproar broke out beneath the sacrificial platform as well. In the hearts of the Kunlun race, the statuses of the commanders were second only to the Kunlun Lord. Every single one of them was invincible and not to be challenged. However, they had not expected their commander to be suppressed by an outsider. It was not over yet. Wuxia wanted to struggle and stand up, but Su Zimo did not give him the chance. He strode forward and stomped down on Wuxia's head. The entire platform shook. Under countless gazes, one of the 10 great commanders of the Kunlun race, Wuxia, had his head crushed by Su Zimo's foot and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Nobody expected this outcome. As a half-martial ancestor expert, he was stomped to death by Su Zimo before he could even unleash half of his combat strength. Wuxia had not expected that Su Zimo would dare attack. Less than that, he had not expected Su Zimo to dare kill him right in the Kunlun ruins and in front of the Kunlun Lord in front of everyone. "Intruder, you have a death wish. Roar. Howl." The 4 commanders below reacted and reverted to their true forms one after another. With a series of roars, They descended on the sacrificial platform and encircled Su Zimo. Kill him! Kill him! The many Kunlun clansmen below gradually snapped out of their stupor as well. Their eyes were filled with blood as they roared. Piak! 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 Right then someone clapped gently. The clamor above and below the sacrificial platform disappeared before long. The four commanders shuddered as well and retreated slowly with a hint of fear in their eyes. There was only a single person in the Kunlun ruins with such prestige. On the dragon throne, the Kunlun lord clapped and nodded slightly. Ruthless, savage and strong. I like it. After a brief pause, he suddenly asked, "Your desolate marshal?" "That's right," Su Zimo replied. "How did you guys enter from Tianhuang mainland?" The Kunlun lord asked again. "With the Kunlun barrier, under normal circumstances, you guys won't be able to enter. Initially, we were indeed blocked outside. Later on, for some unknown reason, a node appeared on this barrier, and we seized that opportunity to enter the Kunlun ruins through it." Su Zimo was long prepared and would naturally not reveal anything about the Linglong secret ground. "Oh!" The Kunlun lord was still expressionless as he asked, "Where is that node?" Su Zimo pointed in a random direction. "It's useless even if we search for it now. The node has already vanished." "You're lying." Suddenly, the gaze of the Kunlun lord intensified with a sinister glint. The moment the Kunlun lord said that he had already vanished from the dragon throne, it was too fast. Before Extreme Fire and Xianxia could react, an evil and terrifying aura had already descended before them. "Watch out!" Su Zimo hollered and swept his arm casually, pushing Extreme Fire and Xianxia to the side. His blood chi burst forth and the sound of a tsunami burst forth from his body. Bang! 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 By the time Extreme Fire and Xianxia balanced themselves, the Kunlun lord and Su Zimo were already fighting. The two figures intertwined on the sacrificial platform and fought with speed. In just a few breaths, both parties had punched at least 100 times. The bloodline of the Kunlun lord was also channeled to the tsunami blood realm. This Kunlun lord is very strong. Extreme Fire was secretly alarmed. Although Su Zimo did not release his full strength, there were very few experts who could match him to this extent in melee combat. At the very least, he and Xianxia were definitely not a match for the Kunlun lord. Suddenly, the two of them clashed once more and separated instantly. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, the Kunlun lord reared his head in laughter and his mouth opened so wide that it almost reached the back of his head. He bared his menacing fangs in a terrifying manner. Great, great! There was no sign of anger on the face of the Kunlun lord as he laughed. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at the Kunlun lord quietly. "Desolate marshal, why have you come to the Kunlun ruins?" the Kunlun lord asked. Su Zimo said, "I heard that there are many treasures here. We want to cultivate in the Kunlun ruins for a period of time and borrow the treasures here to raise our cultivation." "All right," the Kunlun lord said. "All the treasures in the Kunlun ruins are under my control. As long as you need them, I can provide them all to you." "Oh!" Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he asked, "On what condition?" The Kunlun lord said slowly, "Now that Wuxia is dead, you're the new commander of that army. I want you to follow me and kill the traitors of the Kunlun ruins." A commotion broke out beneath the sacrificial platform. Nobody expected that instead of taking revenge for Wuxia after his death, the Kunlun lord even promoted the intruder who killed him to be the commander of an army. "I don't care about background or origin. I only care about your ability," the Kunlun lord said. "The position of the commander belongs to the capable. Even if you're an intruder, I'll hold you in high regards." "Master, what about the feud of Commander Wuxia?" A Kunlun mighty figure could not help but stand out. "Are you dissatisfied with my decision?" The Kunlun lord glanced sideways. The Kunlun mighty figure shuddered with a fearful expression and did not dare to continue. "Die then." Suddenly, the Kunlun lord opened his mouth and a tremendous suction force burst forth. The Kunlun mighty figure could not defend against it at all, and was devoured by the Kunlun Lord. Everyone was silent. The clamor from before quietened down instantly. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones being crushed sounded from the Kunlun Lord's mouth in a shuddering manner. Scarlet blood seeped out slowly from the gaps between the Kunlun Lord's teeth. The Kunlun Lord licked his lips and swallowed the blood. All the Kunlun race beings looked at the Kunlun Lord with fear in their eyes. Su Zimo remained silent. He was not interested in the position of commander or the extermination of the traitors. However, on second thought, there was no harm in that. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to understand more about the Kunlun ruins and might even be able to discover the truth of the primordial war. Desolate Marshal, what do you think? The Kunlun Lord asked slowly. No problem. Su Zimo nodded and shifted his gaze to the few white-robed god race beings not far away, asking in a seemingly casual manner, These are guests of the Kunlun ruins and are also helpers I found. The Kunlun Lord was extremely cautious as well and did not reveal the fact that the few of them were from the god race. Seems like the traitors in the Kunlun ruins are rather troublesome to deal with. Even you can't suppress them and have to look for help. Su Zimo raised his brow. The Kunlun Lord sneered. They're just small fries. It's just that the traitor leader is a little difficult to deal with. You'll know when you see him later on. After a brief pause, he said with a fake smile, Desolate Marshal, it's not that I look down on you. If it was a one-on-one fight, you might not be a match for that traitor leader. Oh? I'm looking forward to it then, Su Zimo said indifferently. It was clear that the Kunlun Lord was agitating him intentionally. Although Su Zimo said that he was looking forward to it, he was unmoved. When should we move? Su Zimo asked. Tomorrow morning. I'll personally lead the army to conquer the rebellion. The Kunlun Lord said, You can rest for the day today. Men, bring Commander Desolate Marshal to the palace to rest. Bring the most beautiful demoness in my palace over and reward her to Commander Desolate Marshal. The Kunlun Lord waved his hand. There's no need. Su Zimo waved it off. The three of them followed a Kunlun clansman down the platform towards a palace. Before long, they disappeared from everyone's sights. This Desolate Marshal is sharp and decisive in killing. He's not easy to control. Do you really intend to take him under your wing? A white-robed god race being walked to the side of the Kunlun Lord and suddenly asked. The Kunlun Lord smiled gently. This person's combat strength isn't weak. It's a pity to kill him. Why don't we use him to deal with that beast? Once this battle is over, he'll naturally die. The Kunlun Lord licked his lips with a greedy expression. I can smell an extremely powerful and fresh blood chi from him. This person's flesh must be a great tonic. Be careful. Don't hurt your teeth. Another god race being laughed. Fufu. The Kunlun Lord grinned. Don't worry. I didn't use my full strength when I fought him earlier on. Furthermore, you guys are here too, aren't it? These three intruders won't be able to cause much trouble. Suddenly, a god race being said, I'm worried about something. Oh, the Kunlun Lord looked over. The god race being said deeply, that beast returned from Tianhuang mainland and the three of them are from Tianhuang mainland as well. What if they know one another? The Kunlun Lord burst into laughter. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? So what if they know each other? That beast can't hold on for much longer. Desolate Marshal isn't a fool. If he knows how to judge the situation, he knows who he should help. Pausing for a moment, he retracted the smile on his face and said coldly, However, if he truly has any ill intentions, I'll devour him alive right away, in a palace in the Kunlun ruins. Su Zimo sat in a lotus position on a bed and rubbed his glabella gently with his fingers, deep in thought. Extreme Fire and Yen Qi searched everywhere in the palace and only returned to Su Zimo's side after ensuring that there were no dangers or abnormalities. Extreme Fire asked, Zimo, are you really intending to help this Kunlun Lord exterminate some traitors? He seems violent and bloodthirsty, not a kind soul. I agree, Yen Qi nodded. This Kunlun Lord is capricious and can kill at any moment. Now that he invited you to be the commander, there's a high chance he'll turn to deal with you after the battle is over. Yes, Su Zimo nodded. I've thought of everything you guys are worried about. Since this Kunlun Lord can rule over the Kunlun race and threaten the Kunlun ruins, he's not weak. He did not use his full strength when he fought me earlier on. Of course, I held back as well. Let's follow them and check out the situation first. We'll be on guard and adapt to the situation at that time. All right, since you're prepared, I won't worry anymore. Extreme Fire nodded. Right. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, can you guys sense what's the true form of the Kunlun Lord? Both Extreme Fire and Xianxia shook their heads. To be able to intimidate everyone in the Kunlun ruins, his true form should not be an ordinary demon beast, Su Zimo murmured. Could it be one of the primordial races? Extreme Fire said. Su Zimo shook his head. No. I checked with my spirit consciousness on the sacrificial platform earlier on. There are no other primordial races in the Kunlun ruins. However, the strange thing is why the god race appeared in the Kunlun ruins? Extreme Fire and Xianxia were puzzled as well. Furthermore, the three god race beings did not know Su Zimo. In other words, the three god race beings were not from Tianhuang mainland. However, if they were not from Tianhuang mainland, where did they come from? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled what the storyteller said. It seemed like in the primordial era, there were 8 primordial races and the god race was not among them. 8 primordial races, god race, Kunlun, taboo and primordial war. Su Zimo had a feeling that the god race must have played an extremely important role in the primordial war. The god race might be the key to uncovering the truth of the primordial war. However, the power of this Kunlun Lord sure is terrifying. Extreme Fire sighed. Apart from Mahayana patriarchs and emperors, the power of this Kunlun Lord is even more terrifying than any super sect in Tianhuang mainland. His strength was consolidated through history after all, Xianxia said. To think that there would be traitors in the Kunlun race, Extreme Fire continued. From the looks of it, the strength of the traitor army isn't weak either. To think that the Kunlun Lord would mobilize such a large force. I wonder who this traitor leader is to be able to go against a half-martial ancestor like the Kunlun Lord and even cause him such cautiousness. The narrator was casual, but the listener was attentive. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and a thought flashed through his mind. There was a possibility. Could it be? What's wrong? Extreme Fire and Xianxia could not help but ask when they saw the change in Su Zimo's expression. Su Zimo said slowly, Night Spirit. What? Extreme Fire and Extreme Fire exclaimed in shock. That was a rather bold guess. However, upon careful thought, it was not impossible. If Night Spirit was still alive, he would have searched for Su Zimo long ago on Tianhuang mainland. The most likely place for him to appear was the Kunlun ruins. That was because this land was closely related to Night Spirit. This was Night Spirit's home. Night Spirit's ancestor was buried in this land. Furthermore, given Night Spirit's combat strength, if he had returned, he would definitely not be unknown here. There was a high chance that Night Spirit could become an overlord and fight against the Kunlun Lord. What are we waiting for then? Xianxia said in a deep voice. Let's kill our way out now and meet with Night Spirit. There's no hurry. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Firstly, this is only my speculation and isn't confirmed yet. Secondly, even if the traitor leader is truly Night Spirit, there's no need for us to rush now. Extreme Fire nodded as well. The Kunlun Lord is leading an army to fight personally tomorrow. This means that the situation over there should be in a stalemate and Night Spirit can still hold out. If we stay here, we can know every single move of the Kunlun Lord. That's much more useful than killing our way out now. There's no hurry. We'll know the truth tomorrow, Su Zimo said faintly. The three of them did not sleep the entire night. The next morning, Su Zimo and the other two arrived at the sacrificial platform early. The Kunlun army had not left and was guarding this place for the entire night. About an hour later, the Kunlun Lord and 3 white-robed god race beings descended on the sacrificial platform. Everyone, the Kunlun Lord surveyed his surroundings and declared, I've just received news that the traitors have been defeated. Our Kunlun army has already attacked their lair. Right now, there aren't many traitors left, and they're guarding the god-slaying valley with their lives. The Kunlun lord waved his arm and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Kill the traitors and flatten the valley. Kill the traitors and flatten the valley. Kill the traitors and flatten the valley." The Kunlun race beneath roared in a terrifying manner. The Kunlun lord pressed his hands against the air to indicate silence and said, "Clansmen, the guests I invited will arrive at the Kunlun ruins today as well. At that time, we'll join forces with them and attack from the front and back. We'll definitely be able to kill all the traitors in God-slaying Valley. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Kunlun army roared. The Kunlun lord continued, "At that time, these guests will help us dispel the Kunlun barrier, and we can leave this place and return to Tianhuang mainland. At that time, we can advance to the Mahayana realm and comprehend divine powers. At that time, we can break free from the restraints of heaven and earth, and our lifespans will increase. At that time, we can dominate a part of Tianhuang mainland instead of being trapped in these ruins without any reputation." The Kunlun race beneath howled excitedly. The words of the Kunlun lord were infectious. However, right from the beginning, Su Zimo was expressionless. He was curious who the guests mentioned by the Kunlun lord were. The god race? Would the god race come to the Kunlun ruins? "Let's go!" The Kunlun lord waved his hand. The Kunlun army soldiers stood up one after another and rode on gigantic spirit vessels and warships, speeding towards the west with a murderous intent. The Kunlun lord, 3 god race beings, Su Zimo and the other 4 commanders were leading a massive warship. Everyone stood on the deck of the vessel against the wind. "How do we differentiate the traitors from our Kunlun army?" Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. "Extremely easy," the Kunlun lord laughed. "The Kunlun race under my lead has gray ribbons tied around their waists. As for those traitors, they have purple gold ribbons. All you have to remember is to kill all living beings with the purple gold ribbons." Su Zimo nodded. After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, "What's the background of this traitor leader?" "He seems to have quite a bit of prestige and can even gather an army to fight against you." "Fufu," the Kunlun lord sneered. "It's just a beast that returned from outside. He's merely relying on his bloodline and the reputation left behind by his ancestors. The people that followed him were all stubborn old fogies." A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He was almost certain that the so-called traitor leader was Night Spirit. At the thought of meeting Night Spirit, Su Zimo's heart burned. There was nothing more important to him than Night Spirit's survival. The army sped forward with all their might. About 2 hours later, countless corpses could be seen piled on the ruins in the wilderness. The rivers of blood were formed not long ago. Some of the corpses had purple gold ribbons tied around their waists. Some of them had gray ribbons. Could be deduced that this was the first battlefield. The battlefield extended into the distance. Corpses were strewn everywhere and became more concentrated. It was clear how tragic the battle was. Before long, not far ahead, a gigantic palace could be seen. The top of the hall was already shattered and smashed, leaving only 4 walls standing. "This is the lair of those traitors." The Kunlun lord pointed at the dilapidated palace and laughed. "However, it has been completely occupied by my army." Su Zimo focused his gaze. On the walls of the dilapidated palace, he saw vivid paintings that seemed to be describing something. "What is that?" Su Zimo pointed at the paintings on the wall and suddenly asked. The Kunlun lord swept his gaze casually and pouted. "It's just some old history related to the Primordial War. It's all long in the past." "The Primordial War?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. "I'll go down and take a look." "Up to you. However, you're the commander of the new army. Don't linger too long. We'll wait for you at the God-slaying Valley," the Kunlun lord reminded. He was not worried that Su Zimo and the other 2 would escape. Nobody could escape from his control in the Kunlun ruins. In a flash, Su Zimo leaped down from the warship. Extreme Fire and Xianxia followed closely behind. The spirit vessels of the Kunlun army streaked past the palace and sped towards the west. Stepping on the corpses and ruins, Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the palace and paused for a moment. He had a hunch. This palace might very well uncover the true secret of the primordial war. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo entered the palace and looked at the first painting on his left. The first painting was simple. It merely showed a long and deep valley. At the end of the valley stood a gigantic cave. The cave surged with a rainbow glow and was unfathomable. A few figures walked out from the rainbow cave. This valley? Xianxia turned her head slightly and murmured. I heard from the Kunlun Lord mention a valley called the God-Slaying Valley. Could this be there? It's possible. Extreme Fire nodded. The three of their gazes landed on the few people who walked out of the rainbow cave. Their characteristics were way too obvious. They had golden hair, blue eyes, and were tall with handsome features. The god race. The three of them exchanged glances and could see the shock in the other's eyes. The painting was simple and ordinary, merely showing that. However, there were two small words beneath the painting. Instinctively, Su Zimo murmured softly, God's mainland. What does that mean? Extreme Fire and Xianxia frowned slightly in confusion. God's mainland. Murmuring softly, Su Zimo walked forward and looked at the second painting. The style in this painting changed drastically. Although it was still in the valley, it was dyed red with blood and many corpses were piled in the valley. All of those corpses were corpses of the god race. Above the corpses of the god race beings stood two menacing demon beasts that were howling in the direction of the rainbow cave. Although it was only a painting, the three of them could still sense the terrifying aura of the demon beasts, as though they could penetrate the walls. It was shocking. All three of them were shocked. That was because the menacing demon beasts looked exactly the same as Night Spirit's true body. However, their bodies were much larger. One of them was purple and comparatively slender. One of them was golden and had an extremely strong body. That was a primordial taboo. Ho! Furthermore, these were two house, a male and a female. Extreme Fire was dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, Heavens! In the primordial era, the taboo race had two house. At the end of the valley, god race beings were still spilling out from the cave that shone with a rainbow luster. One after another, the god race beings walked out of the cave and charged towards the two house. The scene froze. The painting was lifelike. When the three of them stood before it, it was as though they had traveled back in time to the primordial era and were witnessing the battle personally. However, there were still countless questions in their eyes. Su Zimo looked down. Below the painting, there were also some small words, God Race Invasion. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when she saw those words. Su Zimo and Extreme Fire were stunned as well. The two of them turned back instinctively and looked at the first painting. The information revealed by connecting the two paintings was way too much. After a momentary silence, Extreme Fire attempted, Is this so-called God's mainland an existence similar to Tianhuang mainland? Probably, Su Zimo nodded. The universe is vast and boundless. There must be countless worlds like Tianhuang mainland. In other words, the god race was not an existence of Tianhuang mainland. They were the true outsiders. With that, there were many things that could be explained. The bloodline and cultivation techniques of the god race were extremely different from the various races of Tianhuang mainland. After the bloodline of the god race was awakened, they were born with bloodline phenomenons. The records left behind by Fairy Ling Long stated that the primordial era consisted of 8 primordial races and did not include the god race. It was also because the god race had not appeared in Tianhuang mainland right in the beginning. The foreign words in the storage bag of the god race being that Su Zimo killed in the Kunlun ruins were from the god race. The world in the memories of the god race man should be the god's mainland. Extreme Fire looked at the rainbow cave in the second painting and said sternly, From the looks of it, this cave should be the tunnel that connects Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland. Only by passing through here can the god race enter Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo nodded and continued reading. The third painting still showed the deep valley. but peace had returned to it. The purple hoe and golden hoe leaned against one another and sat at the top of the valley. An egg laid quietly in the embrace of two house. At the other end of the valley, some god race beings were fleeing in panic. Below the third painting were small words as well, son of divine hoe. Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. From the looks of it, this purple hoe gave birth to a son, and the golden hoe took care of him day and night. Some of the god race beings seized this opportunity to pass through the tunnel and enter Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo nodded. It was easy to connect the events of the primordial era through these paintings. The three of them continued forward and looked at the fourth painting. Finally, the valley was gone from the fourth painting. There were many living beings drawn on it. Apart from the god race, the dragon, Kuan, and the other races of the primordial 8 races were present. Not only that, there were two even more terrifying demon beasts in the fourth painting with auras similar to the divine hoe. The taboo dragon phoenix. The taboo Kuan Peng. Many primordial races gathered and some god race beings stood in the middle, as though they were talking to the surrounding primordial races, the dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng. There were small words beneath the fourth painting as well, discord sowed by the god race. At that point, many things were clear even without the three of them looking further. In the primordial era, the hoe might have been bloodthirsty and aloof, at odds with the primordial races, the dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng. However, the true cause of the primordial war was the god race. The god race invasion was the invasion of another civilization. If the defense against them failed, the civilization of Tianhuang mainland would have vanished completely and all the other races would have been enslaved by the god race. The divine house realized how terrifying this matter was and guarded Kunlun to stop the god race. However, due to the birth of the son of the divine house, the god race seized the opportunity to enter Tianhuang mainland. They instigated the other two taboos and the primordial 8 races to wage war against the divine house, triggering that earth-shaking primordial war. Nian Qi's expression was a little pale. No matter what, the bloodline of the god race flowed within her. She had not expected that it would be her ancestors who triggered the greatest catastrophe in Tianhuang mainland and indirectly destroyed the 3 taboos and countless races. The fifth painting. The scene had already shifted to the Kunlun mountain range. The male golden hour defended the peak of the Kunlun mountain. Under his lead were 4 demon beasts with torrential demonic qi and terrifying auras. Beneath the 4 demon beasts were countless living beings. Among the thousands of races, many of them stood on the side of the divine hoe. Su Zimo's gaze gathered slightly and landed on a demon beast under the lead of the divine hoe. This demon beast was unique. It had the body of a goat, the face of a human, eyes beneath its armpits, teeth of a tiger and hands of a human. Grayish-black all over. Its mouth was extremely terrifying and almost extended to the back of its head, as though it could devour millions of living beings. I got it. Su Zimo pointed at the demon beast and suddenly said, the Kunlun Lord should be a Tao. Tai 1. This Tao Tai should be the Kunlun Lord's ancestor. The Tao Tai was extremely gluttony and ate everything. Legend has it that when the Tao Tai turned ruthless, it would even dare to eat the primordial races. Furthermore, the Tao Tai had a huge appetite. Even primordial races like the dragon and Kuan races could not compare to his appetite. Even in the primordial era, the notorious Tao Tai was not weaker than the primordial races. If not for the fact that there were only a few of them, the Tao Tai could have been ranked among the primordial races. The fifth painting showed the golden hoe leading the 10,000 races to fight against the dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng, who led a massive army of the primordial 8 races, as well as many other living beings. Although it was only a single painting, it displayed the majestic scene of the primordial war before their very eyes. All 3 of them were mighty figures who ruled over a region. Furthermore, Su Zimo was the #1 monster incarnate in history and could suppress anyone of the same cultivation realm as well as half-martial ancestors. Unless a patriarch appeared, it was difficult for anyone to fight against him. However, the 3 of them felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the face of that magnificent battlefield. They were way too ordinary in such a battle. The moment the battle broke out, they might be drowned. Why? Why doesn't the divine hoe explain? It was still difficult for Xianxia to accept the fact right now. Perhaps out of disdain. Su Zimo looked at the figure in the painting that stood at the peak of Kunlun with its head raised. Even against two taboos, the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng, as well as the army of the primordial 8 races, it was still fearless. The painting was extremely lifelike. In fact, the pride, disdain, coldness and killing intent in the golden hoe's eyes were completely revealed. Extreme Fire shook his head as well. Given the development of the situation, it's not something that can be explained with a few words. Beneath the 5th painting were the words, Primordial War. Suddenly, Extreme Fire frowned. Strange, why isn't that purple hoe in the painting? Given the painting skills of this master, there's no way he would make such a mistake. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked towards the 6th painting. The 6th painting was back to the God-slaying valley. In the valley, there was a demon beast with a torrential killing intent. Its back was facing Tianhuang mainland and it was facing the cave with a rainbow luster, roaring in rage. That demon beast was the female purple hoe. Countless god race beings were surging out of that cave. Some of them wore heavy armor that shone with a golden glow. Some of them rode on divine dragons that resembled gigantic lizards with wings. Some of them rode on tall, armored horses and wielded spears. It was an army of the god race. Previously, the god race was merely testing the waters. This time round, the god race had truly launched an attack on Tianhuang mainland. The god race experts at the lead had terrifying auras, and a mere painting was enough for the 3 of them to feel suffocated. Those were emperors of the god race. Furthermore, there was more than one. Beneath this painting were the same words as those on the 5th painting, Primordial War. I got it, Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. While the Dragon Phoenix, Kuan Peng and the primordial 8 races launched the Primordial War against Kunlun. The God race launched a war against Tianhuang mainland as well. Everyone only knows of the earth-shaking battle outside Kunlun. However, they don't know that in the depths of Kunlun, there was a divine hoe who blocked the god-slaying valley with its back against Tianhuang mainland, defending against the god race army single-handedly to protect Kunlun. This was the true primordial war. The 3 of them watched everything in a daze, and for some reason, their eyes reddened. Throughout history, the world had misunderstood the divine hoe. The divine hoe was a taboo. However, he was not the god of massacre, but a true god that protected Tianhuang mainland. The 3 of them could not imagine what would have happened to Tianhuang mainland if not for the 2 divine house defending Kunlun. After standing in front of the 2 paintings for a long time, the 3 of them continued forward and arrived before the 7th painting. From the 7th painting, it could be roughly seen that the primordial war had ended. The Kunlun mountain range had been reduced to ruins. Corpses were strewn everywhere and blood stained the vast skies. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the firmaments were pierced and the stars were destroyed. It was a tragic sight. There were countless corpses of the god race piled up in the god-slaying valley. No more god race beings came out from the rainbow cave. The purple hoe laid limply on the corpses of many god race beings. Although it was covered in injuries and its life force was draining rapidly, its eyes were dim as it glared at the cave stubbornly. The golden hoe was defeated and had already retreated to the god-slaying valley to stand shoulder to shoulder with the purple hoe. As for the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng taboos, they abandoned the primordial 8 races and chased after the golden hoe the entire way. Upon arriving, they witnessed the scene at the god-slaying valley. It was as though the 2 taboos understood everything instantly. Both taboos lowered their heads in regret against the 2 divine house. However, the primordial war was irreversible. Both of them were severely injured and helpless. This battle had exhausted all their lives. Even at the end of the battle, the purple hoe did not retreat at all and killed all the god race beings in the god-slaying valley. The 7th painting, Death of the Taboos. The Dragon Phoenix, Kuan Peng and 2 divine house were severely injured in this battle. The 2 divine house died. Not long after, the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng were severely injured as well and failed their tribulations, turning into ashes. Su Zimo finally understood why the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder, had once told him that the dragon phoenix was filled with regrets before its death. The regret was not because of the wounds left behind by this battle. It was because the dragon phoenix felt guilty towards the two divine house. It was true that the god race instigated the primordial war. However, it was not without the selfish motives of the dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng. One could imagine that the divine house were the strongest in the primordial era with two of them. The dragon phoenix and Kuan Peng must have been wary of them. They might have had thoughts of suppressing the divine house. That was why they were able to be provoked by the god race, which resulted in the primordial war. Su Zimo laughed mockingly. The two poor divine house. Even though they protected Kunlun and Tianhuang mainland, they were misunderstood by the world in the end. The most tragic thing was that even their descendant was despised and hunted by the later generations, almost dying in Tianhuang mainland. It's all because of the god race. Extreme Fire said hatefully with rage surging in his eyes. Nian Qi pursed her lips silently with a pale expression. Although she had nothing to do with the primordial war, the bloodline of the god race flowed through her body. She felt guilty towards Night Spirit and the entire Tianhuang mainland. The three of them continued and arrived before the 8th painting. This was also the final painting. Above the Kunlun ruins, the golden hoe and purple hoe burned their final breaths and released a blinding light that enveloped the Kunlun ruins. Both divine house looked at the divine hoe egg not far away with deep reluctance and worry. The words beneath the 8th painting were, Kunlun barrier. At that point, realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He finally understood the origin of the Kunlun barrier. He finally understood the reason why the barrier existed. On the one hand, the Kunlun barrier was to seal the Rainbow Cave and prevent the god race from invading again. On the other hand, it was to protect Night Spirit. With the existence of the Kunlun barrier, the Kunlun ruins was an isolated place. The people outside could not enter and neither could those inside get out. It was even more impossible for the primordial races to step into the Kunlun ruins. The remaining races that remained were forces of the two divine house. Night Spirit could only grow safely and become a taboo in such an environment. As for Night Spirit, he would grow and rule over the former forces of the Kunlun ruins, turning into the new Kunlun Lord. The two divine house put in painstaking effort and were worried about the god race and Night Spirit even if they had to die. That was why they burned their lives to leave behind the Kunlun barrier. Unfortunately, by some freak coincidence, Fairy Ling Long entered the Kunlun ruins and took Night Spirit away, placing him in the Ling Long secret ground. When Night Spirit finally returned in this generation, the Kunlun ruins were no longer a world for him. Su Zimo looked at the 8 paintings with a conflicted expression and remained silent for a long time. The 8 paintings resolved all the doubts and revealed all the secrets of the primordial war. However, the 8 drawings did not describe the tragic, miserable and sorrowful aftermath of the battle. If not for the great strokes of this master painter, if they had not arrived at the ruins and saw the 8 paintings, who would have known the truth of the primordial war? The two divine house must hate the god race immensely. That's the reason why they left such killing intent and resentment in the Kunlun barrier, Nian Qi said dejectedly. Unlike Su Zimo and Extreme Fire, Nian Qi felt extremely terrible after looking at the 8 paintings and felt endless guilt and self-blame. She did not know how she should face Night Spirit and Su Zimo in the future. It was her ancestors who triggered the primordial war. Night Spirit's parents were indirectly killed. Countless races were indirectly killed. Countless innocent living beings were buried in the ruins. In fact, Nian Qi felt as though the blood flowing through her body was dirty. Nian Qi, it's not your fault. Don't think too much. Noticing the change in Nian Qi's expression, Su Zimo vaguely guessed something and consoled her softly. Nian Qi forced a smile and lowered her head in a daze. I got it. Right then, Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. When Night Spirit was placed in the Linglong secret ground in the ancient era, the Kunlun ruins became leaderless and the old factions fought against one another. Given the Tao Tai's combat strength, it was easy for him to become the Kunlun Lord. The current Kunlun Lord is the descendant of the Tao Tai in the past. Now that Night Spirit has returned and wants to rule over the Kunlun race, there will definitely be a conflict with this current Tao Tai. That's the reason why the so-called battle to exterminate the traitors broke out. After a brief pause, Extreme Fire continued. However, time passed. After so many years, the Tao Tai race has long established supreme prestige in the Kunlun ruins. Even Night Spirit's return can't compare to it. Su Zimo nodded. But no matter what, the Tao Tai was just a part of the divine house forces in the past. Night Spirit is the true Kunlun Lord. Through the Tao Tai, they knew that Night Spirit was not alone in the Kunlun ruins. Even after countless years, there were still many Kunlun clansmen who stood firmly on Night Spirit's side. I'm just curious. Extreme Fire frowned. Although the Kunlun race on the side of Tao Tai is massive, how did Night Spirit lose so badly given his capabilities? Narrowing his gaze slightly, Su Zimo recalled the words of the Kunlun Lord and his heart skipped a beat. The God race. What? Extreme Fire asked instinctively. Su Zimo said, the Kunlun Lord once said that the guests he invited would also arrive at the Kunlun ruins today. There's a high chance that those so-called guests are from the God race. You mean to say that the Kunlun barrier that sealed the Rainbow Cave might not be able to defend against the God race anymore? Extreme Fire's heart skipped a beat. That's a possibility, Su Zimo said deeply. This barrier has existed for countless years after all. It's only normal for its power to deplete. Do you remember when we first arrived at the Kunlun barrier? I crossed it. Extreme Fire nodded. Su Zimo continued. Under normal circumstances, even I can't pass through the barrier left behind by two divine house burning away their lives. But now, it's not surprising for the God race to be able to cross it, since I was able to do so as well. Su Zimo's expression was cold as killing intent surged in his eyes. If this Tao Tai is only fighting with Night Spirit for the position of the Kunlun Lord, it's not considered a great crime. However, his crime of colluding with the God race is unforgivable. Extreme Fire turned murderous as well. Let's go and kill him until the world is overturned. Without a word, Su Zimo had already leaped up and sped towards the God-slaying valley in the west. Extreme Fire followed closely behind. Nian Qi hesitated slightly and followed hurriedly. God-slaying valley. Many Kunlun clansmen with purple-gold ribbons tied around their waists guarded the entrance of the valley. Looking towards the extreme west of the valley, one could see God race beings exiting one after another from that gigantic cave that shone with a rainbow luster. Those God race beings wielded gigantic swords and spears and were clad in armor. Their expressions were cold, but none of them could pass through the God-slaying valley. That was because there was a terrifying figure with torrential demonic chi in the middle of the valley. The figure was dozens of feet tall and was covered in purple gold scales. Its tail was long and its tailbone was incomparably sharp, as though it could penetrate everything. The head of the demon beast was gigantic and resembled a wolf's head. However, it was more menacing than a wolf's head. A set of sharp teeth shone with a cold glint. The type of damage that would be caused by the shocking bite strength of that gigantic head coupled with those sharp teeth was unimaginable. The four legs of the demon beast shone with purple gold flames and melted the God race corpses beneath them. The God race beings charged forward and were killed by the demon beast. Beneath its feet were corpses of the God race that flowed with warm blood. Roar! The purple gold demon beast opened its mouth and charged towards the rainbow cave not far away, letting out a deafening roar with a chilling killing intent. In that roar, all the Kunlun clansmen on the other end of the valley seemed to be stunned as they stopped in their tracks. Ha 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 ha! Right then, a burst of laughter sounded. Not far to the east, a black patch of spirit vessels sped over. On the gigantic warship in the lead, the Tao Tai and the four commanders stood at the bow. Demonic chi surged and they were laughing. Another 10 million Kunlun army had descended. The Kunlun clansmen that guarded the entrance of the valley, with the purple gold ribbon, revealed despair in their eyes. There were only a few 100,000 of them left. Furthermore, every single Kunlun clansman was injured. The difference in numbers and strength was too great. The final hope in their hearts was destroyed along with the descent of Tao Tai. The former commander of the Divine Ho looked back at the tall figure in the valley and sighed gently. Although the son of the Divine House was young, he already had the bearing they possessed in the past. If not for the invasion of the God race, even if the Tao Tai side had the advantage of 100 times in numbers, they might not be able to secure victory against the head of the son of the Divine House. However, the son of the Divine House was unable to escape. One side was the Kunlun race. The other side was the God race. The son of the Divine House could only make a choice. His choice was the same as his mother's. He guarded the God-slaying valley alone and isolated all the God race beings. Even if he had to die in battle, he would not permit a single God race being to step into Tianhuang mainland. Fufu, with a relaxed expression, the Tao Tai looked at the Kunlun race beings guarding the entrance of the valley and shook his head with a smile. What are you guys still holding on for? That beast is merely struggling to survive and won't be able to hold on for long. Tao Tai, a half-martial ancestor leading these Kunlun clansmen, shouted and dragged his injured body forward, saying sternly, "How dare you? The master's corpses are right here, and yet you dare to point your saber and weapon at my young master. You even dare to call him a beast. Are you truly not afraid of divine retribution? Our master's spirits are in heaven. If they sense this, they will be able to kill you here even with a wisp of their souls." In the valley not far away, 2 demon beast corpses 1,000 feet tall stood upright. One of them had golden bones while the other had purple ones. They were the 2 Divine House back then. The 2 Divine House stood side by side with their backs facing Tianhuang mainland as they gazed in the direction of the Rainbow Cave. Although they were only 2 corpses, they still emitted a shuddering aura. The Tao Tai frowned slightly. The 2 Divine House died countless years ago, and there was no way they would have any remnant souls remaining. The saying of divine retribution made him scoff even further. However, he was still wary. In the past, the 2 Divine House were way too notorious. Furthermore, his ancestors were the underlings of the 2 Divine House. In his bloodline, he possessed an innate fear towards the Divine Ho race. This time round, if he had not joined forces with the God race, he would not have dared to challenge the Divine Ho race either. Humph! The Tao Tai sneered. The Kunlun clansmen on the other side. Listen up, I can offer you a chance. If you submit and bow down to me now, I can let you off and treat everyone equally in the future. If you refuse to submit, I'll treat you guys as traitors and kill you without mercy. Ha 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 ha. Opposite. The Kunlun half-martial ancestor roared in laughter with a sorrowful expression. Traitors? What a joke and immense irony. The young master is a divine Ho and is the true Kunlun lord. Even your ancestors were the underlings of my masters. How dare you boast brazenly now and attempt to kill your master? Tao Tai, you're the real traitor. Han Quan, you're truly stubborn. The Tao Tai sneered. So many years have passed and you're still hung up over the past? Let me tell you, I'm the true Kunlun lord. How dare this lad fight against me? Half-martial ancestor Han Quan sneered as well. Tao Tai, no matter how many years have passed, our clansmen will remember the teachings of the masters, even if they had to die in battle. Our masters refused to let the God race step foot into Tianhuang mainland. Yet what did you do? What are you guys doing? There were only hundreds of thousands Kunlun clansmen on the side of half-martial ancestor Han Quan. There was way too much of a difference between him and the Kunlun army that consisted of tens of millions of troops on the side of the Tao Tai. However, at that moment, although half-martial ancestor Han Quan pointed at the Tao Tai and the Kunlun army opposite him while shouting, the Kunlun army with millions of troops was silent. Countless Kunlun clansmen lowered their heads and did not dare to meet his gaze. The Tao Tai had a dark expression as he said slowly, "That's right. Our masters have their backs against Tianhuang mainland and protected Kunlun. However, what happened to them? They died. I don't wish to die, nor do I wish for these Kunlun clansmen who follow me to die. After so many years, the God race has recuperated and is even stronger than the primordial era. As for Tianhuang mainland, it no longer has the 2 Divine House. They don't even have a single taboo. You're truly naive to think that you guys alongside a conjoint body greenhorn will be able to stop the god race. The Kunlun clansmen at the entrance of the valley had dim expressions and their eyes were filled with despair. They knew in their hearts that the Tao Tai was right. The god race had made a comeback. However, they could not defend against it. The Tao Tai said indifferently, Han Quan, that's the situation right now. Anyone that goes against the surging tides or stands in its way will be crushed into nothingness. Tides my ass. Half-martial ancestor Han Quan sneered. The Kunlun ruins has a divine powers forbidden region. Even patriarchs of the god race won't dare to barge in. Fufu. Right then, a chuckle sounded beside the Tao Tai. Since things had come to this, the three white-robed god race beings no longer hid their identities and auras. Their white robes exploded one after another, revealing golden armor beneath. The black hair of the three god race beings turned into golden hair rapidly. All their disguises were gone. Even without Mahayana patriarchs, 2 armies of our god race are enough to flatten the Kunlun ruins. Those are 2 armies formed by conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors of our god's mainland. Everywhere the god's sword is pointed at, everyone will have to submit to it. A god race being smiled faintly and declared proudly. The ones entering now are only the vanguard troops. Half-martial ancestor Han Quan glared at the Tao Tai and grit his teeth. Tao Tai, you've forgotten about your roots. How dare you join forces with the god race? Are you even worthy of being the Kunlun Lord? Whether or not I'm worthy is not decided by you. Gradually, a look of impatience appeared on the Tao Tai's face as he shook his head gently. At the end of the day, history belongs to the victors. You guys will definitely die in this battle, so who will remember you in the future? The later generations will only remember me. I'm the true Kunlun Lord. If you guys refuse to submit, don't blame me for being merciless. The Tao Tai waved his hand and ordered coldly, "Kill!" Ah! Right then, a long howl sounded from the distant horizon like thunder. It rumbled and the clouds in the skies dispersed. Although the howl was still far away, many Kunlun clansmen present felt their ears buzz. It was clear how terrifying the howl was. The Tao Tai smiled gently and said smugly, Han Quan, the new commander that I've just recruited is here. I can let you witness his capabilities. How strong! The hearts of half-martial ancestor Han Quan and the others skipped a beat. When he heard that howl, the massive body that was fighting against the god race in the valley shuddered and looked back in disbelief. He caught sight of a familiar figure. Green robes and black hair. The cold and merciless eyes of the divine Ho surged with endless longing and joy. Roar! The divine Ho howled into the skies emotionally as well. The 2 howls echoed in the skies of the Kunlun ruins. A god race mighty figure seized the opportunity to charge forward and slashed a blood scar on the divine Ho. The divine Ho was enraged and turned to chomp down, ripping the god race being into 2 as golden blood splattered everywhere. Once again, the divine Ho charged into the army of the god race. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he rushed over like lightning. Extreme Fire and Nian Qi followed closely behind. The 3 of them looked at the figure that was fighting against many god race beings in the god-slaying valley and could not help but recall the paintings they saw in the palace. In the paintings, a divine Ho stood in the middle of the god-slaying valley with its back facing Tianhuang mainland, defending against the god race army and Kunlun single-handedly. The scene before them seemed to be one with the divine Ho in the paintings. Their vision gradually turned blurry. Enduring the misunderstandings of the later generations, the fear of the world and the hostility of the 10,000 races, Night Spirit stood alone in the valley with his back facing Tianhuang mainland, guarding Kunlun. Even though no one knew about it, even though he might die, Night Spirit still made his choice. Just like his mother, the divine Ho was the true Kunlun Lord and God of Tianhuang mainland. Desolate Marshal. The Tao Tai nodded slightly at Su Zimo with a smile. You came at the right time. That beast in the valley is the leader of this rebellion. If you can kill him, I'll remember your contribution. Su Zimo arrived beside Tao Tai and looked in the direction of the god-slaying valley expressionlessly. Why? The Tianhuang mainland glanced askance. If you don't make a move, you won't have a chance to render your meritorious accomplishments after the two god race armies descend upon Tianhuang mainland and kill that beast. He won't die, Su Zimo suddenly said. MMM? The Tao Tai frowned slightly. Su Zimo pointed in the direction of God-slaying valley and said, Do you know who he is? Desolate Marshal. What are you trying to say? The Tao Tai narrowed his eyes slightly with a cold glint. Su Zimo said, He's not a beast. His name is Night Spirit and he's my brother. Turning his head slowly, he looked at the Tao Tai who was right in front of him and said slowly, Sworn brother. The moment those words were said, the entire space seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere suddenly turned extremely strange. Su Zimo and the Tao Tai looked at one another in the eyes just like that. Suddenly, the Tao Tai opened his mouth and released a terrifying suction force, engulfing towards Su Zimo. Almost at the same time, Su Zimo's glabella shone with a green beam of light. The creation lotus platform burst forth and spun slowly, releasing rays of light that smashed towards the gigantic mouth of the Tao Tai. Although the Tao Tai had a huge appetite, he could not eat the creation lotus platform. If the attack landed, it could smash the Tao Tai's head into sludge. As a half-martial ancestor and the Kunlun Lord, the Tao Tai received countless treasures and resources in the Kunlun ruins. He reacted swiftly and retreated right away. However, he felt two palms appear on his arms. He could not break free even with his burst power. The two of them were way too close. At this distance, Su Zimo had 1,000 methods to kill the Tao Tai. The latter did not even have the chance to escape. Right in front of everyone, the Tao Tai's head was penetrated by the creation green lotus. It entered from the latter's gigantic mouth and created an enormous hole of blood. With that, the Tao Tai's consciousness was shattered. Gripping the arms of the Tao Tai with both hands, Su Zimo kneed forward and smashed against his chest like a galloping horse. Snap! The Tao Tai's chest caved in deeply and most of his bones were shattered. Shing! Flashes of blood spewed out. Su Zimo tore off two of the Tao Tai's arms. In that burst, Su Zimo attacked with hatred and murderous intent, releasing all the killing intent in his heart instantly. The Tao Tai's head shattered and his chest caved in. His arms were torn and his corpse fell heavily into a pool of blood in the distance, not moving at all. Even Mahayana patriarchs would definitely die from the injuries, let alone half-martial ancestors. This scene caused an uproar. The Kunlun army on the side of the Tao Tai had just launched an attack on the God-slaying valley. Nobody expected the Kunlun Lord to be killed by this new commander immediately after. The entire process happened too quickly. The Tao Tai was dead in the blink of an eye. Before the massive Kunlun army could react, Su Zimo had already attacked once more. Swoosh! In a flash, he arrived before the three god race mighty figures. You must have a death wish. The three god race mighty figures channeled their blood chi and released blinding golden blood chi with a terrifying might. In fact, 3 bloodline phenomenons even appeared behind the 3 of them. Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and released all 6 words of the Daming mantra. At this distance, even god race mighty figures could not be completely unaffected. The 3 god race mighty figures shuddered and their blood chi was chaotic. The condensation of their bloodline phenomenons paused momentarily as well. Right then, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and 6 Daming dermic seals rained down with 6 words of the Daming mantra, engulfing the 3 god race beings. Bang! 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 The bloodline phenomenons of the 3 god race mighty figures was shattered by the 6 words of the Daming mantra and Daming dermic seal before they could even be formed completely. Su Zimo flipped his hand and whipped the head of a god race being. His entire arm looked limp and weak like the trunk of a divine elephant. Piak! He slapped the god race mighty figure on the cheek. Crack! 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 The head of the god race mighty figure spun dozens of times around his neck before coming to a gradual stop. His neck bones were completely shattered. The essence spirit of the god race being was crushed by a single palm strike as well. Another god race mighty figure was shocked. The storage ring on his finger flashed, and a gigantic two-handed sword appeared in his palm. The third god race mighty figure swung his gigantic sword at the same time. The blood chi of two god race mighty figures burst forth. Golden light surged on their gigantic swords. It was dazzling and divine. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He strode forward and threw out two punches in reverse against the blades of the two gigantic swords. The two god race mighty figures were delighted. In their opinion, Desolate Martial's palm would definitely be killed by them. In the eyes of the two god race mighty figures, they could even see blood. Clang. It was different from what they had imagined. When the two gigantic swords struck Su Zimo's fist, not only was there no blood light, there were no injuries at all. However, the two god race mighty figures felt an extremely terrifying power surge into their two gigantic swords. Poof! Poof! Both their arms exploded into a blood mist. Their palms were torn and their fingers bled. Back in the Ling Long secret ground, even a half-martial ancestor of the god race could not defend against Su Zimo's strength. These two were only god race mighty figures and could not even defend against a single punch from Su Zimo. The two god race mighty figures could not control their bodies and retreated continuously. Something even more terrifying happened. Both of them could clearly see that the surface of their swords were filled with cracks. They were shattered by a single punch from Su Zimo. Pest! The two god race mighty figures were shocked. How could that be considered as a body of flesh and blood? Purple thunderstorm. Su Zimo conjured hand seals and pointed at the two god race mighty figures. A purple thunderstorm formed rapidly and enveloped the two of them. Given Su Zimo's current essence spirit cultivation, the dermic art he conjured was extremely powerful to begin with. But now, the purple thunderstorm had minced the two gigantic swords of the god race completely. There were even many shards of the gigantic swords mixed in the storm, and its lethality was even more shocking as it tore the bodies of the two god race beings apart continuously. Poof! 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 Golden blood splattered continuously from the storm. In a few breaths, the storm dissipated. Two god race mighty figures fell from midair and smashed heavily onto the ground, riddled with holes. The consciousnesses of the two god race mighty figures were penetrated by a few gigantic sword fragments and their souls were destroyed. The vicinity of God-slaying Valley descended into silence instantly. It was less than 10 breaths since Su Zimo's attack. The Kunlun Lord's head was shattered and he died on the spot. The three god race beings were dead with their essence spirits destroyed. This was the wrath of Desolate Martial. Everyone was silent. Even the Tao Tai and three god race beings died before Extreme Fire and Yen Qi could attack, let alone the Kunlun clansmen present. Half-martial ancestor Han Quan and the others at the entrance of the valley were both shocked and delighted. With the death of the Kunlun Lord, the Kunlun army on the other end was leaderless. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to hold out for long. The entire situation had reversed rapidly after Desolate Martial appeared. Master, Nian Qi, stay here and guard the entrance of the valley. I'll help Night Spirit, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. On the side of the Rainbow Cave, more god race beings walked out, increasing their combat strength. By this point of the battle, Night Spirit was already covered in injuries. Even a taboo body could not defend against the relentless attacks of so many god race beings. Night Spirit was fighting against an unimaginably humongous civilization single-handedly. Swoosh! In a flash, Su Zimo sped towards the god-slaying valley. Intruder, how dare you! Although the Tao Tai was dead, he had 9 commanders under his lead who were loyal to him and were all half-martial ancestor experts. Among them, 2 commanders leaped up and their massive bodies blanketed the skies as they lunged towards Su Zimo. The 2 commanders were pure-blooded ferocious beasts and had immense blood chi. Their claws were sharp and they released 2 innate divine powers. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth shattered. Kill! 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 Revenge for the Kunlun Lord. The Kunlun clansmen under the 2 commanders roared as well. Thousands of Kunlun clansmen charged over with billowing dust and war flags fluttering in a terrifying manner. Compared to the massive Kunlun army, Su Zimo's figure was incomparably tiny, as though he would be crushed the next moment without a corpse left. His expression was cold as two flames danced in his eyes. He said slowly, "You guys think that you can stop me?" Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared around him instantly. Golden Buddhist Tao fire, Scarlet Immortal Tao fire, Black Fiend Tao fire. Under the guidance of Su Zimo's dermic art, the 3 Tao fires gathered rapidly. After absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood, Su Zimo's cultivation had already reached the late-stage conjoint body realm, and his dermic powers were immense. A single Tao fire was enough to kill conjoint body mighty figures. The lethality of the 3 Tao fires was even more terrifying. The hearts of the 2 Kunlun commanders that were charging over skipped a beat as they sensed danger. However, as half-martial ancestor experts, the 2 commanders wanted to fight Su Zimo's Samadhi Tao fire head-on with their innate divine powers. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and struck out the Samadhi Tao fire in his hands. At the same time, a streak of flames burst forth from his glabella and entered the Samadhi Tao fire. It was an essence spirit fire. If it was just the Samadhi Tao fire that descended, the 2 Kunlun commanders would be able to defend against it barely with their innate divine powers. However, after fusing with the essence spirit fire, the dermic art transformed completely, and its power increased exponentially with a bright flare. The innate divine powers of the 2 Kunlun commanders were burned into nothingness by the Kachirati Tao fire. The 2 Kunlun commanders did not even have the chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, they were devoured by the Kachirati Tao fire and burned to ashes. Scatter! Su Zimo opened his mouth and blew in the direction of the Kachirati Tao fire. That single breath contained the purest dermic powers. Swoosh! The Kachirati Tao fire spread instantly, forming a firestorm that surged into the skies and swept forward. Ah! 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 The moment the 2 Kunlun armies charged forward, countless Kunlun clansmen were engulfed by the firestorm and let out tragic cries. When the Kachirati Tao fire was spread, its power would definitely decrease. However, it was more than enough to deal with the 2 Kunlun armies. Kunlun clansmen beneath the conjoint body realm could not defend against such power at all. Even if some Kunlun mighty figures could survive against the weakened Kachirati Tao fire, their flesh would be split open and they would be unrecognizable. The 2 Kunlun armies suffered immense losses and were in chaos. Some of them were burned to death by the Kachirati Tao fire. Another portion was trampled to death by other demon beasts in the chaos. In the blazing flames, countless Kunlun clansmen struggled and howled as they fled in misery. This scene resembled Avicii. A green-robed, black-haired cultivator walked through the flames with an icy expression, like a cold Yama that ruled over hell and judged life and death. The Kachirati Tao fire burned the entire way and created a flaming passage that led to the god-slaying valley. On both sides of the flaming passage, countless Kunlun clansmen retreated. Many Kunlun clansmen looked at the figure walking on the flames with indescribable fear in their eyes. Under the illumination of the flames, their faces were incomparably pale. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived at the god-slaying valley. Night Spirit stood in the middle of the valley, and there were hundreds of wounds on his body up till this point of the battle. No matter how strong his bloodline was and how shocking his regeneration capabilities were, his injuries would not heal without a chance to rest. Beast! A half-martial ancestor of the god race stood in midair and gripped a golden sword with both hands. Give up! The light and darkness armies of God's mainland are about to enter Tianhuang mainland. That's the main force of our god race this time round. You won't be able to defend against it. Swoosh! A green beam of light tore through the air and smashed towards the god race half-martial ancestor. Slash! The god race half-martial ancestor gripped the golden sword with both hands and swung his arm, slashing forward viciously. Clang! There was a loud bang. The god race half-martial ancestor shuddered. The gigantic golden sword was sent flying. In his line of sight, he saw a jade-like, crystalline lotus platform with 7 petals blossoming layer by layer. Although it looked weak, it emanated an extremely powerful might. The creation green lotus. What a great treasure! Although the god race half-martial ancestor lost the gigantic sword in his hands, he was delighted instead of enraged. When he saw the creation green lotus before him, his blood chi burst forth and his bloodline phenomenon surged, suppressing the creation green lotus. This half-martial ancestor of the god race wanted to take the creation green lotus for himself. You overestimate yourself. Su Zimo walked over slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. He channeled his spirit consciousness and the creation green lotus spun continuously, emitting a bedazzling green glow that riddled the pyramid phenomenon of the god race half-martial ancestor with holes. Su Zimo's cultivation was not the only thing that increased by absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood. Be it the green lotus true body or the creation lotus platform, both underwent an extremely obvious transformation. The god race half-martial ancestor was alarmed when his bloodline phenomenon shattered. It was only now that he truly realized the danger and wanted to retreat. However, Su Zimo would not give him that chance. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, the creation green lotus transformed into a green streak of light and smashed the head of the god race half-martial ancestor. The latter died on the spot with his essence spirit destroyed. Kill! Many god race beings hollered and changed directions at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo. The death of a half-martial ancestor of the god race could not intimidate the advancement of the other god race beings. After all, there were only 2 people in the valley. However, the 2 armies of the god race were about to arrive. Su Zimo and Night Spirit exchanged glances. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was endless excitement and passion. The 2 of them were fighting side by side. There was nothing to fear even against a massive army. 100 god race beings charged forward and released their bloodline phenomenons one after another. Ancient pyramids appeared in midair with a terrifying might that was extremely shocking. Millions of living beings prostrated beneath the 100 pyramids and prayed fervently with pious expressions. The god race beings spread their arms and stood on the pyramid like true gods. Their bodies shone with a blinding golden light. Barbarians of the East, aren't you going to submit? A god race being pointed at the millions of living beings beneath the pyramid and hollered. As long as you submit to the god race, you'll be protected by the god race just like these living beings. If you resist, your corpses will be suppressed in the pyramid for all eternity and will not reincarnate, receiving the judgment of God. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The millions of living beings that submitted to the pyramid of the god race should be phantoms left behind after God's mainland conquered other continents. In the primordial era, if the divine house did not stand in the way of the god race here, there was a high chance that the millions of living beings in Tianhuang mainland would suffer the same fate as them. They would be enslaved by the god race for all eternity. The living beings kneeling around the pyramid had pious expressions. They had already forgotten about resisting deep in their bones. The imprint of enslavement had already fused into their souls and bloodlines. At the thought of that, Su Zimo's eyes turned even colder. You are merely some weak pseudo-gods. Su Zimo said slowly, even if you guys are true gods, if you dare to step foot onto Tianhuang mainland, I'll drag you down from the clouds and crush your bones. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's hand seals changed continuously. Dermic arts were released one after another in a fluid motion that was bedazzling. See Burial Secret Skill. Apocalyptic Fiend Fist. Mighty Heavenly Dragon Transcendence. Sandstorm. Great Sanskrit Light Fist. Avicii. More than 30 dermic arts and secret skills were conjured in Su Zimo's hands in the blink of an eye, arriving like an apocalyptic torrent. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, a single dermic art was enough to kill a god race mighty figure. But now, it was equivalent to more than 30 Su Zimos attacking and releasing dermic arts at the same time. The impact was even more terrifying than the 100 bloodline phenomenons of the god race. Bang! 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 The torrent formed by more than 30 dermic arts and secret skills collided against the 100 bloodline phenomenons and let out a deafening bang. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared and shattered on the ancient pyramids that hovered in midair. The bloodline phenomenons of the god race mighty figures could no longer defend against Su Zimo's dermic arts torrent. Poof, poof, poof. The god race mighty figures had dim expressions and retreated with blood spewing. Their eyes filled with shock. They had expected Night Spirit to be strong. However, the god race beings had not expected that the weak human before them could wield such terrifying power. Even their bloodline phenomenons could not withstand it. Is this the cultivation civilization of Tianhuang mainland? Some of the god race beings were shocked, and the way they looked at Su Zimo changed as well. Flashes of blood appeared. A god race being's head was crushed by a sharp claw on the spot, and his spirit was destroyed as his headless corpse fell from midair. Before the god race beings could react, a blurry figure flashed. Ah! Immediately after, a short shriek sounded. Another god race being was dead. Night Spirit had attacked. The moment Su Zimo's dermic art torrent clashed against the bloodline phenomenons of the god race and ended, Night Spirit had already infiltrated the god race crowd silently. Night Spirit's terror was only fully revealed at this moment. Prior to this, Night Spirit was alone in the middle of the valley and could only fight against many god race beings head-on, unable to unleash the advantage of the divine Ho race. But now, with Su Zimo fighting against many god race beings and had created a perfect killing environment for Night Spirit. Poof, poof, poof. Flashes of blood appeared continuously. When Night Spirit walked through the god race, he was like the god of massacre in the darkness. The god race beings with their shattered bloodline phenomenons could not defend against Night Spirit's attacks at all. In less than a dozen breaths, more than half of the 100 god race beings that were killed. Su Zimo made a move as well. His essence spirit was fused with the essence of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sections. With a single thought of his spirit consciousness, his dermic powers could reach the legendary state of being boundless. Even though he had just released the Kacharati Dao fire and more than 30 dermic arts, the power of his essence spirit was still extremely strong under the nourishment of the creation lotus platform. Su Zimo closed his sword finger and slashed forward gently. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Dozens of heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and enveloped the god race beings on the other end. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi was way too immense. Even with their bloodline phenomenons, these god race beings could not defend against it, let alone the fact that they had no bloodline phenomenons now. Corpses of the god race fell from midair one after another. Under the combined forces of Su Zimo and Night Spirit, the god race beings in the valley gradually retreated. It was not because they wanted to retreat, but because they had no other choice. Su Zimo attacked repeatedly and Night Spirit roamed the darkness with erratic movements. Many god race mighty figures could not clone themselves and could not take care of both ends. The moment the god race beings relaxed their minds, they would definitely be met with fatal danger. Roar! Right then, an enraged roar sounded from the back of the valley. There were even screams mixed in the roar. MMM? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he turned back. Outside the valley, there was a gigantic demon beast that was 1,000 feet tall. It was indomitable and its body was grayish-black. It had a goat's body and a face without eyes. The aura of the demon beast was terrifying, and it had a terrifying gigantic mouth that seemed like it could devour everything. Waving its sharp claws, it killed the Kunlun clansmen with purple gold ribbons and dispersed the entire place. Even extreme fire and Nian Qi could not suppress the ferocious flames of this demon beast and retreated continuously. The Tao Tai. That demon beast was the Kunlun lord who had just died in Su Zimo's hands. But now the Tao Tai had revived. Impossible! Su Zimo frowned. Earlier on, he had already torn off the Tao Tai's arms and smashed his chest. It was understandable if the Tao Tai could recover from those injuries. However, earlier on, the Tao Tai's head and consciousness were shattered by the creation lotus platform. Even with the protection of his essence spirit dermic weapon, the Tao Tai could not defend against it. How did this Tao Tai revive? Desolate martial! The Tao Tai howled into the skies with endless hatred and rage. I'm going to tear you into pieces and burn your bones into ashes. Humph. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he said coldly, Tao Tai, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Let's see how many lives you have left. The Tao Tai had revived and was leading the Kunlun army to attack the entrance of the valley. However, Extreme Fire, Nianqi, and the others could not defend at all. Su Zimo was no longer conflicted about the secret of the Tao Tai's resurrection and was prepared to make a move to return and kill the latter once more. Right then, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the rainbow cave at the end of the valley. The void above the valley trembled. Within the cave that shone with a rainbow luster, a group of god race riders that rode on horses and wore golden armor walked out slowly. The horses they were riding were wrapped in golden armor, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. These were no ordinary horses. On both sides of their bodies were snow-white wings, and there was even a sharp horn protruding from their heads as they flew slowly in midair. The riders of the god race wielded golden swords and glared at Su Zimo and Night Spirit coldly. Ha 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 ha! A god race being roared in laughter. Barbarians of Tianhuang mainland, you guys are finished. The light army of our god's mainland has already arrived in Tianhuang mainland. The darkness army will come right after. The god race riders walked out slowly, and each of them shone with an endless brilliance that was bedazzling. Most of those god race riders were at the conjoint body realm. Among them were even half-martial ancestor experts. The half-martial ancestors of the god race rode on their heavenly horses as well. However, they wielded spears with golden patterns and had terrifying auras. The most terrifying thing was that this was an army formed by the mighty figures of the god and half-martial ancestors of the god race. They were orderly and filled with a steely killing intent. After entering the valley, there was no surprise in the eyes of the god race riders when they saw the corpses strewn on the ground. They were expressionless the entire time. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of god race riders entered the valley. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people in the light army. Those who could enter the light army were all the strongest geniuses of God's mainland. Every single horseman of the light army could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm and dominate a place. The lethality of an iron-blooded army formed by so many god race riders was unimaginable. Furthermore, be it the armor or weapons of the god race riders, they were created by the top sword refinement masters of God's mainland. This light army could even kill the Kunlun army that consisted of tens of millions of troops. Night Spirit had a grim expression. He knew that the test for them had just begun. The god race beings before them were nothing much. The light army was the one that represented the peak of God's mainland's civilization. Behind the light army was a darkness army that had yet to appear. What would the situation be like after both armies arrived? At the entrance of the valley, the Tao Tai had revived and was closing in with the Kunlun army. Between Su Zimo and Night Spirit, one of them had to deal with the Tao Tai. Night Spirit, go and get rid of the Tao Tai. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and made a decision quickly. I'll defend against the god race's light army. Comparing between the front and back of the valley, the god race beings here were definitely more dangerous. Behind them were merely the forces of the Kunlun ruins. However, on the side of the god race was the power of the entire god's mainland. Su Zimo had pushed himself onto a cliff by making that choice. Brother. Night Spirit wanted to reject but was interrupted by Su Zimo the moment he spoke. Night Spirit? Su Zimo looked at Night Spirit and said in a deep voice, You're the only one suitable to resolve the matter of the Kunlun ruins. You're the only one who can suppress the Kunlun race. In terms of bloodline and origin, Night Spirit was the true Kunlun lord. There was an unresolvable feud and conflict between him and the Tao Tai. The two of them had to fight to the death. Once the Tao Tai died, there was a high chance that Night Spirit would suppress the remaining Kunlun clansmen with his prestige. However, it was different for Su Zimo. Those Kunlun clansmen did not agree with Su Zimo at all. Even if the Tao Tai died, the Kunlun race would not listen to Su Zimo. If Su Zimo were to deal with the Kunlun army, he would only be able to conduct a massacre that would not benefit the entire situation. Su Zimo said, Night Spirit, You have to kill the Tao Tai with lightning methods and subdue the other Kunlun clansmen before you can rush back to help me. I got it. Night Spirit nodded. Don't worry, before you return, I'll definitely guard the God-slaying valley and not let a single god race being off. Su Zimo's tone was resolute. After a brief pause, he instructed, also, you have to be careful. This Tao Tai has some tricks up his sleeves. I smashed his head earlier on, but he's not dead and even revived. I suspect that the Tao Tai's essence spirit might not be residing in his consciousness. Don't worry, brother. After saying that, Night Spirit's figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was at the entrance of the valley. It was a race against time. The sooner he killed the Tao Tai and controlled all the Kunlun clansmen, the sooner he could rush back to help Su Zimo. Barbarian of the East, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me now and I can take you under my wing as a personal guard. A half-martial ancestor of the god race wielded a spear and rode on a heavenly horse. He walked out slowly and looked down at Su Zimo. At that moment, the light army had already entered the valley with 1,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of half-martial ancestor experts alone. The others were all conjoint body mighty figures. The god race half-martial ancestor said proudly, I'll guide you personally and teach you the noble civilization of the god race so that you can break free from your status as a barbarian. Fu! Su Zimo sneered. That's all there is to the methods of the god race. You can't even cross this valley after entering Tianhuang mainland twice. How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? The expressions of the god race beings from the light army darkened. The primordial war was the eternal humiliation of God's mainland. God's mainland had conquered many worlds and occupied countless territories, enslaving millions of living beings. There had never been such a crushing defeat. The reason why they made a comeback today was to erase the shame of the primordial era. Barbarian of the East, you've successfully enraged me. The god race half-martial ancestor raised the spear in his hands slowly and pointed at Su Zimo with a golden glow. Now, even if you kneel before me, I won't let you off. Today, I'll let you witness the power of my light army. Before his sentence was finished, the spear in the hands of the god race half-martial ancestor suddenly shone with a golden light. At the same time, every single god race soldier of the light army drew their swords in unison. Golden lights burst forth from their swords. 1,000 golden beams gathered in midair and formed a golden spear that was dozens of feet long in the blink of an eye. It crossed the air and emitted a shuddering aura. Narrowing his gaze slightly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. That spear was not the power of one or two god race beings. It was a secret skill that fused the power of the entire light army. Even Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle from the gigantic golden spear. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. There was no time to think. Electric arcs appeared on Su Zimo's body, and a pair of dermic power wings appeared behind him. Finally, his figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning and vanished on the spot. Ethereal wings, lightning escape, and boundless golden light. Su Zimo's speed was at its limits after the fusion of the 3 escape techniques. Boom! The gigantic golden spear pierced through Su Zimo's afterimage and smashed against a valley not far away, letting out a deafening bang. Countless rocks rolled down and the entire valley shook as dust billowed. Su Zimo's figure reappeared. A grim look flashed through his eyes. The attack of the light army was enough to threaten his life. If he had not dodged in time earlier on, even his grade 7 green lotus true body would not have been able to escape unscathed and would have been severely injured. Ant, let's see where else you can hide. The god race half-martial ancestor sneered and raised the spear in his hands once more. Charge! The god race half-martial ancestor ordered. The light army that was initially silent and motionless suddenly circulated. Thousands of heavenly horses flapped their wings, causing wild winds to howl as they rode on auspicious clouds and charged over. Many god race riders wielded gigantic swords and charged forward with an incomparable aura towards Su Zimo. The heavenly horses galloped and their iron hooves sounded, causing the entire void to tremble. Against that impact, even Night Spirit and Su Zimo would not be able to defend against it, let alone the Green Lotus true body. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he thought of a strategy. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he had to be. If it was a normal fight, he could rely on his movement technique speed to maneuver around the light army instead of fighting them head-on. However, the place he was standing right now was called the God-Slaying Valley. The reason why the God-Slaying Valley was notorious was because the Divine House massacred the God race in the Primordial War. If he retreated, the Light Army would advance and join forces with the Tao Tai, Night Spirit, Extreme Fire, Nian Qi, and the others would definitely lose. At that time, even if he had countless methods, he would not be able to hold out. He had to kill the Light Army in the God-Slaying Valley. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag, and a jade-green long bow appeared in his hands. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Dermic-breaking bow. Standing in midair, Su Zimo's gaze was burning as he drew the Dermic-breaking bow. Dermic powers gathered wildly at his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a Dermic power arrow appeared on the bowstring. Swoosh! His bow was like a full moon, and the arrows were like shooting stars. The arrow tore through the air and arrived instantly, shooting towards the God Race half-martial ancestor in the lead. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the God Race half-martial ancestor. However, that surprise vanished in the blink of an eye, and he returned to his old, emotionless self. In a flash, the God Race half-martial ancestor raised the spear in his hands and pushed gently in front of him, colliding with the Dermic power arrow. Buzz! The Dermic power arrow rubbed against the spear of the God Race half-martial ancestor and let out an ear-piercing sound with sparks flying. The reaction of the God Race half-martial ancestor was way too fast. He was also sufficiently strong. Back when Su Zimo was still at the early-stage conjoint body realm, he was unable to escape unscathed from a Dermic power arrow of the Dermic-breaking bow, and his Green Lotus true body was injured. In front of Enigma Palace, Su Zimo wielded the Dermic-breaking bow and shot down many mighty figures of Enigma Palace. Even half-martial ancestors could not defend against him. However, this half-martial ancestor of the God Race could attack in time. Although he could not defend against the Dermic power arrow completely, the spear changed the direction of the Dermic power arrow and it brushed past him. When the God Race half-martial ancestor made a move, he negated the Dermic-breaking bow almost perfectly. Su Zimo was expressionless. That was because although the arrow did not manage to kill the God Race half-martial ancestor, when the latter blocked and changed its direction, it shot into the crowd behind him instantly. A flash of blood appeared. In the Light Army, a God Race rider's glabella was pierced by the Dermic power arrow and his head exploded instantly. He fell from his horse and died on the spot. Although the God Race half-martial ancestor could react to it, the mighty figure behind him was caught off guard. However, the loss of a God Race rider was insignificant for the entire Light Army. The other God Race riders had cold, expressionless expressions the entire time. The speed of the Light Army did not decrease at all. Shield! The half-martial ancestor of the God Race in the lead raised his spear and shouted without a change in expression. Before his sentence was finished, apart from the spear-wielding half-martial ancestor of the God Race, a thick shield shone with a golden glow on the left hand of the other God Race mighty figures. The God Race riders wielded swords in their right hands and shields in their left. They rode on their heavenly horses and continued charging with cold expressions. Swoosh! 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 Su Zimo tugged the Dermic-breaking bow repeatedly. Dermic power arrows tore through the air. This time round, Su Zimo did not target the God Race half-martial ancestors with the spears. Instead, he targeted the God Race riders with the sword and shield. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. Within the Light Army, the God Race riders were shot down by the Dermic-breaking bow one after another. However, no more blood light appeared. Before long, those God Race riders leaped into the air once more and returned to their heavenly horses as they continued charging forward with an intensified coldness in their eyes. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The God Race riders were all clad in heavy armor and were shielded by the gigantic golden shield. None of them revealed any weaknesses. Although his dermic-breaking bow was strong and fast enough to shoot the god race riders, it could not penetrate their armor. Even if some god race riders were injured, their vitals were not hurt. Given the regeneration capabilities of the god race's bloodline, they would be able to recover his combat strength before long and rejoin the charging army. Even after shooting more than 10 arrows in succession, he failed to stop their charge. Instead, the distance between them closed in continuously. Ha 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 ha! The god race half-martial ancestor roared in laughter and mocked. Barbarian of Tianhuang mainland, you think you can stop the conquest of the light army with a single lousy bow? You're truly fearless in your ignorance. Su Zimo's expression was calm and he was not discouraged. He drew his dermic-breaking bow once more and shot more than 10 arrows. With the help of the Creation Lotus platform, as long as his essence spirit was strong and his dermic powers were rich, he could shoot dermic power arrows continuously. This time round, Su Zimo's arrows were not aimed at the god race riders. It was aimed at the heavenly horses of the god race riders. The heavenly horses were also clad in armor, but their eyes were revealed. If the dermic power arrows could shoot through the eyes of the heavenly horses, the power of the arrows would be enough to destroy their essence spirits. Once the heavenly horses were dead, the light army would definitely be in chaos and their charging momentum would naturally stop. Poof! True enough, a heavenly horse could not dodge in time and was pierced in the eye by a dermic power arrow. Instantly, its head was penetrated and its essence spirit was destroyed. With a boom, its massive body fell. This time round, there was quite a bit of chaos in the light army and the speed of their charge decreased slightly. Change formation, spear and shield formation. The god race half-martial ancestor raised his spear and hollered softly. When the many god race riders heard the order, they sprawled on the heavenly horses and stuck close to its back, protecting it with the gigantic golden shield in their hands. As such, the gigantic golden shield protected the heavenly horses and god race riders at the back completely without any openings. As for the other half-martial ancestors of the god race, they raised their spears and led the god race riders behind them to charge once more. The god race half-martial ancestors raised their spears while the god race riders wielded their shields. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the entire light army shone with a bedazzling glow and charged towards the god-slaying valley like an indestructible all. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Every single god race expert had extremely terrifying combat strength. Coupled with their almost indestructible armor, they were almost invincible among their peers. If it was a one-on-one fight, Extreme Fire and Yan Qi might not be a match for these god race riders. As for the 1,000 god race riders, they formed an army and charged. Even Su Zimo felt that their aura, burst and strength were troublesome to deal with. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to use the heaven-slaying sword Qi. However, the armor on the god race riders was made of unknown materials and was tough as metal. Even the dermic-breaking bow could not penetrate it. There were ancient unique treasures in Tianhuang mainland, the divine phoenix bone, the Soraka flower, the creation green lotus, and it was only normal for similar treasures to be born in God's mainland. Although the killing power of the heaven-slaying sword Qi was terrifying, the damage it could cause was limited when released at this moment. Su Zimo stood in midair and looked at the approaching light army motionlessly, as though he was lost and helpless. Our god race is the god of the 10,000 races and all will have to submit everywhere the light army passes. Tianhuang mainland is no exception. The half-martial ancestor of the god race pointed his spear with an arrogant aura. Fu! Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. In the primordial era, you guys suffered immense losses and returned in defeat. You guys won't be able to succeed today either. When he saw that the light army had already entered the depths of the valley, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out a dark gray mountain, tossing it forward. It was the ancient unique treasure, the mystic magnet mountain. Under the channeling of Su Zimo's spirit consciousness, the mystic magnet mountain rose to a height of 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. A large shadow blanketed the skies and rumbled with an overwhelming might, suppressing the back of the light army with an aggressive aura. Boom! Boom! The mystic magnet mountain descended and blocked the god-slaying valley without leaving any gaps. Hee hee. To think that this ant can even miss when he's throwing an entire mountain. The mystic magnet mountain descended and did not hit a single god race being, causing many god race beings to sneer. MMM? The god race commander frowned slightly and murmured, "Something's not right." The momentum of the mountain did not seem like it was suppressing the light army, but cutting off their retreat path. Suddenly, the many god race beings felt an extremely powerful suction force behind them, pulling them towards the back. The entire light army, 1,000 god race riders with half-martial ancestors included, and even their heavenly horses were not spared. The powerful charging momentum of the light army dissipated immediately. The god race riders were clad in heavy armor and wielded swords and shields. Even the heavenly horses they were riding were covered tightly by the armor. The power of magnetism was unleashed to its limits on the god race riders. Nearly half of the god race riders in the light army fell from midair in a miserable manner due to their ferocious charge and sudden withdrawal of momentum. The heavenly horses let out pained neighs and could not control themselves as they flew towards the mystic magnet mountain. Many god race riders could not defend against the power of magnetism either. Boom! Boom! Some of the god race riders stabbed their sword and shield heavily into the ground, wanting to defend against the power of the mystic magnet mountain. However, the sword and shield carved gigantic ravines on the ground and could not stop them from flying towards the mystic magnet mountain. Everything in the world had its counter. The armor of the god race riders and the sword and shield in their hands were indestructible. However, they were countered by the mystic magnet mountain. The swords and shields used by the god race riders were extremely heavy and could only be used with the bloodline and physique of the god race. However, the heavier the weapons were, the greater the power of magnetism they would have to endure. Some half-martial ancestors of the god race were enraged and channeled their blood chi, releasing immense power to defend against the power of the mystic magnet mountain without budging at all. However, the heavenly horses they rode on let out sorrowful cries. Those heavenly horses could not withstand the pull of the two different powers, and their bodies ruptured as they knelt on the ground with fresh blood seeping out of the gaps in their armors. The mystic magnet mountain alone was not enough to threaten the god race. After all, the mystic magnet mountain could only release the power of magnetism and could not injure anyone. However, at that moment, Su Zimo drew his dermic-breaking bow once more. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One after another, dermic power arrows turned into streaks of light that shot towards the light army, arriving instantly. Poof, poof, poof. Beams of blood light burst forth from the light army. Some of the god race riders wore heavy armor and were already struggling to defend against the power of magnetism. How could they have the strength to defend against the dermic-breaking bow? Dermic power arrows pierced their faces and their consciousnesses. The essence spirits of many god race riders were shot to death on the spot and fell weakly. After losing their power, the corpses of the god race were sucked over by the mystic magnet mountain and slammed heavily against it with a resounding bang. Shoo! Shoo! However, Su Zimo's dermic-breaking bow showed no signs of stopping. Dermic power arrows tore through the air one after another. The god race riders were not the only ones who died. God race half-martial ancestors died as well. Under normal circumstances, the reaction speed and strength of a god race half-martial ancestor was enough to neutralize the dermic-breaking bow. However, those god race half-martial ancestors had to contend against the envelopment of the mystic magnet mountain, and their movement techniques had decreased to their limits. Some god race half-martial ancestors could not dodge when they saw the dermic power arrows shooting over and were killed on the spot. With the mystic magnet mountain around, almost all the god race riders became live targets. With dozens of breaths, Su Zimo shot out 100 dermic power arrows. As for the light army, more than 100 god race beings had already fallen. The arrows were not wasted. The god race half-martial ancestor leading them was enraged. The god race mighty figures that formed the light army were the most outstanding paragons and monster incarnates of God's mainland. Every single one of them had a high chance of entering the Mahayana realm. But now, in just a few dozens of breaths, 100 people from the light army had died. The number of people that died was still rising rapidly. What made him even more furious was that he could not stop Su Zimo's killing intent. Retreat, retreat! The god race half-martial ancestor shouted and released his bloodline phenomenon, using all his might to defend against an arrow that was directed at him. His body shuddered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The entire light army began to retreat. However, their retreat path was completely severed by the mystic magnet mountain. When the light army charged over, they were aggressive. In the blink of an eye, they were forced to retreat, leaving behind a trail of corpses. They suffered immense losses. The god race had already lost more than 300 men just by retreating to the foot of the mystic magnet mountain. Many god race riders wanted to cross the mystic magnet mountain. However, they endured the powerful suction force at the foot of the mystic magnet mountain. Even leaping into the air would be extremely difficult, let alone crossing it. Shatter that mountain peak! The god race half-martial ancestor was already flustered as he roared. Clang! 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 Many god race beings waved their swords and gigantic shields to clash against the mystic magnet mountain that was thousands of feet tall. However, they were clad in heavy armor and were restrained by the power of magnetism. They could not unleash half of their strength and could not shake the mystic magnet mountain at all. Su Zimo drew his bow repeatedly with a cold expression. He flew through the air like a god of death, causing many god race beings to feel suffocated. Outside the god-slaying valley, Night Spirit had already clashed against the millions of Kunlun troops led by the Tao Tai. He did not engage the Kunlun clansmen and charged towards the Tao Tai directly. Little cub, do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Tao Tai roared and his spirit consciousness moved. The 5 commanders under his lead charged over one after another and stood at different locations, forming an encirclement with the Tao Tai to trap Night Spirit in the middle. Roar! Night Spirit looked at the 5 commanders and roared at them. It was earth-shaking and released a shuddering aura. It was an aura that belonged to a taboo. The auras of the 5 commanders weakened and they did not dare to meet Night Spirit's gaze. They knew in their hearts that Night Spirit was the true Kunlun Lord and they were the traitors. The Tao Tai could not help but sneer when he sensed the fear in the eyes of the 5 commanders. What are you guys afraid of? That lad has been fighting against the god race for so long and is completely exhausted. His wounds are still bleeding. What other combat strength can he have? He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. We'll definitely be able to kill him if we join forces. At that time, the Kunlun ruins will be our world. The 5 commanders took a deep breath and composed themselves. The Tao Tai continued, Don't expect that this cub will let you guys off if you submit now. The Divine Ho is bloodthirsty and will definitely not show mercy to those that betray it. Those words of the Tao Tai made the 5 commanders truly resolute. The Tao Tai was right. They no longer had a way out and could only fight. Kill! The 5 commanders hollered and lunged towards Night Spirit murderously. Suddenly, in a flash, Night Spirit disappeared from the spot like a ghost and appeared before the Tao Tai in the blink of an eye. The Tao Tai's reaction was extremely fast as well as he opened his mouth and bit towards Night Spirit's neck. The 2 massive beings were fighting. Beams of blood light surged and scattered through the void. Under normal circumstances, even though the Tao Tai was a half-martial ancestor, he would not be able to defend against Night Spirit's attacks. However, Night Spirit was covered in injuries and his combat strength was greatly reduced in the battle against the god race. The fight between the 2 demon beasts was roughly even. The 5 commanders turned and lunged forward. Night Spirit separated from the Tao Tai and made use of the secret skill of the Divine Ho race to linger around the latter. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and vanished instantly. One of the commanders had a dim expression as his life force drained rapidly. A bloody hole appeared on his glabella with fresh blood oozing out. He was assassinated by Night Spirit's tail. The commander had not caught sight of Night Spirit the entire time. Poof! 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 Blood light flashed repeatedly as the 6 demon beasts fought. In fact, some of them had broken limbs that danced in midair as the fight turned increasingly tragic. Melee combat between demon beasts was extremely dangerous. Even if they could kill the other party, it was inevitable that they would be injured. After dozens of breaths, although Night Spirit relied on his ghostly movement techniques to assassinate 3 commanders one after another, he had 7 to 8 wounds on his body as well. One of the wounds was so deep that his bones could be seen and fresh blood flowed uncontrollably. It was left behind by the Tao Tai. If Night Spirit was slightly slower, the Tao Tai would have ripped Night Spirit into 2 with that attack. The battle was still ongoing. One of Night Spirit's legs was snapped by the Tao Tai. An injury as such was not fatal for conjoint body mighty figures. However, Night Spirit had expended too much of his dermic powers and his essence spirit was weak. He could not even regrow his broken leg in the battle. Night Spirit had to sustain such serious injuries in order to kill the remaining 2 commanders. The Tao Tai devoured Night Spirit's broken leg in huge mouthfuls and fresh blood flowed. Even though it was just a severed leg, the blood of the divine Ho possessed an unimaginable amount of energy. The Tao Tai ate with excitement and his mouth was filled with blood. Night Spirit's blood had triggered his ferocity entirely. Hee. The Tao Tai licked his grisly red lips and circled around Night Spirit slowly, saying as he searched for Night Spirit's weakness, "Little cub, you can't hold on for much longer. It's enough to kill you." Even though he was severely injured, filled with injuries and his body was battered, Night Spirit's voice did not waver at all. For Night Spirit, he could kill the Tao Tai completely as long as he could seize an opportunity. For the divine Ho race, killing was their instinct. Every single bone and muscle on the divine Ho was not excess. It was born to kill. At its peak condition, the divine Ho was extremely terrifying. If Night Spirit was in his peak condition, the Tao Tai might not survive 3 breaths. The Tao Tai circled to the direction of Night Spirit's broken leg and suddenly lunged forward. That broken leg was Night Spirit's greatest weakness right now. The Tao Tai wanted to seize this opening and kill Night Spirit completely. True enough. Because of the loss of a leg, Night Spirit's turn was not as agile as it was initially and became slower. The 2 demon beasts collided violently. In the chaos, the Tao Tai bit Night Spirit's arm. Sharp teeth pierced through Night Spirit's purple-gold scales instantly. That single bite almost snapped Night Spirit's arm. A look of pain flashed through Night Spirit's eyes. However, he did not struggle or roar. Instead, he endured the pain and bit down viciously at the Tao Tai's head. A strange look flashed through the Tao Tai's eyes. He did not dodge nor avoid and continued to exert strength, shaking his gigantic head and biting Night Spirit's arm. He was in no hurry. His stamina and injuries were way better than Night Spirit's. As long as he accumulated a slight advantage and waited, he could exhaust Night Spirit to death. This time round, he intended to rip off an arm of Night Spirit. He did not care about his head at all. That was because even if his head was crushed by Night Spirit, he would not die. Almost all the essence spirits of demon beasts were in their consciousnesses, but he was different. His essence spirit was not in his consciousness at all. It was in the eyes beneath his armpits. After the Tao Tai race transformed into their true forms, they had the face of a goat and the body of a human. There were no eyes on their faces. Their eyes were hidden beneath their armpits in an extremely secluded manner. That was their greatest weakness. After the Tao Tai cultivated an essence spirit, his essence spirit would also be hidden in the eyes beneath his armpits. That was the reason why the Tao Tai was able to revive even after he was severely injured by Su Zimo with his head crushed. That was the key. Even if his head was crushed, if his essence spirit was fine, he could regrow another one. For the Tao Tai race, heads were like limbs. More importantly, there was another reason why he could revive so quickly after being severely injured by Su Zimo and even fight against Night Spirit. He had 2 essence spirits. He had also obtained a huge opportunity in the Kunlun ruins and was able to cultivate 2 essence spirits that were hidden in the eyes beneath his armpits. In other words, his dermic powers were double that of other Tao Tais. He naturally had a trump card to be able to threaten the Kunlun ruins and become the Kunlun Lord. Against Night Spirit's attacks, the Tao Tai did not dodge or avoid and merely bit Night Spirit's arm with all his might. Snap! Night Spirit's arm was snapped by the Tao Tai and dripped with blood. It was a shocking sight. Young master! Many Kunlun clansmen from the old faction roared with sorrowful expressions when they saw that. Extreme Fire and Xianxia were extremely anxious as well. However, they were already completely trapped by the Kunlun army and could barely fend for themselves, let alone help Night Spirit. On the battlefield, of his 4 limbs, Night Spirit only had 2 intact ones left. It was extremely tragic. As for the Tao Tai, he chomped down on Night Spirit's broken arm excitedly and devoured it in huge mouthfuls. Suddenly, the Tao Tai sensed an unprecedented danger and was terrified. His eyes were widened as he finally realized something. Night Spirit did not bite his head at all. Instead, he changed directions the moment he bit down and chomped his shoulders. Although Night Spirit's body was weak, his teeth were even more terrifying than the Tao Tai's. That single bite removed the entire arm of the Tao Tai instantly. The essence spirit that was hidden in the eyes beneath the Tao Tai's armpit was bitten by Night Spirit as well. Before it could escape, it was crushed and devoured by Night Spirit. Ah! The Tao Tai shrieked. He retreated, wanting to distance himself from Night Spirit and start a new battle. After all, he had another essence spirit hidden beneath his other armpit. Even if he had to fight again, he had an absolute advantage. He had lost an essence spirit. However, dermic powers surged in his severed arm and it could regrow in the blink of an eye. However, Night Spirit was already so weak that he could not regrow his arm. Yet Night Spirit's massacre did not stop at all. When the Tao Tai wanted to retreat, he realized that he had nowhere to run. A black shadow streaked behind the Tao Tai and entered his other shoulder blade with extreme precision, penetrating his eyes beneath his armpit. It was Night Spirit's tail. The Tao Tai's second essence spirit was also killed by Night Spirit on the spot. How is that possible? Disbelief appeared on the Tao Tai's face as his life force drained rapidly. Even till his death, he could not understand how he was defeated so quickly. Apart from those from the primordial era, no one knows the secret of the Tao Tai race. How did you? The 2 essence spirits of the Tao Tai were destroyed. The reason why he did not die immediately was because his life force was exuberant. A remnant soul and obsession surrounded him and lingered for a long time. You're right, Night Spirit said indifferently. Indeed, only those from the primordial era know your secret. I know that it's because my father and mother told me all these secrets in the form of inheritance memories before their deaths. The Tao Tai gradually understood. When they left the Kunlun barrier, they were worried that today's situation would happen. Therefore, they told me all the weaknesses of their 4 commanders, including the Tao Tai race. The Tao Tai gave a bitter laugh. His lineage had always wanted to dominate Kunlun after the 2 divine house died. To think that he would still lose to the 2 primordial divine house in the end. The Tao Tai's massive corpse fell from midair and landed in the blood ruins with a boom, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Be it the Kunlun army led by the Tao Tai or the former Kunlun army, all the Kunlun clansmen witnessed this shocking scene. The previous Kunlun lord was dead. It was as though it was a premonition of the birth of a new Kunlun lord. In midair, Night Spirit only had an arm and leg left as he relied on his tail to barely maintain his balance. However, he stood in midair with an endless might and a cold expression. He looked down at the masses and roared in the direction of the Kunlun army. Roar! The might was rumbling. Many Kunlun clansmen shuddered. Extreme Fire and Xianxia were delighted. Up till this point of the battle, they could finally see the turning point. Kunlun race, listen up. That Tao Tai is already dead. I know that you guys were forced by him to kill your master and whatnot. If you submit immediately, the new Kunlun Lord will let bygones be bygones. Xianxia shouted as well. We won't kill those who surrender. Given Night Spirit's pride, there was no way he would say something like that. Even if he died in battle, he would not retreat or bow down. However, in the current situation, although the Tao Tai was dead, there were still millions of Kunlun troops under his command. Given their strength, there was no way they could defend against that massive Kunlun army if they fought to the death. Night Spirit was also at the end of his rope and could not hold on for much longer. More importantly, the situation at the valley was unknown. The most important thing for them was to resolve the situation as soon as possible and rush to the God-slaying valley to help Su Zimo. God-slaying valley. The death toll of the god race was still rising in the Light Army. Su Zimo wielded two ancient unique treasures, the mystic magnet mountain and the dermic-breaking bow, and he almost destroyed the Light Army single-handedly. The cold and indifferent god race riders finally revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. In that short period of time, more than 400 god race riders died to Su Zimo's dermic-breaking bow. Nobody knew who the next god race being to die would be. After shooting more than 400 dermic power arrows in succession, Su Zimo's essence spirit could not hold out either. Everyone, heed my orders. Remove your armor and put away your sword and shield. The god race half-martial ancestor finally thought of a solution and shouted, "Even if we're bare-handed, we can kill this person." Many god race beings reacted as well. Right now, they were in such a situation and could neither advance nor retreat. Most importantly, their figures were restricted by the mystic magnet mountain. Although their defense and attack power would be greatly reduced if they put away their armor, sword, and shield, they would be able to break free from the shackles of the mystic magnet mountain. That way, they would be able to kill the puny human with their physique and bloodline of the god race even without their armor, sword, and shield. How could the bloodline of the human race be compared to the god race? At that thought, ecstasy filled the eyes of the god race beings. Su Zimo smiled as well. After pulling the dermic-breaking bow consecutively, his essence spirit could no longer hold out. Just as he was prepared to let his essence spirit rest, these god race beings decided to change their tactics because they were unable to hold out any longer. That's perfect. Su Zimo smiled gently and took out a few elixirs to recover his essence spirit, swallowing them. At the same time, the creation lotus platform held the black-haired essence spirit in his consciousness and spun slowly, spewing out rays of green light that nourished the black-haired essence spirit. With the help of the creation lotus platform, no one could compare to Su Zimo in terms of the recovery of his essence spirit. The burst power of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was superior to the Green Lotus True Body. However, in terms of the endurance of one's essence spirit, the Dragon Phoenix True Body could not compare to it. Many god race beings removed their armor with a single thought and put it away in their storage bags along with their sword and shield. The god race beings were filled with rage as they removed their armor and regained mobility. All of them turned around with fire spewing from their eyes. Ant of the human race, prepare to die. Don't kill him so easily. We have to suppress and torture him bit by bit. Otherwise, our clansmen would have died for nothing. Many god race beings had just turned around and wanted to charge forward to fight Su Zimo when they realized that the nightmarish figure was striding towards them. A god race half-martial ancestor sneered. "Good. You even dare to take the initiative to come over. You truly don't know what's good for you. You guys are the ones who don't know what's good for you," Su Zimo said indifferently and did not stop. Before long, he arrived before a god race rider. "Kill!" The blood chi of the god race rider surged as he hollered. Raising his strong and powerful thighs, he swept towards Su Zimo's head. That single move caused a buzzing sound in midair, and a series of afterimages appeared. That kick was way too strong and fast. If that kick landed, the god race rider was confident that he would be able to rupture Su Zimo's head. Bang! However, just as the kick was about to hit Su Zimo's temple, a fair palm appeared on the god race rider's leg. The god race rider looked at everything with widened eyes in disbelief. The other god race beings looked on in disbelief as well. A human was actually able to defend against the might of the god race in melee combat. Su Zimo reached out and gripped the god race rider's ankle like an iron hoop, smiling gently. "Is this the power of the god race? You guys are truly way too weak." Snap! Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo crushed the god race rider's ankle. Ah! Instantly, a layer of cold sweat rolled down the god race rider's face as he let out a tragic cry. However, the god race rider was impressive as well. He could still maintain his clarity despite his tragic cries and did not retreat in a panic. Instead, he channeled his blood chi, wanting to release his bloodline phenomenon. Bang! Su Zimo did not give him the chance at all. He strode forward and punched the person on the chest. The chest of the god race rider was penetrated instantly, and an arrow of blood as thick as an arm burst forth. His heart exploded and his blood chi drained rapidly. Before that person's bloodline phenomenon was fully formed, it dissipated rapidly due to the immense loss of blood chi. Su Zimo's attacks did not stop. After crushing the god race rider's ankle, Su Zimo advanced and punched the person's chest. Thereafter, he propped up his palm and rested it on the person's chin. This was sanguine apefruit offering. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo was no longer restrained by a single move. He created the martial sutra and was invincible in melee combat. Every single punch, palm strike, and action of his contained a mysterious secret. Snap! The head of the god race rider was slammed behind and his neck snapped. An essence spirit escaped from the head of the god race rider with a panicked expression. However, before he could escape from his body completely, Su Zimo blew gently and a white flash appeared, slicing his essence spirit into two. Given Su Zimo's current physique, blood chi, and powerful organs, a single breath of air from him was like a flying sword that was not inferior to divine weapons. The exchange between the two of them was extremely fast and lasted merely a few breaths. Every single move of the god race rider seemed to be within Su Zimo's prediction. He was completely countered and helpless. The other god race beings were not far away. By the time they realized what happened, that god race rider was already dead. "How arrogant, Ant! How dare you!" They were enraged and hollered. Su Zimo sneered. "What noble race? What powerful civilization? That's all there is to it." He stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! Boom! Instantly the ground shook. "Today, I'll let you guys witness my methods." Su Zimo let out a long howl and channeled his blood chi. The sound of a tsunami echoed from his body as he charged towards a god race half-martial ancestor. Relying on the fact that his cultivation realm was a half-step above Su Zimo, the god race half-martial ancestor was fearless. He channeled his blood chi and punched towards Su Zimo as well. Bang! The two fists collided. The god race half-martial ancestor revealed an endless pain on his face and could not help but grunt before retreating instinctively. His entire arm went numb from that clash. "I was too careless." The god race half-martial ancestor was alarmed internally. "I should have released my bloodline phenomenon right away. You won't have that chance." Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he suddenly spoke and released a sound domain's secret skill. "Kill!" His voice was like thunder and exploded in the ears of the god race half-martial ancestor instantly. The two of them were way too close. That roar caused the god race half-martial ancestor's ears to buzz and echoed in his mind, causing his consciousness to pause for a moment. For Su Zimo, that momentary pause was the difference between life and death. Su Zimo extended his finger and poked the glabella of the god race half-martial ancestor in a flash. Poof! A bloodied hole appeared. Fresh blood gushed out. The god race half-martial ancestor had just snapped out of thunderclap kill when he realized that his consciousness was gradually sinking into the endless dark abyss beneath. The life force of the god race half-martial ancestor vanished and his eyes dimmed. He fell stiffly and his spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. In less than 10 breaths, 2 god race beings were dead. One of them was even a half-martial ancestor of the god race. Su Zimo's massacre had just begun. In a flash, he charged into the crowd of the god race and rammed forward fearlessly like a divine steed. One of the god race riders wanted to block Su Zimo's path but was sent flying. While his body was in midair, it exploded into a blood mist, leaving only his essence spirit to escape. The other god race riders could not stop Su Zimo either. Everywhere he passed, people were overwhelmed and no one could withstand his sharpness. The entire light army was destroyed by Su Zimo. After the god race riders put away their armor, sword, and shield, they were barehanded. Su Zimo was also barehanded. However, His body was a grade 7 creation green lotus that was equivalent to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. Although the physique and bloodline of the god race were strong, they could not defend against the power of the grade 7 creation green lotus. Without the protection of their armor, although the god race regained their freedom in movement, their losses were even more tragic in melee combat against Su Zimo. Anyone that was struck by the creation green lotus would be severely injured or dead. Before long, another 100 god race beings died beneath the mystic magnet mountain. The light army formed by 1,000 paragons and monster incarnates of God's mainland was destroyed and fled in all directions, leaving only 500 people. Clansmen, don't panic. Listen to my instructions. The god race commander could not hold it in any longer and stood out once more. He used his spirit consciousness to send voice transmissions to the remaining god race riders. If the 500 god race riders were to gather, they would still be an extremely terrifying force. Under the lead of the god race commander, the god race riders gradually formed an encirclement around Su Zimo. A mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He did not break out of the encirclement and merely allowed them to surround him. Just as the encirclement was about to form, the god race commander suddenly shouted, "Everyone, release your bloodline phenomenon." He gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. Ancient pyramids appeared beneath the many god race beings. Millions of living beings knelt around every pyramid and prayed sincerely, looking up at the god race beings at the top of the pyramid. An endless stream of power surged into the god race beings' bodies. The auras of the many god race beings rose continuously. That was the terror of the god race. Once the bloodline of the god race was awakened, a bloodline phenomenon would be born even without cultivating. More than 500 pyramids hovered in midair in an extremely shocking manner as the figures of many god race beings rose slowly, becoming one with the world. An unimaginable might descended. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand the pressure. His bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo's aura rose continuously and arrived at its peak in the blink of an eye. His figure seemed to have vanished and was faintly discernible. On the spot, a jade green lotus soared into the skies. The green lotus was transparent and jade-like, emanating an endless glow. Right in front of the god race beings, a lotus blossomed at the top of the green lotus with a bedazzling glow. This is... The god race beings looked up with shock in their eyes. If it could be said that they were one with the world, the power of that green lotus would have broken that world apart. Suddenly, the creation green lotus swayed gently. The world shuddered and ripples spread through the void, as though a rock had fallen into a calm lake. The ripples were weak and rippled towards the 500 ancient pyramids around them. A terrifying scene unfolded. Although the ripples seemed weak, cracks appeared on the pyramids and spread rapidly after contact was made. Boom, boom, boom. Under the envelopment of the ripples, the pyramids shattered and collapsed into emptiness. Many god race beings were shocked. If it was 20 years ago, Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon would not have been able to defend against so many god race phenomenons. However, after absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood, Su Zimo's green lotus true body grew wildly. Be it in terms of strength or bloodline, there was an obvious leap. Right now, the green lotus true body was getting closer to becoming a grade 8 creation green lotus. Although there was still a distance, it was no longer out of reach. Of course, Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon did not manage to suppress all the 500-odd pyramids. After merely shattering more than 200 pyramids, Su Zimo's green lotus phenomenon could no longer hold out. However, that was enough. The 200-odd pyramid collapsed and the encirclement of the god race beings dispersed instantly. Su Zimo sneered and reappeared, turning into a golden streak of light. He arrived before a god race rider and slapped in reverse. The bloodline phenomenon of the god race rider dissipated and his blood chi fluctuated. Before he could react, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. You! The god race being only had time to utter a single word before he hurriedly raised his arms, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's power. Snap! Su Zimo's palm snapped the god race being's arms. The palm continued its momentum and slapped the person's head. The person's essence spirit was shattered instantly, and he died with his corpse falling from midair. The other god race beings reacted and attacked. However, Su Zimo's figure flashed once more, and he had already vanished from the spot. When he appeared again, he arrived beside another god race half-martial ancestor and released his killing move in the same manner. The two of them fought with speed and actually exchanged 3 to 4 blows. The god race half-martial ancestor had a pale expression and could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, the eyes of the god race half-martial ancestor surged with specks of golden light. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned golden. They were cold and heartless, exuding an endless might as though they wanted to judge all the sins in the world. God's eye! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He had fought the god race in the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City. That god race being then cultivated the God's Eye technique, and it was extremely similar to what was happening before him. Of course, even Su Zimo felt shudders when the god race half-martial ancestor released his God's Eye. The divine eyes of the god race half-martial ancestor were filled with a trace of divine power. Su Zimo was alarmed. He did not dare to be careless. Ethereal wings, lightning escape and boundless golden light burst forth at the same time as he retreated and flickered continuously, wanting to avoid the power of the God's Eye. The Grade 7 creation Green Lotus might be able to defend against the God's Eye that contained a trace of divine power. However, Su Zimo did not dare to take the risk. There were more than 500 God race beings here. Behind them was also a legendary darkness army. If the Green Lotus true body was severely injured because of the head-on clash with the God's Eye, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The God race half-martial ancestor was extremely smart as well. When he saw Su Zimo escape with the escape techniques, he was in no hurry to release his visual technique and merely closed in continuously. He knew very well that if he released the visual technique, Su Zimo would no longer be a threat to him. However, he refused to release it the entire time and merely stared at Su Zimo continuously. It was as though a sword was hovering above Su Zimo's head the entire time and could descend at any moment. Su Zimo would definitely feel restricted. The other god race beings noticed this as well and attacked one after another, working together with the god race half-martial ancestor. Some god race beings released their bloodline phenomenons and swarmed towards Su Zimo. Some of the god race beings activated their visual techniques as well, and their eyes shone with a golden glint. They glared at Su Zimo the entire time and closed in on him continuously. Anyone who could join the light army were monster incarnates of God's mainland. Every single god race rider had cultivated God's Eye. More than 1,000 golden eyes were fixed on Su Zimo, and he felt his scalp tingle. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. The remaining 500-odd god race beings gradually gained the upper hand instead. The Green Lotus true body was created by Su Zimo. Although he had cultivated the visual technique of the fiend sex, it did not possess strong lethality and could not compare against the God's Eye. The terror of a visual technique lies in the fact that it was instantaneous. There was no warning at all. The moment Su Zimo relaxed his guard, a visual technique descended. Xing! Su Zimo dodged it by a hair's breadth, and the visual technique landed on the rocks in the valley behind him, creating 2 bottomless holes. Under the pressure of some bloodline phenomenons of the god race, Su Zimo's space to dodge decreased by the moment. Xing! Xing! Another 2 visual techniques had descended. Su Zimo's body was contorted to an unimaginable degree before he managed to avoid the 2 visual techniques. The 2 visual techniques tore through the air and struck the skeleton of a massive demon beast. That was the corpse of the purple hoe from the primordial era. The God's Eye that could penetrate dermic weapons landed on the purple hoe's corpse without leaving any traces. However, they triggered the purple hoe's corpse and caused a commotion. Initially, many god race beings were rushing forward to surround Su Zimo. When they sensed the commotion above the valley from the purple hoe's corpse, all of them were scared out of their wits and dispersed like frightened birds. The fear that the primordial divine hoe brought to the god race was rooted and did not diminish much even after countless years. Although the divine hoe was dead, its remnant might shock history. Actually, The so-called commotion was merely a stone that fell from the purple hoe. The stone was the size of a goose egg and was pitch black as ink. It fell towards Su Zimo from the top of the valley. Su Zimo swept his gaze and was slightly stunned. For some reason, the stone gave him a sense of déjà vu. Such stones were way too common. Even in Tianhuang mainland, they could be seen everywhere, let alone in the Kunlun ruins. However, an indescribable feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart the moment he caught sight of the stone. Instinctively, he reached out and caught the stone. However, the moment he touched the stone, it suddenly vanished. It was as though it had entered his body through his palm. This feeling, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the illumination stone he picked up when he first met Master Extreme Fire in Songlang Mountain Range. The two situations were almost identical. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his mind. Ugh! He grunted and lowered his head slightly, curling into a ball as he trembled. The many god race beings did not know what had happened to Su Zimo. However, this scene was the best opportunity for them to strike. The half-martial ancestor of the god race in the lead glared with golden eyes. His god's eye was focused the entire time and he was ready to strike. Now that he saw that opportunity, he released his god's eye technique without hesitation. He was not the only one with such a reaction. The god race beings of the Light Army were all paragons and monster incarnates. Sensing this rare opportunity, they attacked one after another. Visual techniques tore through the air one after another. Instantly, hundreds of golden beams crossed the void and shot towards Su Zimo. Most of the golden light shot towards Su Zimo's head. Some of them were aimed at the vital points of Su Zimo's body. A small portion of the golden light stabbed towards Su Zimo's surroundings, sealing all possible space he could dodge. More than 500 god race beings attacked and released their god's eye techniques. Beams of golden light formed an impenetrable trap that enveloped Su Zimo. To begin with, the burst of a visual technique was instantaneous and difficult to dodge. Furthermore, after his freak encounter, Su Zimo was rooted on the ground motionlessly with his head slumped as though he could not sense any danger at all. Suddenly, the moment the golden lights descended, Su Zimo suddenly raised his head. There was no white in his left eye and it had turned black as ink. It did not seem like an eye. It was an endless abyss that emitted a chilling aura. It was like the eye of a fiend celestial. All the golden lights that descended beside Su Zimo froze in midair, as though they were frozen. A layer of frost appeared on the golden lights. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the 1,000 golden beams shattered into nothingness. The power of the pitch-black eye shot in reverse. The expressions of many god race beings changed, and they felt as though their eyes were being invaded by an extremely cold power such that they could not move their eyeballs. Their gazes were frozen. The next moment, they could not see anything anymore. Cracks appeared in the eyes of the god race beings and turned into ice crystals that flowed out of their sockets in a terrifying manner. The god race beings were blinded. Some half-martial ancestors of the god race relied on the trace of divine power in their god's eye to protect their eyes. However, the eyes of the god race half-martial ancestors were also filled with unbearable pain as tears streamed down their faces. Ah! 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 The god race beings shrieked in pain. Nether glow eye. It's the nether glow eye of the divine Ho back then. A god race half-martial ancestor seemed to have thought of something and his eyes flashed with deep fear as his voice trembled. Right then, the darkness in Su Zimo's left eye faded gradually and returned to normal before long, as though nothing had happened. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, when the red-headed ghost imparted the Illumination Dragon Eye to Su Zimo, he mentioned the legend of the Illumination and Nether Glow. Su Zimo had not expected that the unassuming pitch-black stone was a nether glow stone. The Illumination Stone and Nether Glow Stone were both in the Kunlun ruins. The Illumination Sword formation in the Illumination Stone was left behind by Fairy Linglong in the past and was placed in the Linglong secret ground. Extreme fire brought it to Tianhuang mainland by accident. As for the Nether Glow Stone, there was a secret skill hidden in it as well. It was the visual technique cultivated by the Purple Ho back then, the Nether Glow Eye, The moment the nether glow stone entered Su Zimo's left eye, the visual technique had already surged into his mind. There was naturally no way Su Zimo could have cultivated that visual technique in such a short period of time. The scene earlier was merely a counterattack triggered by the God's Eye technique of the many God race beings on the nether glow stone. Su Zimo's green lotus true body did not have any powerful visual techniques. Now that he obtained the nether glow stone, that weakness was greatly compensated. The might of a primordial taboo's visual technique was imaginable. It was as though everything was planned by fate. Although the divine Ho had already died for countless years, the nether glow stone that fell from its body helped Su Zimo resolve the current crisis. Su Zimo turned around and looked at the corpse of the divine Ho that stood with its back facing Tianhuang mainland. With a respectful expression, he said softly, "Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely not let the God race step foot into Tianhuang mainland." Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and charged into the crowd of the Light Army, unleashing ferocious attacks. The God race beings were blinded. As long as they could recuperate for a bit, they could regrow their eyes and regain vision. However, Su Zimo did not give them the chance at all. His attacks were ferocious, ruthless, and decisive. He would definitely be able to kill a God race being with every few moves. In melee combat, even a God race half-martial ancestor could not defend against the Green Lotus true body. One after another, the God race beings fell and could not stand up. It was the same scene from the primordial era. Those God race beings were buried in this valley forever. The number of God race riders was decreasing rapidly. 400, 300. The Light Army that initially had 1,000 people was reduced to slightly more than 200 by Su Zimo. Right then, terrifying auras burst forth from the direction of the Rainbow Cave once more as a dark and cold power entered the Kunlun ruins. God race beings entered one after another. Those God race beings were golden-haired and blue-eyed as well. However, they did not have armor on them. Instead, they wore black robes and did not have mounts, wielding jade-like staffs. When the God race beings entered the valley, it was as though a dark cloud was surging over. The Darkness Army had descended. The God race commander of the Darkness Army was a gloomy middle-aged man. He had short hair and a thin face, his eyes sharp as he waved his staff slowly in front of him. The many black-robed God race beings behind him waved their staffs as well. One after another, pitch-black mists spread and enveloped the mystic magnet mountain like billowing smoke. The skies darkened instantly. It was as though the entire world was shrouded by darkness. The temperature dipped. In the blink of an eye, the mystic magnet mountain was enveloped by the black fog. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He had already lost control of the mystic magnet mountain when the darkness descended. However, he could clearly sense that the power of the mystic magnet mountain was weakening rapidly under the envelopment of the black fog. "Clansmen, the Darkness Army is here," the God race commander yelled. "Put on your armor and take out your weapons. Destroy this mountain peak and we'll kill our way out." The remaining 200-odd God race beings were invigorated. Although the eyes of some of the God race riders had yet to recover, they withdrew their armor from their storage bags and wielded their swords and shields. Relying on their powerful spirit consciousnesses, they counterattacked in a ferocious manner. The swords and shields of the God race were extremely strong and tough such that even the dermic-breaking bow could not penetrate them. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body did not dare to take them head-on either. Wearing their armor while wielding their swords and shields, those God race beings formed an impenetrable defensive formation that blocked Su Zimo outside before long. To be fair, without the mystic magnet mountain and the dermic-breaking bow, although Su Zimo's combat strength was torrential, he would not have been able to defend against the power of the entire Light Army. Now, the Darkness Army had descended. Su Zimo was about to face a difficult battle. He retreated and distanced himself from the remaining Light Army temporarily as he consumed another handful of elixirs to recover his stamina slowly. In the battle earlier on, Su Zimo fought against many God race beings in melee combat, and his essence spirit had already recovered almost 70% under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform along with his elixirs. This was the terrifying regeneration power of the Green Lotus true body, and was also one of the reasons why the creation Green Lotus was so mysterious. If Su Zimo were to summon the dermic breaking bow now, he could shoot out hundreds of dermic power arrows once more. Bang! 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 After the light army forced Su Zimo back, they did not continue advancing towards the Kunlun ruins. Instead, they turned around and attacked the mystic magnet mountain continuously. Their actions were out of fear towards the mystic magnet mountain as well as anger towards it. Every single God race soldier in the light army could not forget that they were treated as live targets because of the envelopment of the mountain peak. They were completely helpless as they fell one after another. Although the darkness army had attacked, the God race beings were still worried. Furthermore, they wanted to vent the rage in their hearts. In the depths of their hearts, the 200-odd God race riders no longer dared to attack Su Zimo and could only charge towards the mystic magnet mountain. Behind the mystic magnet mountain, the God race commander of the darkness army ordered, and many God race beings waved their staffs, condensing dark spears that were thrown towards the mystic magnet mountain. The two extremities of light and darkness exploded on the mystic magnet mountain. Boom! Boom! The ground shook and the sound was deafening. Such power represented the peak of God's mainland and was enough to destroy the world. Su Zimo focused his gaze. He could clearly see cracks appearing on the 1,000-feet-tall mountain and extending bit by bit. The mystic magnet mountain was shattered. This unique treasure of the ancient era could not defend against the impact of the God race civilization and was destroyed in the God-slaying valley. However, that ancient unique treasure had already accomplished its mission. It was because of its existence that the light army was defeated by Su Zimo. Boom! 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 The mystic magnet mountain collapsed and countless gravel rolled down, causing dust to billow. The God-slaying valley was opened up once more. The remaining 200-odd God race beings of the light army fled towards the darkness army. How could this be? The darkness army commander asked with a frown when he saw that. It's that man. One of the God race riders pointed to Su Zimo in the valley not far away. Gulping, he said, "We can't get through with that person blocking the way." Just one person? The darkness army commander frowned even deeper and asked in disbelief. Yes. The God race rider still had a sense of trepidation when he recalled what had happened earlier. Although he's human, Fu. Suddenly, the darkness army commander laughed and asked in a mocking manner, "Furthermore, he's a human?" The God race rider was speechless. The darkness army commander harumphed coldly. "Your light army is truly getting worse. To think that you would be stopped in the valley by a puny and weak human. It's truly the shame of the God race. Everyone, follow me and kill that human." The darkness army commander said coldly and led the black-robed God race beings behind him towards Su Zimo. After a brief pause, he glanced sideways at the pale-faced and still badly shaken God race riders and sneered. "As for you guys, stay here and recuperate. If you're truly afraid, scram back to God's mainland. Don't embarrass the God race. You!" The God race riders of the light army glared in rage. The God race commander of the light army had a dark expression as he waved it off. "There's no need to argue. The two God race armies can't fight among themselves in the face of a great enemy. Be careful, darkness army." "Fufu." The darkness army commander pursed his lips and smiled disdainfully. "How can a human be a great enemy?" The light God race commander wanted to speak but stopped. Initially, he wanted to remind the darkness army commander that the human possessed a gigantic bow with an extremely terrifying killing power. However, on second thought, that human must have expended a lot of energy to tug at that bow consecutively and should not have much strength left. Furthermore, he was displeased by the sarcastic remarks of the darkness army commander and harumphed without saying anything more. "Ant of the human race, let me send you to hell." The darkness army commander waved his staff and a black fog spread. The black-robed God race beings behind him waved their staffs as well and chanted many strange words and incantations. A terrifying scene happened when the black fog descended in the God-slaying valley. The God race riders of the light army that had just fallen stood up one after another. Some of the god race riders no longer had their heads. Some of them no longer had arms. Some of them even lost half of their bodies. But they still stood up unsteadily. However, the god race riders were shrouded in black mist. As though they were alive, they turned around and glared at Su Zimo with pitch-black eyes, emitting a powerful aura. One after another, the god race riders crawled up from the bloodied corpses. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He could sense that the god race riders were long dead and there were no signs of life within their bodies. The resurrection of the god race riders was merely controlled by the black-robed god race beings through some mysterious power. Indeed, Su Zimo had never heard or seen such a strange method before. Su Zimo was expressionless. Although he was unfamiliar with the methods of the god race, there were countless dermic arts and 3,000 daos. All of them had similarities. Su Zimo clasped his palms together and lowered his head, chanting an indecipherable sutra in Sanskrit. Om. Ah. Mo. Ga. The Sanskrit possessed a mysterious might. Gradually, a divine Buddhist light shrouded Su Zimo's body, and he turned dignified with an extraordinary aura. The great light mantra, the auditory release mantra, the sensory enigma mantra, the 6 paths diamond mantra. The 4 secret incantations did not have much offensive power and were merely used by the Buddhist monasteries to purify souls and release their grievances. Many god race riders were reborn, wearing armor and wielding swords and shields. Even if Su Zimo were to fight them head-on and suppress them, they would stand once more. Unless they were smashed to pieces, they were almost indestructible thanks to the secret skill of the black-robed god race beings. However, if he used a secret incantation of the Buddhist monasteries to purge the dark power from the god race riders, they would naturally fall dead once more. This was a fight between 2 different cultivation civilizations. The Darkness Army commander frowned slightly and looked at the scene in the valley with a hint of surprise. Initially, the resurrected god race riders emitted torrential killing intent as they gathered once more, prepared to charge at Su Zimo. However, after the 4 secret incantations descended, the black fog in the eyes of the god race riders dissipated gradually. After losing that dark power, the resurrected god race riders fell once more. Interesting. The Darkness Army commander smiled gently. To think that you, an ant of the human race, would have some tricks up your sleeves. However, you must be dreaming if you think that you can fight against the Darkness Army single-handedly. He waved his staff. Once again, black fogs appeared one after another from the staff. The many black-robed god race beings in the Darkness Army began to augment their dermic powers as dark powers descended one after another to defend against Su Zimo's secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries. The power of darkness was endless. This was not a one-to-one combat. As the Darkness Army commander had said, Su Zimo could not defend against the power of the entire army alone. The secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries were indeed a counter to the dark power controlled by the god race. However, the Darkness Army had 1,000 people. The power of darkness released was way too massive. Su Zimo's secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries could not hold out against the endless power of darkness before long. The god race riders that fell were showing signs of resurrection. Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. If this continued, he would definitely be the one to lose. Rather than wasting time with the Darkness Army, he might as well take drastic measures to kill the god race beings of the Darkness Army and sever the origin of their power. At that thought, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and withdrew a gigantic green bow. It was the ancient unique treasure, the dermic breaking bow. Far away, the light army commander was shocked when he saw the dermic breaking bow and shouted hurriedly, "Watch out for that bow! Fufu!" The Darkness Army commander sneered, "It's just a lousy bow. No matter how strong it is, how many people from my army can it kill?" In his opinion, the lapse between each arrow fired from the bow was enough for him to make a move and kill this human 10 or 100 times. Swoosh! Su Zimo remained silent and drew his bow. A dermic power arrow tore through the air and arrived before the Darkness Army commander immediately. Dark shield. The Darkness Army commander did not move at all and waved his staff unhurriedly. forming a gigantic pitch-black shield in front of him. He was confident that the dark shield could defend against all attacks beneath the Mahayana realm. Furthermore, it was only a mighty figure of the human race. He did not notice a mocking look in Su Zimo's eyes. An arrow from the dermic-breaking bow could break all dermic arts. Against the dermic-breaking bow, all dermic arts would not be able to withstand a single blow. What was even more frightening was that the dermic power arrow released by the dermic-breaking bow could not only break dermic arts, but also absorb dermic powers to strengthen its power. In other words, the stronger the dermic powers of the Dark Shield of the Darkness Army Commander, the stronger and more terrifying the burst of the dermic power arrow would be. Poof! When the dermic power arrow struck the Dark Shield, there was no earth-shaking sound. Instead, it was as though it had pierced flesh. The pupils of the Darkness Army Commander constricted. Right in front of him, the Dark Shield was pierced by the dermic power arrow in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, all the dermic powers of the Dark Shield were devoured by the dermic power arrow. The dermic power arrow turned pitch-black and swelled significantly. It was no longer a long arrow. It was more like a gigantic pitch-black spear. Back then, Su Zimo knew nothing about the dermic-breaking bow, and his Green Lotus true body was pierced by the dermic power arrow. The Darkness Army Commander met the same fate. It was too close. When the dermic power arrow tore through the Dark Shield and transformed into a pitch-black spear, it had already pierced his chest. Flashes of blood appeared. The Darkness Army Commander's eyes widened and he lowered his head slightly. He looked at the bloodied hole in his chest that was as thick as an arm with disbelief in his eyes. The pitch-black spear penetrated his body. The terrifying power nearly tore his body apart. Thankfully, he was a half-martial ancestor of the god race and had a powerful bloodline, allowing him to defend against the terrifying power of the pitch-black spear and protect his body. Even so, his organs were ruptured. If that was the case for the Darkness Army Commander, it was even worse for the black-robed god race beings behind him. The black spear passed through the body of the Darkness Army Commander. Before its power was depleted, it pierced 5 black-robed god race beings before stopping, and its dermic powers dissipated. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 5 black-robed god race beings exploded into blood mists. The essence spirits of the 5 black-robed god race beings were shattered by the black spear, dying on the spot without any corpse remaining. Against the Light Army, even with the help of the Mystic Magnet Mountain, a single dermic power arrow could only kill a single god race rider at most. However, the dermic-breaking bow was almost destructive for the god race beings of the Darkness Army. How could this be? The Darkness Army Commander had a lost expression, as though his ears were resonating with the reminder of the Light Army Commander. Watch out for that bow. Swoosh! A second arrow descended. The Darkness Army Commander was severely injured and had yet to react. Right in front of many god race beings, his head was pierced by a second dermic power arrow, and his essence spirit was destroyed. The Darkness Army Commander was dead. Before the momentum of the dermic power arrow was exhausted, it shot towards another black-robed god race being. Instinctively, the black-robed god race being conjured a dermic art, and a pitch-black spear appeared before him. He wanted to counterattack and defend against the dermic power arrow. However, his spear was absorbed by the dermic power arrow in the blink of an eye. Poof! The power of the dermic power arrow turned even more berserk and killed that person on the spot. Swoosh! 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 Dermic power arrows tore through the air and shot into the Darkness Army. Every single dermic power arrow could cause immense damage and could kill at least 3 people before stopping. Initially, the god race beings of the Darkness Army even conjured dermic arts to defend. However, they quickly realized that their dermic arts were useless against the incoming arrows. No matter how powerful their dermic arts were, it would be destroyed by an arrow. Furthermore, the dermic powers that dissipated from the dermic arts would be absorbed by the arrow to strengthen itself and cause even greater damage. Prior to this, the Light Army fell one after another against the dermic-breaking bow. Now, with each sound of the dermic-breaking bow's bowstring, the Darkness Army fell in groups. Without the protection of armor, the god race beings of the Darkness Army suffered immense losses against the Dermic-breaking bow. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had shot out hundreds of arrows. As for the Darkness Army, there were only slightly more than 400 god race beings left. As though they had gone mad, the god race beings fled towards the back in an even more pathetic and wretched manner than the light army earlier on. The remaining 200-odd light army soldiers hurried forward as well. Many god race riders set up their gigantic golden shields in front of them, forming an impenetrable defense that protected the Darkness Army that had escaped. Clang, clang, clang. When the Dermic power arrows struck the golden shields, a loud bang sounded and sparks flew. Even the formation created by the Light Army was in chaos. Clansmen, don't panic. As long as we join forces and maintain our formation, we'll definitely be able to defend against desolate Marshal's arrows. Under the lead of the Light God race leader, the Light Army rapidly stabilized. Although the Light Army only had slightly more than 200 people left, it was difficult for Su Zimo's Dermic-breaking bow to penetrate their defensive formation with their indestructible golden shields. What's the background of that human? How is he so strong? A black-robed god race being that had escaped asked with lingering fear. I heard that he's called Desolate Marshal. We don't know anything else. A god race rider replied coldly. Another god race rider could not help but mock. Wasn't the Darkness Army arrogant earlier on? Why are you so scared now? There's nothing wrong with that human. It's just that the bow is way too terrifying. A black-robed god race being defended hurriedly. However, his explanation seemed extremely feeble and even attracted ridicule. That's enough. The light god race commander hollered. Our light army will defend against the attacks of this human at the front, while the Darkness Army will attack from behind. Our two armies will work together and advance slowly. Actually, under normal circumstances, when God's mainland invaded the other land, it was always the two armies that pushed forward in unison as well. However, the Rainbow Cave was sealed by the divine house of the primordial era and the spatial tunnel became extremely cramped, so they could only pass through it one army at a time. Right now, the two armies were advancing slowly in the direction of the God-slaying valley under the lead of the Light Army. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The Light Army raised their gigantic golden shields in front of them and shielded themselves and the god race beings of the Darkness Army behind them, giving him a sense of helplessness. Even the Dermic-breaking bow could not penetrate the defense of the Light Army. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had experienced countless battles of varying sizes, but he had never felt such difficulty before. However, he recalled the two corpses of the divine house that stood proudly on both sides of the valley. At the thought of Night Spirit, Extreme Fire, Nian Qi and the others behind him, a sense of pride surged in his heart, and his gaze turned even more resolute as killing intent spewed out. Against the two advancing armies, Su Zimo flew through the air and headed towards them. With every step he took, his killing intent would increase by a fraction. The world changed. A vast starry sky appeared above the firmaments of the God-slaying valley. However, all the stars in the starry skies seemed to be affected and their trajectories were chaotic. Some of the stars collided and the entire firmament trembled. Killing intent surged into the skies and disrupted the void. Just as Su Zimo's killing intent was about to materialize, a star in the skies descended and smashed towards the two armies. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The power released by the death of a star was incomparably terrifying. The impact was something that even the combined forces of more than 200 god race riders could not defend against. One after another, the gigantic golden shields were sent flying by the meteor. Many god race riders were sent flying. However, the god race riders were still wearing heavy armor. Even though they were struck by the impact, they did not feel anything and stood up quickly. As for the Darkness Army, they were almost completely unharmed thanks to the protection of the Light Army. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he transformed into a golden streak of light, charging into the crowd of the two armies. He conjured a sword finger and blinding sword chi burst forth from his body. TSK, TSK, TSK. It wasn't one or two sword chi. It wasn't 100 or 1,000. It wasn't even 10,000. After absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood, Su Zimo's comprehension of the heaven-slaying sword art had advanced, and he could release 108,000 sword chi instantly with his full strength. That burst was almost destructive. The three ancient sword arts represented the Tao of killing. 108,000 sword strikes was almost the epitome of killing. Even the dermic-breaking bow could not break through the armor of the god race riders. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi was different. 108,000 sword chi were released, covering the skies densely and pervasive. Even if the god race riders wore armor, it was not flawless. The armor could defend against most of the sword chi. However, as long as one or two sword chi entered their bodies through the gaps of the armor, it would be enough to severely injure the god race beings. If the heaven-slaying sword chi entered through their faces and pierced their consciousnesses, even god race half-martial ancestors would have to die here. Cling, clang. The sound of the heaven-slaying sword chi striking the armor of the god race beings echoed. However, after the burst of the 108,000 sword chi, even more god race beings were riddled with holes and died without a chance to escape. Some of the god race beings managed to survive by hiding behind their gigantic golden shields. However, those gigantic golden shields were riddled with holes by the heaven-slaying sword chi and were completely crippled. Su Zimo stood in the middle of the valley and panted slightly as he stepped on the corpses of the god race beings. The release of the heaven-slaying sword art this time round had almost exhausted all his dermic powers, and his essence spirit became extremely weak. A look of exhaustion appeared on his face. However, there were corpses of the god race around him, and there were rivers of blood. All the god race beings of the Darkness Army were dead without exception. The remaining god race beings of the Light Army were scared out of their wits and were filled with injuries. They looked at Su Zimo with endless fear in their eyes. The two armies were almost completely annihilated. How was this the work of a human? This was the mark of a god. It's over? Su Zimo looked at the dozens of god race beings not far away and said coldly with an indifferent expression. Although these dozens of god race half-martial ancestors managed to survive thanks to their physiques, comprehension of a trace of divine power, armor and gigantic shields, they were filled with injuries. More importantly, the god race half-martial ancestors were scared out of their wits. There was no longer the initial arrogance in their eyes, only endless fear. Suddenly, an even more violent fluctuation came from the direction of the Rainbow Cave, as though a terrifying existence was about to charge out. The fluctuation released by the Rainbow Cave this time round was even more terrifying than the two armies of the god race. There's more. Su Zimo's expression changed greatly. Up till this point of the battle, he had destroyed two armies and had expended almost all his methods, including his essence spirit, blood chi, and dermic powers. If the god race still had tricks up their sleeves, he would not be able to defend against them. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo truly experienced how tragic and difficult it was for the taboo divine Ho to fight against the god race alone in the valley in the primordial era. In the primordial era, countless experts of the god race entered Kunlun, including Mahayana patriarchs and emperors. But now, he felt exhausted against two armies of the god race. In fact, there wasn't even a single ancestor realm expert. Su Zimo glared at the Rainbow Cave and consumed another large amount of elixirs. The creation Green Lotus spewed out rays of light to nourish his essence spirit continuously. In fact, he did not even waste his energy to kill the dozens of god race beings not far away. An even more dangerous and difficult battle was yet to come. Finally, the Rainbow Cave shone brightly and a massive object flew out. Su Zimo focused his gaze. It was a massive demon beast that was pitch black and dozens of feet long. It was covered in thick, coarse scales and had a pair of wings on its back. Each time it flapped, a tornado would ensue. The demon beast had the head of a dragon and its gaze was violent and cold. Although its claws were sharp, its body resembled a gigantic lizard that looked extremely strange and gave off a violent aura. Ha 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 ha! A half-martial ancestor of the god race suddenly laughed and shouted, "Desolate Martial, you're finished. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider of our god's mainland is here." Su Zimo had seen such a demon beast before in the paintings on the walls of the palace. It seemed like it was a dragon from God's mainland. The black dragon emitted a thick demonic chi and was a half-martial ancestor expert. On the back of the black dragon stood a figure wielding a long spear. His body shone with a blinding golden light like a blazing sun with a rampant might. Su Zimo could sense that this so-called half-martial ancestor dragon rider was even stronger than the commanders of the previous two armies. This was a half-martial ancestor expert who could subdue a divine dragon. Ant. On the black dragon's back, the voice of half-martial ancestor dragon rider sounded with an endless might. Since you killed my clansmen, I'll flatten Tianhuang mainland and kill millions of humans as a tribute to my fallen clansmen. Fu-fu, Su Zimo laughed. Flatten Tianhuang mainland? We'll talk about it after you get through me. Against the powerful half-martial ancestor dragon rider, Su Zimo took a deep breath and with a resolute gaze, leaped up and charged towards the former. No matter the experts of God's mainland, he would not retreat at all. Judgment Spear. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider stood on the black dragon and pointed his spear in Su Zimo's direction through the void. A bedazzling spear was formed in midair and shot towards Su Zimo at an astonishing speed. That dermic art was way too powerful. Before the judgment spear descended, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain on his face. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand that dermic art. Without hesitation, Su Zimo flipped his palm and drew his dermic breaking bow, loading an arrow. Buzz! The bow quivered. A dermic power arrow shot out and struck the judgment spear. The incomparably powerful dermic art dissipated instantly and all the dermic powers were absorbed by the dermic power arrow. The power of the dermic power arrow increased exponentially and grew a full circle, transforming into an even more terrifying judgment spear that shot towards half-martial ancestor dragon rider. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider's expression was unchanged. The black dragon beneath him flapped its dragon wings and roared, extending a pair of dragon claws to grab the judgment spear. Buzz! However, the judgment spear was the burst of the dermic breaking bow and was fused with the power of half-martial ancestor dragon rider. Even the black dragon could not defend against it. The judgment spear streaked across the black dragon's palm with a strange sound. The black dragon's claws were ground into fresh blood. Boom! Right then, a golden streak of light descended and struck the judgment spear with a loud bang. The judgment spear shattered and dissipated into emptiness on the spot. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider had attacked. He blocked the judgment spear with the spear in his hands. Extremely strong. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider was even more troublesome to deal with than the two armies earlier on. Interesting, half-martial ancestor dragon rider smiled gently. Your bow can actually break my dermic art and absorb its dermic powers to strengthen itself. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider was extremely sharp as well. He had never seen the dermic breaking bow before. However, he could see through the secret of the dermic breaking bow in a single round. However, as dragon riders, we specialize in not only dermic arts, but also melee combat. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider shouted softly, "Kill!" With an order, the black dragon flapped its wings and howled in a wild gust, charging towards Su Zimo. The black dragon opened its mouth, wanting to devour Su Zimo. Battle! Su Zimo hollered and his glabella shone, sending forth a streak of green light. The creation lotus platform descended from the skies and smashed towards the black dragon's head. Clang! Half-martial ancestor dragon rider raised his spear and blocked the creation green lotus. The black dragon continued devouring and a gigantic shadow appeared above Su Zimo's head, covering the skies. In a flash, Su Zimo transformed into a golden streak of light and escaped from the black dragon's mouth by a hair's breadth. Swoosh! The black dragon grit its teeth and let out a jarring sound. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Even the creation green lotus could not withstand the terrifying bite of the black dragon. The spear of half-martial ancestor dragon rider descended once more. Su Zimo wielded the creation green lotus and clashed head-on. Bang! He retreated with a pale expression. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider was extremely strong. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, it would be nothing much against half-martial ancestor dragon rider. But now, his essence spirit and blood chi were weak and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was actually disadvantaged against a single move from half-martial ancestor dragon rider. Furthermore, half-martial ancestor dragon rider was not alone. He had the help of a half-martial ancestor divine dragon. Right then, another commotion broke out from the Rainbow Cave. Another massive creature charged out with a murderous aura and a rumbling might as it howled. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider was not a single person. A second half-martial ancestor dragon rider descended upon Kunlun. Ant! The first half-martial ancestor dragon rider shouted. You can't defend against the god race's conquest. Is that so? Su Zimo's expression was cold. Before the second half-martial ancestor dragon rider arrived, he touched his glabella gently with his fingertip and withdrew a whip that shone with lightning from his consciousness. It was the Thunder Emperor's essence spirit secret skill, the spirit vanquishing whip. Piak. Su Zimo swung the whip and whipped half-martial ancestor dragon rider who was not far away. The expression of the half-martial ancestor dragon rider changed slightly. A fight between essence spirits was the most dangerous, and he had not expected this human to release an essence spirit secret skill the moment he arrived. Furthermore, the aura released by the thunder whip gave him shudders. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider did not dare to be careless and hurriedly conjured his essence spirit secret skill to release it. The black dragon he sat on condensed an essence spirit secret skill as well. Two essence spirit secret skills arrived at the same time and collided against the spirit vanquishing whip. Electric arcs flashed and crackled in midair. Although the spirit vanquishing whip was strong, it gradually dissipated under the essence spirit secret skills of two half-martial ancestor experts. Fufu. The first half-martial ancestor dragon rider sneered. That's all you've got? Before the smile on his face disappeared, it froze and his expression changed. A green sword beam shone from the dissipated lightning and slashed towards his glabella instantly. Su Zimo had not merely released the spirit vanquishing whip. There was also a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit, the green lotus sword. That half-martial ancestor dragon rider's eyes were widened. In a hurry, he channeled his spirit consciousness once more and released a terrifying spirit consciousness, wanting to defend against the green lotus sword. A green light flashed. The green lotus sword split the spirit consciousness released by that half-martial ancestor dragon rider into two and entered his glabella. A single slash destroyed his essence spirit. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider wore armor and was intact without any injuries. However, his life force drained rapidly and his gaze dimmed. The person's head tilted to the side and he fell from the black dragon's body. That was the danger of essence spirit fights. If one was careless, his essence spirit would be destroyed and he would die. Apart from the power of the spirit vanquishing whip and green lotus sword, the reason why Su Zimo could kill this half-martial ancestor dragon rider was because the latter knew nothing about Su Zimo. Furthermore, that person had underestimated Su Zimo, resulting in the current state of things. Roar! Sensing the death of its master, the black dragon roared and charged towards Su Zimo as though it had gone mad. The second half-martial ancestor dragon rider had already arrived. This was equivalent to 3 half-martial ancestor experts attacking Su Zimo, who was at the end of his rope at the same time. Bang! Relying on his movement technique, Su Zimo flickered. However, he was still a tad too slow in the end and was sent flying as a spear swept across his chest. A piece of flesh on his thigh was torn off by the black dragon and fresh blood flowed. Bang! Su Zimo slammed heavily onto the ground and his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. Right then, another commotion broke out in the Rainbow Cave. A third half-martial ancestor dragon rider charged out. Su Zimo struggled to stand up and his heart sank. He could not defend against it. God's mainland was much stronger than he had imagined. At that moment, the dragon phoenix true body was cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral ground of the dragon race. Even he could not sense it or establish any connection with it. Right now, he could only call out to the martial Tao Prime body. However, it was already too late even if he alarmed the martial Tao Prime body now. It would take at least a few days for the martial Tao Prime body to arrive at the Kunlun ruins. At that time, the god race would have long flattened the Kunlun ruins and entered Tianhuang mainland. Ant, you killed my master. I'm going to let you have a taste of the wrath of the dragon race. The black dragon spoke in human tongue and glared at Su Zimo with ferocious eyes, drooling with its pitch-black, gooey dragon saliva. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying black flame from the depths of its throat that swept towards Su Zimo. If it was any other time, Su Zimo would have countless methods to deal with it. He could have drawn the dermic-breaking bow and destroyed the black flame with a single arrow. However, at that moment, he did not even have the strength to draw the dermic-breaking bow. Just as the flame was about to descend on Su Zimo, a gigantic phantom-like figure appeared beside the black dragon. The massive demon beast reached out with its sharp claws and grabbed the black dragon's neck. Its sharp claws tore through the scales on the black dragon's body and almost snapped its thick neck. Fresh blood gushed out. The demon beast opened its mouth and chomped down on the black dragon's head. Crack! The head of the black dragon was crushed by the terrifying demon beast instantly. Before the black flame landed on Su Zimo, it was extinguished and dissipated in midair. The half-martial ancestor black dragon was bitten to death. The gigantic dragon head was crushed and disfigured. The black dragon died in a tragic manner and its massive body fell from midair. Su Zimo was invigorated when he saw that. It was Night Spirit. Night Spirit had rushed over. Roar! Night Spirit opened his mouth and bared his menacing fangs. He roared at the other two half-martial ancestors and it was deafening. It was fine for the two half-martial ancestor dragon riders and they were able to maintain their composures. However, the black dragons they were riding on shuddered and nearly fell from midair with endless fear in their eyes. The fear of the divine Ho race had long seeped into their bones. Although Night Spirit was injured all over, he was still majestic and exuded a thick murderous aura. His ferocity was unparalleled and it threatened everyone. How can you guys be considered as dragons? You're merely bugs with wings. Night Spirit stepped on the black dragon's corpse with a murderous aura. Right then, a fourth half-martial ancestor dragon rider appeared in the Rainbow Cave. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. By the looks of it, there were definitely not many half-martial ancestor dragon riders. However, every single one of them was way too strong. Up till this point of the battle, he and Night Spirit were in terrible conditions. These four half-martial ancestor dragon riders were extremely troublesome for them to deal with. The two of them alone might not be able to defend against the attacks of the god race. Roar! Night Spirit roared once more. Boom! 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 Right then, an earth-shaking sound came from behind Su Zimo, as though a massive army was charging over with the ground trembling. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. Dust billowed in the valley as countless Kunlun clansmen charged over with a mighty aura. It was even more terrifying than a massive army. A Kunlun army with 10 million troops charged towards Su Zimo's direction. However, when they arrived before him, they wrapped around both sides and charged towards the four half-martial ancestor dragon riders. At that moment, Su Zimo understood. Night Spirit had already become the new Kunlun Lord. He led all the Kunlun clansmen and charged towards the god race. It was a counterattack from Kunlun. It was a counterattack from the divine Ho race. This time round, Night Spirit was not guarding Kunlun alone. He had Su Zimo by his side. He had the entire Kunlun race. The inclusion of the Kunlun army pushed this tragic battle to its limits. Young master, how are you? Among the Kunlun army, a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl helped Su Zimo up and asked in concern. She was none other than Xianxia. I am fine. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and continued consuming elixirs. The creation lotus platform was already nourishing his essence spirit in his consciousness and recovering his dermic powers. Take a rest here first. We'll head up and fight for a while. Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. Don't worry. The Kunlun race has already submitted to Night Spirit. Although the god race is strong, The Kunlun army has 10 million troops and will definitely be able to defend against the god race's attack. He was not wrong. There was the saying that ants could bite an elephant to death. Under Night Spirit's lead, the Kunlun army that contained 10 million troops almost formed a gigantic torrent that charged towards the remaining 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders. Initially, there were more than 10 severely injured god race riders lying in the valley. Before the god race riders could react, they were drowned by the Kunlun army and trampled into sludge. Boom! The Kunlun army collided with the 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders, causing a loud bang. The moment of the collision, 100 Kunlun clansmen died in the hands of 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders. Flesh and blood splattered on the battlefield. The 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders were way too strong. If it was anyone else, they would have been drowned by the Kunlun army instantly. However, the 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders rode on their black dragons and fought against the Kunlun army without retreating at all. Most of the Kunlun clansmen were killed by the 3 black dragons before they could reach the half-martial ancestor dragon riders. Although the black dragons could not withstand a single blow from Night Spirit, they were definitely an invincible existence against the ordinary Kunlun clansmen. Swoosh! The 3 black dragons spewed out 3 balls of black flames at the same time and burned towards the Kunlun army. Samadhi Dao Fire! Extreme Fire hollered and conjured hand seals, channeling the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra to release the Samadhi Dao Fire and channeling his essence spirit to its limits. Through the baptism of this battle, Extreme Fire was also transforming. His Samadhi Dao Fire had become even purer and more condensed. Many Kunlun mighty figures and half-martial ancestors released dermic arts as well. Instantly, a fire rain descended and a torrent rumbled, colliding against the black flames spat out by the 3 black dragons as dermic powers surged. The rainbow cave shone brightly and a 5th half-martial ancestor dragon rider descended. However, the moment the 5th half-martial ancestor dragon rider descended, Night Spirit appeared in the skies and suddenly attacked like a ghost. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider's reaction was extremely fast as well. In a flash, he avoided Night Spirit's lethal attack and propped up his spear, stabbing upwards. Clang! Night Spirit's tail swayed gently and a black shadow flashed. It collided with the spear of the half-martial ancestor dragon rider and sparks flew. Snap! However, the black dragon beneath the half-martial ancestor dragon rider could not escape from Night Spirit's pursuit. Its neck was snapped and fresh blood spewed. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider was enraged and fought against Night Spirit. Night Spirit was also exhausted and filled with injuries. The 2 of them fought in a treacherous manner and Night Spirit had to pay a price of more than 10 wounds to kill the 5th half-martial ancestor dragon rider. Night Spirit took a deep breath and gathered his spirit, limping as he charged towards the other 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders. Although the Kunlun army had many people, they could only sacrifice their lives continuously and barely block the 3 half-martial ancestor dragon riders from entering the valley. The power of the Kunlun army was not enough to threaten the half-martial ancestor dragon riders who were clad in armor. The reason why the Kunlun army could fight against the half-martial ancestor dragon riders was because of Night Spirit. Before long, a 6th half-martial ancestor dragon rider descended. Not long after, a 7th half-martial ancestor dragon rider appeared. Every single half-martial ancestor dragon rider could cause immense damage and impact to the Kunlun army. There was no need for more. 10 half-martial ancestor dragon riders would most likely be able to break apart the Kunlun army with 10 million troops. At that moment, Su Zimo had recovered quite a bit of stamina and joined the battle once more. Night Spirit hid in the dark the entire time. In fact, even without appearing, he posed a huge threat and exerted immense pressure on the half-martial ancestor dragon riders. If Night Spirit did not appear, the half-martial ancestor dragon riders present would have to be wary of him the entire time. Night Spirit could also make use of the opportunity to rest and heal while waiting for an opportunity to strike. More and more Kunlun clansmen died in the valley. If not for Night Spirit, the Kunlun race would have collapsed and fled long ago. However, with Night Spirit guarding this place and Su Zimo charging at the front, The Kunlun clansmen forgot about life and death and fought continuously, roaring. Many Kunlun clansmen were enraged as well. Fresh blood, corpses, severed limbs, everywhere was filled with blood. The Kunlun race suffered immense losses and the half-martial ancestor dragon riders were dying as well. This battle lasted for half a day and countless Kunlun clansmen died in the valley. There were truly rivers of blood. As for the half-martial ancestor dragon riders of the god race, 27 of them were killed by the combined strength of Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and many Kunlun clansmen. Finally, Night Spirit bit the last black dragon in the valley to death. He sprawled on the black dragon and panted heavily. He did not even have the strength to move. Su Zimo had just killed the last half-martial ancestor dragon rider as well. In exchange, his ribs were completely broken and his organs were shattered with blood flowing endlessly. Every single breath he took carried a strong blood stench and his life force was weak. The injuries were way too severe this time round. In his consciousness, even the creation Lotus platform stopped spinning and its glow dimmed. Even the powerful regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus True Body could not heal such a serious injury. He probably required the primordial divine spring in order to recover. Su Zimo, Night Spirit, Extreme Fire, Xianxia and many other Kunlun clansmen were drenched in blood as they looked at the rainbow cave not far away with nervous expressions. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The god race no longer appeared in the rainbow cave. Was it over? Many Kunlun clansmen did not look happy. Instead, they looked pained. Countless clansmen that had lived with them for tens of thousands of years fell forever, never to stand up again. Although they managed to defend Kunlun, the price they had to pay for this battle was way too great. Xianxia lowered her head slightly and did not dare to look at the Kunlun clansman or Night Spirit. Although she was fighting alongside Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the Kunlun race, the blood of the god race flowed through her body after all. Everything that happened was caused by her clansmen. She lowered her head in silence, looking troubled. "Let's return," Su Zimo said softly. There was a deep fatigue in his voice. Suddenly, before everyone turned around, another commotion broke out from the direction of the rainbow cave. Everyone was aghast. At that moment, if a god race army or whatnot were to appear, it would definitely be a disaster for them. Another half-martial ancestor dragon rider charged out of the rainbow cave. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider was clearly different from those before. He was no longer riding a black dragon. Instead, he was riding a gigantic pitch-black bone dragon that had no flesh and was lined with sharp spikes. This half-martial ancestor dragon rider wore a black crown on his head as well. He was the Dragon Rider Commander. The Dragon Rider Commander withdrew a gigantic sword from his storage ring slowly. The gigantic sword was filled with black patterns and possessed a dark and cold power that was extremely pure. The Dragon Rider Commander said slowly, "Ants of Tianhuang mainland, you killed 2 armies of the god race and many dragon riders. Today, I'll invite one of the 4 great divine weapons of God's mainland, the Sword of Misfortune. Misfortune has arrived. On behalf of God's mainland, I shall execute divine judgment on you guys." The Dragon Rider Commander channeled his divine power and the black patterns on the Sword of Misfortune deepened. It emanated a power that resembled black spider silk and spread in all directions. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by the black spider silk, forming gigantic pitch-black webs. Some Kunlun clansmen could not dodge in time and were tainted by the black spider silk. Their expressions froze and their life forces decreased instantly. Under the envelopment of the black spider silk, Kunlun clansmen fell one after another. Be it the Kunlun mighty figures or half-martial ancestors, as long as they were tainted by the black spider silk, their bodies would be filled with strange black patterns and they would die on the spot. They died with grievances before their essence spirits could even escape. This is the web of misfortune. The half-martial ancestor dragon rider walked slowly towards Su Zimo and the others and said coldly, "All of you are merely prey in the web of misfortune. None of you can escape the divine judgment of misfortune." The eyes of many Kunlun clansmen were filled with deep fear. Even against this half-martial ancestor dragon rider, the Kunlun race dared to fight him head-on. However, against the sword of misfortune and the unknown terrifying power, the Kunlun race finally collapsed. There was nothing that could defend against that web of misfortune. When dermic arts landed on it, they were devoured silently and could not even cause any ripples. Even dermic weapons would be stained with black patterns and reduced to useless items if they were struck by the web of misfortune. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of Kunlun clansmen fell forever without standing up. Su Zimo stood at the front. Black spider silk landed on his green lotus true body as well. A strange power surged into the green lotus true body through the wound. It was dark and cold, destroying the life force of the green lotus true body. If the green lotus true body was in his peak condition, he might be able to defend against the web of misfortune. But now, the green lotus true body was extremely damaged and could not defend against that strange power. The most frightening thing was that this was not the full power of the sword of misfortune. Simply put, the web of misfortune was merely the aura released by the gigantic sword, similar to sword chi. Even so, it was enough to kill all the Kunlun clansmen. If the sword of misfortune were to slash down, who could defend against it? Even if Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he might not be able to defend against it. The four divine weapons, the sword of misfortune. He truly did not know what sort of methods God's mainland used or how long it took for them to create such a dark and evil weapon. With two unique treasures, Su Zimo almost buried two god race armies. But now that the god race had summoned the sword of misfortune from their four divine weapons, they wanted to bury Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and everyone from the Kunlun race as well. Retreat! Su Zimo shouted softly. Zimo! Young master! Extreme Fire and Xianxia were alarmed and wanted to advance. Night Spirit struggled to stand up from the Black Dragon's corpse as well, wanting to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Zimo to resist the sword of misfortune. All of you retreat, turning around, Su Zimo hollered with a sharp gaze. Extreme Fire and Xianxia were slightly stunned. They had never seen such a stern expression on Su Zimo's face. That sword is very terrifying. We can't defend against it, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Retreat to the Linglong's secret ground immediately and leave the Kunlun ruins. Zimo, what about you? Extreme Fire asked loudly. I can't leave anymore, Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. At that moment, if not for the creation Green Lotus supporting his consciousness, the dark and cold power would have surged into his consciousness and killed his essence spirit. Night Spirit's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to charge forward but was swarmed by the many Kunlun clansmen as they retreated to the back of the valley. He was already exhausted and his aura was weak. Even after struggling a few times, he could not break free from the guards of the Kunlun race. He could only watch Su Zimo's figure turn smaller in the valley as a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Ah! Ah! Night Spirit reared his head and howled into the skies. His voice was tragic, filled with endless sadness as though he was weeping. Su Zimo's consciousness gradually faded and his vision began to blur. He could vaguely see the Dragon Rider commander approaching with the sword of misfortune in his hands. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped in front of him. Fufu, the Dragon Rider commander sneered. Aunt, you're very strong to be able to hold out till now. However, you still have to die. It's your honor to die to the sword of misfortune. He raised the gigantic sword in his hands and stabbed it towards Su Zimo's chest. Flashes of blood spewed out. The sword of misfortune pierced the green lotus true body instantly, and a gigantic sword tip pierced through Su Zimo's back, dripping with blood. Young master! Xianxia had a pained expression and tears streamed down her face. Extreme Fire shuddered as well and clenched his fists with endless rage in his eyes. The web of misfortune released by the aura of the sword of misfortune alone was already so terrifying that it was enough to kill all mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. What sort of a level was the power of the sword of misfortune at? Even Mahayana patriarchs might not be able to survive against the sword of misfortune, let alone a conjoint body mighty figure like Su Zimo. Suddenly, Extreme Fire's expression changed as he asked sternly, What's that? He was not the only one. Xianxia, Night Spirit, and the other Kunlun clansmen sensed it as well. An extremely vast power burst forth from the direction of Su Zimo and the Dragon Rider commander. In the face of that power, everyone seemed incomparably tiny, as though they could be drowned and vanish at any moment. This was not the power of the Sword of Misfortune. The aura of that power was completely different from the Sword of Misfortune. The moment that power appeared, the dark and cold web of misfortune that filled the valley dissipated silently. The power spiraled in the valley, and with Su Zimo and the Dragon Rider commander as the center, it began to spin. I got it, Extreme Fire said in a deep voice. The power of this Sword of Misfortune triggered the divine power forbidden region of the Kunlun ruins and created a divine power storm. After Extreme Fire said that, the divine power storm in the valley was formed. The figure of Su Zimo and the half-martial ancestor Dragon Rider were faintly visible in the divine power storm. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed with a pale face as she murmured instinctively, Divine power storm? Won't the young master be torn into pieces by it? The divine power storm was divided into 3 types. There was the lesser, greater, and supreme divine power storm. However, even the lesser divine power storm was enough to tear some Mahayana patriarchs apart, let alone Su Zimo, who was at the conjoint body realm. Ah! Before Xianxi's sentence was finished, the tragic cry of the Dragon Rider commander sounded. In the divine power storm, the body of the Dragon Rider commander expanded at a visible speed and released a tremendous amount of life force. The life force was way too massive, and the body of the Dragon Rider commander could not accommodate it at all. It expanded and his body exploded into a blood mist. His essence spirit was torn apart by the divine power storm and turned into dust, dying on the spot. Su Zimo was a little dazed and drowsy. He could vaguely sense that something seemed to have happened to the Dragon Rider commander. The latter let out a tragic cry and went silent thereafter. How could this be? What happened? Is that Dragon Rider commander dead? Su Zimo's mind was in a mess. The power of the Sword of Misfortune had already broken through the defense of the Creation Lotus platform. The black-haired essence spirit was filled with the strange power of the black spider silk, and his life force was decreasing rapidly. The Creation Green Lotus was motionless and its life force was weak. Right then, an extremely majestic life force surged into his body and was actually healing his injuries continuously. Even the dark and cold power of the Sword of Misfortune could not block that tremendous life force. Initially, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was already on the brink of death. However, after that tremendous life force was injected into his consciousness, his black-haired essence spirit gradually recovered. The black silk on the Creation Lotus platform gradually melted as well. Against the boundless life force, the power of the Sword of Misfortune melted silently like snow meeting a blazing sun. Before long, the power of misfortune that invaded Su Zimo's body was dissipated by that massive life force. The Sword of Misfortune that pierced his chest was being pulled out bit by bit, as though there was a force tugging it. Before long, with a bang, the divine weapon of the god's mainland was pulled out from Su Zimo's chest and fell to the ground in silence. After the tremendous life force expelled the Sword of Misfortune, it did not show any signs of stopping and surged into Su Zimo's body wildly. Su Zimo's meridians, organs and flesh that were initially devoid of life gradually regained their vitality under the stimulation of that tremendous amount of life force. His consciousness began to return as well. Before long, he woke up. What happened? Su Zimo was slightly stunned and looked over. He realized that he was in a gigantic storm. The storm contained an extremely massive and rich life force that was as vast as an ocean and surged into his body continuously. The wounds on his body were healing at a visible speed. Before long, scabs formed and fell off. There were no scars at all around his wounds, and they were smooth as jade. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. In this battle, the Green Lotus true body was almost crippled and extremely damaged. It could only be repaired by the primordial divine spring. But now that the tremendous life force surged into his body, the effect seemed to be even more intense than the primordial divine spring. It's the divine power storm. Su Zimo quickly realized what had happened to him. Half-martial ancestor dragon rider summoned the Sword of Misfortune. Although the aura of the Sword of Misfortune was strong, it was not strong enough to trigger the divine power storm. However, later on, half-martial ancestor dragon rider used the power of the Sword of Misfortune itself and stabbed it into his chest. Immediately, a divine power storm was triggered. The storyteller had once said that the divine power storm was caused by the remnant power of divine powers. That was also the reason why the power released by each divine power storm was different. If it was an offensive divine power that triggered a divine power storm, it would definitely possess an extremely terrifying killing power that could rip cultivators apart with ease. However, the divine power storm before him was clearly triggered by a healing-type divine power. It did not mean that a healing divine power storm was harmless. As long as it was a divine power, its power was shocking and was as vast as the sea. It was not something that mighty figures or half-martial ancestors could withstand. The healing divine power surged into half-martial ancestor dragon rider's body continuously with its immense life force. Unable to withstand the massive life force, half-martial ancestor dragon rider's physical body exploded and he died on the spot. The logic was simple: vegetation required rain. However, if a torrent were to descend, only a single outcome awaited all the vegetation: death. Simply put, the Dragon Rider commander died from an overload of the tremendous life force triggered by the divine power storm. The reason why Su Zimo was fine up till now was because more than half of the tremendous life force had been negated by the power of the Sword of Misfortune. As for Su Zimo, his body was extremely damaged and almost died. Not only did the injection of that life force fail to cause Su Zimo any harm, it even allowed the Green Lotus True Body to recover completely and heal his injuries. Although the divine power storm had weakened significantly, there was still a tremendous amount of life force that continued to surge into the Green Lotus True Body. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with ecstasy. If it was anyone else, the tremendous amount of life force left would have been enough to rupture their bodies and kill them on the spot. However, that life force was a rare opportunity for the Green Lotus True Body. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position within the divine power storm and closed his eyes, absorbing and refining the tremendous life force within his body to cultivate. No one else could contain that life force. However, the Green Lotus True Body could devour everything. As time passed by, Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body became purer, and his essence spirit became more condensed as his cultivation realm rose slowly. Su Zimo had only just cultivated to the late-stage conjoint body realm after absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood. If he wanted to advance another minor realm and advance to the peak of the conjoint body realm, it would take him hundreds or even thousands of years of normal cultivation. It was a long way before his Grade 7 Green Lotus True Body could break through to Grade 8. But now, by some freak coincidence, the divine power storm descended and allowed the Green Lotus True Body to transform and grow rapidly. Far away, Extreme Fire, Xianxia, Night Spirit, and the others were finally relieved when they saw that. The three of them exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. There were tears in their smiles. This was the joy of surviving a calamity. Many Kunlun clansmen widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Someone could actually survive the divine power storm? Night Spirit, Extreme Fire, and the others did not go far and stayed nearby to rest and recuperate. On the one hand, they were worried about Su Zimo's safety. On the other hand, they were also worried that more god race beings would rush out from the Rainbow Cave. Thankfully, after the death of the Dragon Rider commander, God's mainland seemed to have realized something and no longer entered Tianhuang mainland. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Relying on his powerful regeneration capabilities, Night Spirit had already recovered significantly and was the first to stand up. Even if more god race beings barged in, he could kill them. The other Kunlun clansmen were way inferior compared to him. All of their faces were pale and filled with injuries as they tried their best to recuperate. Extreme Fire and Xianxia's injuries had not healed, but they had recovered quite a bit of stamina and could move freely. The one who changed the most was Su Zimo. In a day and night, the divine power storm had almost dissipated. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm had broken through once more, and he was already at the peak of the conjoint body realm. His grade 7 green lotus true body was also extremely close to grade 8. Of course, a breakthrough to grade 8 required consolidation over time or opportunities. Throughout history, the ancient Buddha Emperor was the only one who could nurture the creation green lotus to grade 8. Of course, the transformation Su Zimo underwent from the divine power storm was not merely on the surface. With the help of the divine power storm, Su Zimo truly sensed the power of divine powers. Of course, he could not comprehend divine powers within a single day and night. It was impossible to comprehend even a trace of divine power. However, such an experience and close contact with divine powers established a perfect foundation for his future comprehension of divine powers. Furthermore, after cultivating for an entire day and night, a realization rose in Su Zimo's heart as well. Initially, he thought that he was extremely lucky and possessed great fortune. That was the reason why a healing-type divine power storm was triggered by the Sword of Misfortune. If it was a killing-type divine power storm, he would have been torn into pieces by it right away and died. However, Su Zimo only gradually came to a realization when he sensed the power of the divine power. The creation green lotus possessed a divine power to begin with. However, he did not know if it was a lesser, greater, or supreme divine power. No matter what divine power it was definitely a healing divine power. Therefore, although the Sword of Misfortune was the one that triggered the divine power forbidden region, the existence of the creation green lotus created a healing-type divine power storm. Everything was preordained. There was no opportunity that would come for him for no reason. Another 6 hours passed. The divine power storm dissipated completely. Su Zimo opened his eyes and rose, sensing the immense power and exuberant life force in his body. He could not help but let out a long howl. The peak of the conjoint body realm. The peak of the grade 7 green lotus true body. If he had not arrived at the Kunlun ruins, Su Zimo would have to cultivate for countless years to reach this realm. Furthermore, with the baptism of the divine power storm on the green lotus true body, the killing badge power released by the blood vine race on him had long turned into nothingness. Congratulations, Zimo! Extreme Fire advanced and said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded. It was a blessing in disguise by chance. Although Extreme Fire's cultivation realm did not break through after the battle, his overall combat strength had increased significantly. This was the baptism of life and death. The baptism of blood. Not many people could experience such a huge battle in their cultivation path. There were even less people who could survive such a tragic battle. Every single person that survived would definitely have limitless accomplishments in the future. Experiences as such were the most precious treasures. Su Zimo looked around and felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "Where's Xianxia?" I truly didn't notice her." Extreme Fire exclaimed softly. "Over there." A sharp-eyed Kunlun clansman pointed to the rainbow cave in midair and shouted. Su Zimo and the others turned around. Xianxia was standing at the entrance of the rainbow cave and looking over. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Zimo with deep reluctance and attachment. Under the sunlight, Su Zimo could clearly see 2 sparkling tears rolling down from the corner of Xianxia's eyes. Su Zimo seemed to have realized something as he hurried forward and shouted, "Xianxia, what are you doing? Come back." Xianxia shook her head silently, but there was a resolute look in her eyes. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" Extreme Fire shouted as well. "What's the matter? Come down and discuss things with us. Why are you over there? It's so dangerous." "Young master, I'm about to leave." A moment later, she said softly. Su Zimo frowned and said in a deep voice, "Xianxia, if you still acknowledge me as your young master, come back immediately. Don't do anything foolish. I order you to return." Su Zimo's tone turned increasingly stern. He had never used such a tone to speak to Xianxia before. Xianxia had been by his side since a long time ago. Although she had always been a maidservant, he had never seen her as one. Su Zimo regarded Xianxia as his kin and treated her like a younger sister. Xianxia had never disobeyed his wishes as well. No matter what Su Zimo did or said, Xianxia had no doubts and supported him without hesitation or resentment. Young master, I'm sorry. Xianxia pursed her lips and endured the tears in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said, I can't listen to you this time round. I'm going to leave. Su Zimo went silent. He knew that Xianxia had already made up her mind and it would be useless no matter how he tried to persuade her. Leave? Where is that lass going? Extreme Fire was still puzzled and turned to ask Su Zimo. God's mainland, Su Zimo said slowly. Ah! Extreme Fire was shocked. He asked hurriedly, why is she going there? Although she has the bloodline of the God race, she knows nothing about God's mainland. Furthermore, if she heads over from Tianhuang mainland, she'll definitely be attacked by God's mainland. Moreover, she does not have a pure bloodline and only possesses half of their bloodline. There's no way God's mainland will welcome her. Su Zimo did not reply Extreme Fire. Others might not be able to understand, but he understood Xianxia's intentions. Actually, when she saw the 8 paintings and knew the truth about the primordial war, Xianxia was already behaving unusually. She was often distracted and slumped her head, not daring to meet Night Spirit's gaze. She had nothing to do with the primordial war. However, she felt guilty and reproachful because of it. Her guilt and self-blame had reached their limits after the battle yesterday. Xianxia was an orphan child of the God race. It was only until she met Su Zimo that she found the feeling of kinship. However, she was still sensitive in the depths of her heart. Xianxia did not know how she would face Night Spirit in the future. Although Night Spirit was not hostile towards her, he would definitely recall the blood feud of his parents each time he saw her. Xianxia did not know how she was going to face Su Zimo in the future either. The truth of the primordial war would be revealed sooner or later. At that time, countless criticisms would definitely be attracted once it was known that Su Zimo's maidservant was a God race being. She was afraid of causing trouble for Su Zimo and losing him. More importantly, Xianxia did not know how to face herself. She wanted to head to God's mainland. Even though her future was uncertain and it was extremely dangerous, she had to go. She wanted to face God's mainland alone. She wanted to do something for Su Zimo, Tianhuang mainland, and the countless living beings that died in the primordial war yesterday to atone for the God race's sins. Perhaps, it was also a form of atonement for herself. Su Zimo and Xianxia looked at one another from afar. Needless to say or explain, Su Zimo understood her intentions. Young master, you have to take good care of yourself when I'm not by your side from now on, Xianxia said gently. All right? Su Zimo nodded. Young master, don't worry. I'll definitely return. Xianxia paused for a moment and pondered briefly. If I don't return, you don't have to worry. Perhaps I might. If you don't return, I'll head over and look for you. Su Zimo interrupted Xianxia and said firmly. Upon hearing that, tears gushed down the face of Xianxia, who was staring at Su Zimo intently. Su Zimo knew that Xianxia had made up her mind. No matter how he tried to stop her, he could not change her decision. Tianhuang mainland was filled with internal strife and external troubles with impending calamity. More than that, he could not leave and follow Xianxia to God's mainland. The only thing he could do was make a promise to her. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and a gigantic sword not far away suddenly flew into his hands. It was one of the 4 divine weapons of the God race, the Sword of Misfortune. Swoosh! He flipped his hand and threw the Sword of Misfortune towards Xianxia. Xianxia received it instinctively. The gigantic sword was extremely heavy. Even with Xianxia's divine power, her entire body sank slightly after she gripped the hilt. The Sword of Misfortune did not budge at all in Su Zimo's palm. However, in the palms of Xianxia, the dark and cold aura began to emanate once more. Young master, this? Xianxia was puzzled. Take that sword and head to God's mainland, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. That sword is useless in my hands. Only the bloodline of the God race can activate its power. Xianxia pursed her lips without saying anything. She knew that the reason he gave was merely superficial. Even if Su Zimo could not activate the power of the Sword of Misfortune, it was still a rare divine weapon. The reason why Su Zimo asked her to bring the Sword of Misfortune to God's mainland was because it was a form of insurance for her. The two armies, as well as many dragon riders of the god race that entered Tianhuang mainland, were annihilated, leaving no survivors. Even their divine weapon was lost in Tianhuang mainland. Although Xianxia was a remnant of the god race and had an impure bloodline, it would definitely be a meritorious deed for her if she brought the Sword of Misfortune back. The attitude of God's mainland towards her would change as well. At the very least, her life would not be in danger. That was Su Zimo's true intention. "Thank you, young master." Xianxia held the Sword of Misfortune with both hands and bowed in Su Zimo's direction. Thereafter, she turned and leaped into the rainbow cave, vanishing from sight. Su Zimo looked in that direction and remained silent for a long time. Sigh. Extreme Fire sighed and lamented. "Actually, there's no need for that lass to do that. She's way too sensitive internally." "Let her be," Su Zimo said softly. Although he sounded carefree, he could not help but feel worried and disappointed at the thought that Xianxia might not survive this trip and her future was uncertain. "First, let's go," Night Spirit said. Su Zimo nodded and instructed. "Arrange for some men to watch over the god-slaying valley. If the god race has any strange movements, we can know right away." Actually, there was a high chance that things with the god race would be peaceful for a period of time after they experienced this crushing defeat. However, it was better to make preparations in case of unforeseen circumstances. Although Su Zimo had already removed the killing badge on his body, he was in no hurry to return to Tianhuang mainland. Instead, he stayed in the Kunlun ruins temporarily and continued cultivating. The Kunlun ruins had been stabilized and Night Spirit had become the new Kunlun Lord. There was nowhere safer and more suitable for cultivation than here. He had benefited way too much in this battle. The transformation of the Green Lotus True Body, the perception of divine powers, and the visual technique in the Nether Glowstone required a long time to consolidate. Extreme Fire stayed in the Kunlun ruins as well. Spring came and autumn passed. Time passed by quickly. Time seemed to pass faster during seclusion cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had entered the Kunlun ruins for 100 years. 80 years ago, the god race invaded the Kunlun ruins and a huge battle broke out. However, in the past 80 years, the internal strife in the Kunlun ruins was resolved. Many Kunlun clansmen recuperated and became extremely peaceful, while there was no longer any activity from the Rainbow Cave. However, Tianhuang mainland was in chaos. For the past 100 years, the activity of the primordial races increased. Among the primordial 9 races, apart from the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races, the other primordial 6 races walked out of the various forbidden grounds and expanded their territories wildly. For the past 100 years, countless sects and factions had been destroyed by the primordial races. Among them, 37 of the 108 upper sects were destroyed. That number was still increasing slowly. In such chaos, there were even more living beings that died in the 4 regions, 3 oceans, and 1 continent. The East Sea was dyed red for the longest time. The primordial 6 races, the Witch, Bloodvine, God, Golden Crow, Rakshasa, and Heavenly Eye races, led by their young masters, attacked the sects and occupied territories. Everywhere they passed, a blood storm would break out. The combat strength of the primordial races was terrifying. Almost all the young masters had already cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm. Unless a patriarch appeared, no one could suppress the experts of the primordial races. As the primordial races did not bother the super sects of the cultivation world, major sects and factions such as the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries remained silent for 100 years. There was a mysterious balance between the super sects and the primordial 6 races. However, all the cultivators knew that such a situation would not last long. Finally, that balance was broken heartlessly after a massive battle in the South region. The forbidden ground of the Bloodvine race was in the South region and their territory was expanding continuously. It was inevitable that a huge battle would break out between them and Clear Wind Temple, one of the 9 immortal sects. 100 years ago, Tung Lingzi was killed by Su Zimo. The Bloodvine race had long chosen a new young master. Under the lead of the young master of the Bloodvine race, the Bloodvine army attacked Clear Wind Temple, and the battle lasted for an entire day. Countless cultivators of Clear Wind Temple died and were devoured by the Bloodvine race. Finally, patriarchs of Clear Wind Temple arrived. However, because of that, a patriarch of the Bloodvine race was alarmed. A single patriarch of the Bloodvine race killed more than 10 patriarchs of Clear Wind Temple without exception. The battle escalated. The Emperor of Clear Wind Temple appeared and killed the patriarch of the Bloodvine race. However, later on, the Blood Emperor of the Bloodvine race descended and killed the Emperor of Clear Wind Temple on the Sex Mountain Peak within 3 rounds. In the end, the Mystic Emperor was the one who stood out and fought against the Blood Emperor. It was a stalemate, and the former managed to forcibly rescue some cultivators of Clear Wind Temple to retreat to Enigma Palace. However, after that battle, Clear Wind Temple, one of the 9 immortal sects, was destroyed as well. After that battle, the Bloodvine even made threats. If human emperors dared to show their faces again to interfere in the fights on Tianhuang mainland, the Blood Emperor would appear and kill them all. It was a blatant threat. Furthermore, it threatened all the emperors of the human race. The cultivation world remained silent. No emperor replied. None of the emperors were confident when the Emperor of Clear Wind Temple died in less than 3 rounds against the Blood Emperor. What was even more frightening was that many emperors knew that the Blood Emperor was the weakest emperor among the emperors of the primordial 6 races in this generation. Furthermore, the Bloodvine race had more than one emperor. Before long, the Golden Crow race stepped foot into the East region. One of the 6 Buddhist monasteries of the East region, Clear Heart Nunnery, was the first to be destroyed. In that battle, none of the Mahayana patriarchs of Clear Heart Nunnery appeared. That was because the Mahayana patriarchs of Clear Heart Nunnery knew that even if they appeared, they could not save Clear Heart Nunnery from its destruction. If they appeared, they would die just like the patriarchs of Clear Wind Temple. The advanced ancient battlefield was a world of its own, and the primordial races could not enter. At the very least, they were safe as long as they stayed within the advanced ancient battlefield. In just half a day, Clear Heart Nunnery was reduced to ruins. It was already too late by the time patriarchs of Enigma Palace arrived. Enigma Palace. Old man, what should we do? Lin Xuanji had a worried expression and was uncharacteristically stern. Clear Wind Temple and Clear Heart Nunnery have been destroyed, and the calamity of the human race has arrived. If we don't retaliate, the immortal sects, fiend sects, and Buddhist monasteries will be destroyed by the primordial 6 races one after another. At that time, humans will most likely return to the primordial era where they were enslaved by the 10,000 races. The storyteller stood on a Dao palace and gazed into the distance in silence. I heard that there seems to have been a few major battles in the demon regions as well. Some of them have already submitted to the primordial 6 races. Lin Xuanji continued, as time passes, the strength of the primordial 6 races will only increase. How should we defend then? The storyteller was silent for a moment before saying suddenly, there's news that Enigma Palace is about to hold a 10,000 race meet and invite the primordial races and major sects to a discussion. Lin Xuanji shuddered. The storyteller continued, we can take a step back. Since the primordial 6 races want territory, we'll give it to them. We'll try our best to buy time, so that this battle won't break out right away. Lin Xuanji frowned. The primordial races are in their prime right now. How can they sit down and negotiate with us normally? At that time, the primordial races will definitely demand an unreasonable demand. There's a high chance that this 10,000 race meet will collapse. Even if the negotiation falls, the situation won't get worse. The storyteller said, in the ancient battlefield, I've been summoning the emperors of the human race to defend against the primordial 6 races together. However, there weren't many emperors that responded. Even if the emperors of the world are gathered, we might not be able to fight against the primordial 6 races, let alone the few of us. The storyteller laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm not the human emperor after all. I don't have his prestige. In the ancient era, nobody dared to disobey the human emperor's orders. However, ancestor human emperor has long ascended to the upper world. Sigh. Lin Xuanji sighed gently. The storyteller smiled. Go on and pass the order. All right. Lin Xuanji nodded heavily and turned to leave. The storyteller raised his head and looked at the firmaments, murmuring softly, Ancestor Human Emperor, please bless the human race to tide through this calamity. The destruction of Clear Heart Nunnery shook the entire cultivation world. Before long, an even more shocking piece of news spread from Enigma Palace through the entire Tianhuang mainland rapidly, causing a commotion. Enigma Palace was going to host the 10,000 race meet. The 10,000 races had always existed. However, after the primordial war, the 10,000 races withered and many were destroyed. The remaining races fused together and were known collectively as the demon race. However, Enigma Palace had caused such a huge commotion this time round. Enigma Palace was a sacred ground for the human race and was the most mysterious. Even among the primordial races, Enigma Palace had an extremely high status. After all, it was founded by Fairy Linglong in the past. As for Fairy Linglong, she was the wife of the human emperor. Naturally, none of the sects and factions would reject upon hearing the news. The destruction of Clear Wind Temple and Clear Heart Nunnery caused the cultivators of the super sects to shudder in fear. Now that Enigma Palace was taking the initiative to lead, they might be able to resolve the conflict if they could negotiate with the primordial six races. The super sects were the first to respond. The forbidden ground of the god race. 6 figures with terrifying auras sat in the palace and exuded the might of emperors. The void around them trembled and distorted. Enigma Palace of the human race has actually made such a move. Interesting, the person who spoke had a vertical eye on his glabella. It was the emperor of this generation's heavenly eye race, the heavenly eye emperor. The blood emperor sneered. The ants of the human race are already afraid. That's the reason why they want to hold the 10,000 race meet. Why should we bother? There's no harm in letting the juniors take a look. The god emperor smiled gently. No one can threaten them except for human patriarchs. We can just let them handle this matter. Furthermore, a few super sects of the human race have already sought us out and chose to submit. Fufu. Another emperor burning with golden flames nodded slightly. We have to deal with the human race as soon as possible. Thereafter, we have to join forces to deal with the dragon race. We can't let that dragon phoenix grow. Don't worry. It's only been so many years. That dragon phoenix is far from being capable. After the news of Enigma Palace spread, the primordial 6 races agreed that they would arrive at Enigma Palace 10 days later. Immediately after, the 8 demon regions agreed to it as well. The entire world was shaken. Almost all the sects, factions, and thousands of races of Tianhuang mainland would be gathered at this 10,000 race meet. It was definitely an unprecedented event. Pingyang Town. The Martial Dao Prime Body, who was in seclusion in his room, sensed something and opened his eyes from the darkness. In a flash, he floated down from his bed and pushed the door open. Before long, a graceful figure appeared in the skies of Pingyang Town. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a slender figure. She stood in midair and looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body below with a conflicted expression. That woman was Rakshasa Yu, who had rushed over from Ethereal Peak. Is there anything? The Martial Dao Prime Body asked indifferently. Rakshasa Yu recounted the news of the 10,000 race meet. Oh, the Martial Dao Prime Body replied casually. Rakshasa Yu clenched her fists slightly. Desolate Martial, the human race has already begun to bow down. After the 10,000 race meet, the situation in Tianhuang mainland will definitely change and the human race will once again be reduced to the bottom of the 10,000 races. No matter how much of a monster incarnate you are and how invincible you are among your peers, you won't be able to defend against patriarchs and emperors. You can't save the human race alone. The Martial Dao Prime Body was unmoved and asked with an unchanged expression. So, therefore I can give you a chance, Rakshasa Yu said. I don't need you to submit to me. As long as you're willing to join the Rakshasa race, I can make the decision so that the Rakshasa race won't harm your life or anyone related to you. The Martial Dao Prime Body smiled mockingly. Go back, you don't have to guard Ethereal Peak anymore. However, you have to remember not to reveal anything about me. No one would target Ethereal Peak now that the 10,000 race meet was on. It was useless to have Rakshasa Yu continue guarding Ethereal Peak. With that said, the martial Tao prime body turned to return to his room. You! Rakshasa Yu gripped her fists with a furious expression. Over the years, she had attempted to challenge the martial Tao prime body. However, each time she issued a challenge after she had a breakthrough or her combat strength increased, she would be suppressed extremely tragically. 20 years ago, she had already broken through and became a half-martial ancestor. She came to challenge the martial Tao prime body with confidence but was still suppressed mercilessly. Rakshasa Yu had a conflicted feeling towards the martial Tao prime body. In the depths of her heart, she could not even bring herself to hate the martial Tao prime body. When she knew that the primordial six races had begun attacking the major sects and factions, her first thought was to use her identity to protect the martial Tao prime body. He truly took my goodwill for granted. Rakshasa Yu cursed angrily. I want to see how you're going to come and beg me after the 10,000 race meet. 10,000 race meet. After returning to the room, the martial Tao prime body murmured. Young master, can the human race tide through this crisis? Tao Yao also realized that the human race was in an extremely difficult situation. I don't know. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. However, it's time to check out Biming. If it was only the major sects and factions of the human race, they would not be able to go against the primordial six races in this 10,000 race meet. Be it in terms of strength or aura, they were way too inferior. This time round, the other three primordial races had to express their stance as well. It was easy to settle the dragon race because he had the dragon phoenix true body after all. At that moment, the dragon phoenix true body had already received the news in the ancestral dragon ground. The only thing he had to do was obtain the support of the Kuan and barbarian race. The martial Tao prime body knew nothing about the barbarian race. However, he made a move towards the Kuan race more than 100 years ago. It was a move that would either bring about unimaginable blessings or disasters. That was no ordinary bloodline or demon beast. It was the taboo Kuan Peng. All three taboos were decisive to kill. If the Kuan Peng grew and did not acknowledge him as its master, he would not obtain any support even if he headed to Biming. There was also a chance that he might encounter danger. However, the martial Tao prime body did not hesitate and headed for Biming. At the same time, he notified the Green Lotus True Body, who was still cultivating in the Kunlun ruins, and told the Green Lotus True Body about the news of the past few years in Tianhuang mainland as well as the 10,000 race meet. 7 days later, a figure appeared on the extreme north glaciers. Even in the ice and snow, the figure's footsteps could not be affected. It was as though a gigantic furnace was burning in the body of the martial Tao prime body, and his blood qi was exuberant. Before long, a dark ocean appeared in front of the martial Tao prime body. In the extreme north, this was the only ocean without any signs of freezing. This was the forbidden ground of the Kuan race. Biming. The martial Tao prime body stood at the edge of Biming and looked at the deep ocean beneath, emitting a spirit consciousness fluctuation as he shouted, "Carefree." That voice was enough to spread through Biming. He believed that Carefree would definitely hear it. The martial Tao prime body stood at the edge of Biming and waited silently. Even he did not know if he would be welcomed or killed later on. Before long, the martial Tao prime body narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense an extremely terrifying aura speeding towards the surface of the sea. Before long, a figure broke through the water surface silently and rose slowly. It was a woman with long silver hair. She had a cold expression and looked like a heroine as she glared at the martial Tao prime body with an unfriendly expression. Although the woman looked young, her aura was extremely terrifying and had already surpassed the conjoint body realm, Mahayana realm, a matriarch of the Kuan race. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged as he narrowed his eyes and was prepared to leave. Given his current combat strength, he still had no chance of winning against a Mahayana matriarch. Swoosh! Right then, the sound of water could be heard from the surface of the sea. A muscular figure broke out of the water and somersaulted in midair. Arriving beside Su Zimo, he knelt down. "Greetings, master." It was a young man who looked to be around 16 years old. He was handsome, unusually agile, and had huge eyes that were watery. Carefree, the martial Dao prime body was slightly stunned. After all, when he brought Carefree to Beiming, the latter was merely a gigantic egg. The martial Dao prime body did not know what Carefree looked like now that he had grown up. After not seeing him for 100 years, Carefree's cultivation had advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm. "That's me?" Laughing for a moment, Carefree turned to look at the silver-haired woman in midair. "Sister, this is my master. Don't give that rude expression." Humph! Even after hearing Carefree's words, the silver-haired woman did not have a good expression as she harumphed coldly. "If not for the fact that you brought Carefree back, you would have been a dead man by now." The martial Dao prime body smiled and did not argue. Right now, he had no chance of winning against a Mahayana matriarch. However, it was also impossible for a Mahayana matriarch to kill him as well. "Master, ignore her." Carefree pouted his lips and said excitedly, "Master, you haven't looked for me for a long time and I'm dying of boredom stuck in this place. When are you taking me out to play? There's an extremely lively event that will be held in a few days. You can go check it out." The martial Dao prime body smiled gently. "For real?" Carefree's eyes lit up. "What are you trying to do?" the silver-haired woman asked coldly with an unfriendly tone. The martial Dao prime body did not hide anything and said in a deep voice, "I want the Kuan race to take part in the 10,000 race meet. Furthermore, I want you guys to stand on the side of the human race." "Fufu," the silver-haired woman sneered. "On what basis?" "The fact that you're a conjoint body mighty figure." The martial Dao prime body shook his head. "If the Kuan race ignores the safety of the human race and stands by the sidelines, the primordial 6 races will definitely turn around and deal with you guys after they're done with the human race. The primordial 6 races will definitely not let a taboo grow. You know very well about the stakes. There's no need for me to elaborate." The silver-haired woman went silent. "Sister, I want to go," Carefree replied hurriedly. The silver-haired woman glared at Carefree and turned to ask, "From what I know, the dragon race has a taboo as well." "That's right." The martial Dao prime body nodded. "The taboo of the dragon race is my clone. The dragon race will participate in this 10,000 race meet as well. My dragon phoenix true body will head to Enigma Palace personally." When she heard that, the silver-haired woman's heart skipped a beat. That statement carried a message. The dragon race would definitely stand on the side of the human race. "I'll go back and discuss it. You can leave." The silver-haired woman was silent for a long time before saying. She turned to look at Carefree. "Let's go back." "Master." Carefree looked at the martial Dao prime body aggrievedly. "Go on." The martial Dao prime body nodded and turned to leave without lingering. East Region, Great Boulder Forest. This was one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland, and no living being dared to step foot into it. However, this day, a group of cultivators arrived outside the Great Boulder Forest. Their leader had shoulder-length scarlet hair and wore scarlet armor. Although he had refined features, he exuded an extremely violent aura. The Dragon Phoenix true body had descended. Behind the Dragon Phoenix true body was a group of dragons, all of them the strongest paragons and monster incarnates of the younger generation. Long Tsong, the 5-clawed divine dragon, as well as Long Shi of the hornless dragon lineage. Solitary Cloud, who had now joined the Illumination dragon lineage, was included as well. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix true body arrived at the Great Boulder Forest of the East Region personally was to invite the barbarian race out of seclusion. "I'm Long Mo, and I'm here to meet fellow Taoists of the barbarian race. Please grant me an audience." The voice of the Dragon Phoenix true body was neither loud nor soft, but it spread to every corner of the Great Boulder Forest. Before long, a loud bang sounded from the Great Boulder Forest. Countless boulders swayed and a passageway opened up. A group of extremely tall and strong figures walked out from the depths of the boulders with a repressing aura. The barbarian race was extremely tall. Every single barbarian was more than 30 feet tall and had beast skins wrapped around their waists, revealing their upper bodies. Their bodies were filled with fur and their limbs were thick. Their skin was coarse and they looked like uncivilized wild men that consumed meat and drank blood. The dragon race was already slightly taller than ordinary humans. However, in front of the barbarian race, they were only at the latter's knees. Compared to the barbarian race, the dragon phoenix true body looked short. However, in terms of aura, he surpassed many of the barbarian race. The barbarian race felt a bloodline suppression from the dragon phoenix true body. "You're the young master of the dragon race, Long Mo?" The leading barbarian was at the conjoint body realm. When he arrived before the many dragons, he lowered his head slightly and glared at the dragon phoenix true body at the front, asking in a deep voice. "Yes." The dragon phoenix true body nodded. "I'm Manfeng, a personal guard of the young master. Fellow Taoists of the dragon race, please follow me." After saying that, he turned and led the way into the great boulder forest. The barbarian race was massive and the ground trembled as they walked through the forest. The dragon phoenix true body had a calm expression as he followed Manfeng towards the barbarian habitat. However, Long Tsong, Long Shi and the other dragons did not look good. "The young master of the barbarian race sure is cocky." Long Tsong smiled gently and said sarcastically, "He only sent a personal guard to receive our young master of the dragon race personally?" In the hearts of Long Tsong and the others, it was only appropriate for young masters of the primordial races to welcome one another personally should any of them pay a personal visit. Furthermore, the dragon phoenix true body was a taboo. It would even be normal for ancestor realm experts of the barbarian race to receive him personally. To think that the barbarian race merely sent some conjoint body realm barbarians and a personal guard of their young master. "Master, the attitude of the barbarian race doesn't seem too good." Solitary Cloud sent a voice transmission to the dragon phoenix true body. "Let's wait and see." The dragon phoenix true body's expression was unchanged. When Manfeng heard Long Tsong's mockery, he was not enraged and chuckled foolishly. "I'm truly sorry. Coincidentally, the barbarian race has some visitors today and our young master is receiving them. So he truly can't leave." "Oh!" The dragon phoenix true body's heart skipped a beat as he pondered. Those who could enter the forbidden grounds of the barbarian race and be received by the young master were definitely from the primordial 9 races. However, he did not know which primordial race was here. "I wonder which primordial race is here?" Long Tsong deduced the same point and asked. "Fellow Taoists of the dragon race, you will know in a while," Manfeng said. "The young master is in the barbarian palace and will receive all of you together." Long Tsong and the others exchanged glances. Needless to think, the reason why the primordial race came was to rope in the barbarian race as well. All these years, the barbarian race had been neutral towards the conquest of Tianhuang mainland, the conflicts with the human race and the killing of taboos. This made both parties want to rope in the barbarian race. If the dragon race could think of that, the primordial 6 races could as well. The dragon race was not confident to begin with when they came to rope in the barbarian race. Now that another primordial race has arrived, it made the trip for the dragon race even more difficult. Manfeng led Su Zimo and the others forward. After passing through a series of boulders, the boulders swayed and intersected once more. The dragon phoenix true body turned back. The landing points of the boulders were rather particular and formed a unique and mysterious formation. If not for the lead of the barbarian race, there was a high chance that they would have fallen into the trap if they had barged in without permission. Before long, a massive and ancient palace appeared before everyone. The palace was made from gigantic boulders and was a few thousand feet tall. There were no doors or windows decorations and the design was simple and savage, exuding the aura of the primordial era. Every single gigantic boulder was filled with bumps and hollows, leaving behind countless divine weapons and signs of the flames of war. 2 massive words were written on a gigantic boulder on top of the palace: Barbarian Palace. Before everyone arrived at the Barbarian Palace, they could hear hearty laughter echoing from within, as though both parties were in a good mood. Long Tsong and the others' hearts sank. The situation did not seem good now that the other party had arrived first and established the advantage. Long Tsong and the others looked at the dragon phoenix true body instinctively with inquiring expressions. The dragon phoenix true body was expressionless and continued following Man Feng towards the barbarian palace. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, they could see that there were quite a number of people sitting in the palace. It was bustling with everyone drinking and chatting merrily. A tall barbarian sat on a high seat in the middle. From the looks of it, this was the young master of the barbarian race, Man Hu. On his right, a handsome man sat on the ground and toasted him with a smile on his face. The man had golden hair, blue eyes, and wore a faint golden robe. His blood chi was strong, and every single move he made exuded a noble aura. The god race. The cultivation of the god race man was at the half-martial ancestor realm. Of course, during the years of cultivation in the ancestral dragon ground, the cultivation of the dragon phoenix true body advanced as well and was at the half-martial ancestor realm. How strong! Long Shi's heart skipped a beat when she saw the god race man. The god race man gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Even Long Tsong had a grim expression as he frowned and sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo. This is one of the most famous monster incarnates of the god race right now. He's the young master of the god race, the firmament sovereign. There were two monster incarnates in this generation of the god race, the firmament sovereign and goddess Xiaoxiang. For the past 100 years, these two monster incarnates only attacked thrice, but 3 upper sects of the cultivation world were destroyed right away, shaking the entire Tianhuang mainland. It was said in the cultivation world that the firmament sovereign and goddess Xiaoxiang were the two strongest monster incarnates of the god race in tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, the two of them were Tao companions and could be considered as a true golden couple. Behind the firmament sovereign stood two conjoint body god race beings with their hands behind their backs. From the looks of it, those should be servants of the firmament sovereign. Just as the dragon phoenix true body entered the barbarian palace, the firmament sovereign put down his cup and turned around slightly, looking over with a fake smile. A killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes as he sized up the dragon phoenix true body. However, the gaze of the dragon phoenix true body had already shifted to the 3 people behind the 2 servants. Among the 3 god race beings, there was an old man, an old lady, and a middle-aged man. Although their cultivation realms were not obvious, they exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The dragon phoenix true body narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone, watch out. Those might be ancestor gods. Long Tsong suddenly sent a voice transmission with a grim tone. Ancestor realm beings of the god race. They were not half-martial ancestors. They were true patriarchs and matriarchs. Sensing the gaze of the dragon phoenix true body, the 3 ancestor gods looked over at the same time. Their gazes met in midair and sparks seemed to fly. The atmosphere in the barbarian palace turned heavy instantly. Earlier on, the main hall was bustling with people pushing their wine glasses. In the blink of an eye, it was dead silent such that one could hear a pin drop. Ha 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 ha. Right then, a hearty laughter sounded from the hall in a robust manner, causing the entire hall to tremble. The young master of the barbarian race stood up and cupped his fists towards the dragon phoenix true body. Brother Long Mo, pardon me for not welcoming you from afar. Brother Long Mo, please take your seat. The young master of the barbarian race looked friendly and sincere, as though he was not scheming at all. Coupled with such a strong and muscular body, it was easy to give off the impression that he had strong limbs and a simple mind. However, the dragon phoenix true body knew better than that. Nobody who could become the young master of a race was a fool. It was clear that the young master of the barbarian race wanted him to meet everyone from the god race and gather at the barbarian palace intentionally. His final goal might be to obtain the greatest benefits for the barbarian race. What should we do? From the looks of it, the god race is bent on winning the barbarian race over. Furthermore, the god race has 3 ancestor gods. Long Shi was worried and asked with a spirit consciousness voice transmission, Young master, you have a noble status. Why don't we return to the Dragon Bone Valley immediately? No, we can't. Long Tsong shook his head gently and sent a voice transmission. This is the territory of the barbarian race and they are the masters. The god race won't dare to attack anyone. Furthermore, there are 2 patriarchs of the barbarian race guarding behind Man Hu as well. If the three ancestor gods dare to make a move, the patriarchs of the barbarian race will definitely interfere. Solitary Cloud nodded as well. Agreed. Right now, it's safest to stay with the barbarian race. If we were to leave rashly and the god race were to do so thereafter, we'll be in danger instead. The three of them discussed with voice transmissions. Naturally, the three of them included the Dragon Phoenix True Body in their spirit consciousness voice transmissions. However, the Dragon Phoenix True Body was silent and expressionless the entire time. The three of them did not know what was on his mind. Under the gazes of many people and the intense hostility of the god race, the Dragon Phoenix True Body was indifferent and was the first to step into the barbarian palace, standing in the middle. "Your long MO?" The Firmament Sovereign stood up slowly and said with a bright gaze, "I've truly heard a lot about you." The Dragon Phoenix True Body did not even look at the Firmament Sovereign. He merely stood in the middle of the hall and looked at the young master of the barbarian race before getting straight to the point. "Let's not waste time. I'm here because I want the support of the barbarian race. In the 10,000 race meet, I hope that the barbarian race will join the dragon race to stand on the side of the human race against the primordial 6 races." €50, a snicker came from the side. The Firmament Sovereign had a mocking expression and looked at the Dragon Phoenix True Body with disdain. Initially, he thought that Long Mo was a powerful figure as one of the 3 great taboos. To think that he would be so impatient. Fufu. The 2 god race mighty figures behind the Firmament Sovereign roared in laughter as well. The Firmament Sovereign said leisurely, "I've long heard that the so-called taboo Dragon Phoenix is merely a clone of the human desolate martial. Initially, I didn't believe it. Now that I've seen it for myself, I know that the rumors are true." The Firmament Sovereign looked at Long Tsong and the others. "You guys acknowledged a human clone as your young master. Aren't you afraid that he'll drag the dragon race into the endless abyss? The status of the young master of the dragon race isn't something an outsider like you can comment on." Long Tsong harumphed coldly in an unfriendly tone. "Audacious," the god race mighty figure hollered. "There's no room for a lackey to butt in when my young master is speaking." Long Tsong's expression darkened and his gaze was cold. Although he was not the young master of the dragon race, he was a 5-clawed divine dragon with a noble bloodline. If not for the birth of the taboo, he would have been the young master of the dragon race. Although he was only at the conjoint body realm while the Firmament Sovereign was a half-martial ancestor, he would definitely dare to challenge the latter anytime. Apart from the Dragon Phoenix True Body, he had never been scolded like this before. "Ha!" Right then, the young master of the barbarian race laughed and eased the tension in the hall. "Brother Long Mo, I like your character. You're truly straightforward and don't beat around the bush." However, he changed the topic. "There's no hurry. Brother Long Mo, please take your seat. We'll discuss as we drink." The Dragon Phoenix True Body was still motionless as he asked, "In that case, the barbarian race has yet to make a decision?" The young master of the barbarian race smiled. "This matter is extremely important. The decision will impact the fate of the barbarian race as well as our future. I've got to be careful." Suddenly, Manfong, the personal guard of the young master of the barbarian race, asked, "Did the dragon race bring any gifts for this trip?" "Gifts?" The dragons were slightly stunned. Long Tsong, Long Shi and the others exchanged glances with awkward expressions. The reason why they came this time round was purely to explain their stakes to the barbarian race and make use of the reputation of the taboo to rope in the barbarian race. They had truly not thought of bringing any gifts. "Fufu." The Firmament Sovereign smiled leisurely. "Why? Fellow Taoists of the dragon race? Are you here empty-handed?" Long Tsong and the others had ugly expressions and remained silent. The Dragon Phoenix True Body's expression was still unchanged. The young master of the barbarian race had been paying attention to the expression of the Dragon Phoenix True Body the entire time. However, after some observation, he could not read the latter's mind at all. It was unfathomable. This was the evaluation of the young master of the barbarian race towards the Dragon Phoenix True Body. The young master of the barbarian race chuckled and tried to smooth things over. "It's fine. Anyone who comes are guests. There's no need for gifts. We're all part of the primordial races. There's no need to stand on courtesy. Even so, aren't they looking down on the barbarian race by coming over empty-handed to invite you guys out of seclusion? The Firmament Sovereign did not give up on the chance to attack the dragon race at all. I'm here with a huge gift. That's the only way to express the sincerity of the god race. With that said, he took out a storage bag and his spirit consciousness moved. The items in the storage bag scattered on the ground and burst forth with divine lights. There were weapons, elixirs, and materials among them. In fact, there were even some cultivation techniques and secret skills. Is that the essence Yang sand? The young master of the barbarian race glared at a handful of gravel on the ground and asked sternly with a glint in his eyes. That's right, the Firmament Sovereign said proudly. I long knew that the essence Yang sand is extremely useful for the barbarian race in tempering their bodies. I only obtained this by chance in a primordial ruin and brought it here for you, brother man who. Ha 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 ha. The young master of the barbarian race burst into laughter and could not conceal the excitement on his face. You're way too kind, brother Firmament Sovereign. Young master, what should we do? Long Tsong frowned slightly and asked with a voice transmission. We were completely unprepared and now we're outmatched by this Firmament Sovereign. By the looks of it, the barbarian race is probably going to join forces with the god race. Suddenly, the Dragon Phoenix Truebody said, Actually, I've also prepared a huge gift for the barbarian race. Oh? What sort of a huge gift is it? Man who revealed an interested expression. That was what he wanted to see the most. The barbarian race would only benefit if the two races competed against one another. This gift is very precious. I believe that the barbarian race will definitely like it. The Dragon Phoenix Truebody smiled as well and said meaningfully. The young master of the barbarian race was even more curious and could not help but stand up. Brother Long Mo, even I'm looking forward to it given the way you're saying it now. Long Tsong and the others revealed lost expressions. Even they did not know what gift the Dragon Phoenix Truebody had prepared. The Firmament Sovereign revealed a disdainful expression and sneered. Stop putting on a mysterious act. What sort of a huge gift did you bring? Hurry and show it to everyone. Sure thing. The Dragon Phoenix Truebody turned around and looked at the Firmament Sovereign. The gift I've prepared is your head. The moment he said that, the Dragon Phoenix Truebody had already attacked. Nobody expected that someone would dare to attack beneath the noses of 2 barbarian patriarchs and 3 ancestor gods. This was the barbarian palace and the territory of the barbarian race. Even if the god race had a strong killing intent towards the Dragon Phoenix Truebody, they would not dare to attack here. Even Long Tsong and the other dragons were stunned and could not react for a moment, let alone the god and barbarian race. Isn't young master way too bold? That was the only thought in the minds of many dragons. Earlier on, the dragons were still discussing how to avoid being killed by the god race. To think that the Dragon Phoenix Truebody would attempt to kill the Firmament Sovereign in front of everyone in the barbarian palace. The dragons had not expected that the gift mentioned by the Dragon Phoenix Truebody would be the life of the Firmament Sovereign. The Firmament Sovereign was slightly stunned with a startled expression. Before the sneer on his lips could disperse, the killing move of the Dragon Phoenix Truebody descended. It was too sudden. There was no warning at all. By the time the Firmament Sovereign realized what was happening, a snow-white and sharp saber had already descended from the skies. One could see clear dragon bones in the saber. That was the dermic weapon left behind by the Saber Emperor, the Dragon Soul Saber. An incomparably violent saber chi circled around and formed a lifelike divine dragon. Opening its gigantic mouth, it let out a dragon roar. Almost at the same time, the Dragon Phoenix Truebody spoke at the same time and let out a resounding dragon roar. The 2 dragon roars fused perfectly and formed a resonance with extreme lethality. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the barbarian palace in a deafening manner. The dragon roar sounded in the ears of the Firmament Sovereign. The distance between the 2 of them was way too close. The Firmament Sovereign's ears hurt and his mind almost exploded. 2 blood arrows burst forth from his ears. The two god race mighty figures behind the firmament sovereign were slightly further away. However, they were even worse against the dragon roar. Poof! Poof! As though they were dealt with severe blows, the two god race mighty figures spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies released blood mists and clear blood scars appeared on their handsome faces. Furthermore, this was the god race. If it was any other living being, they might have died on the spot from that single dragon roar. For example, although the witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, they had weak bloodlines and physiques. The sound of such a terrifying dragon roar could shatter their bodies. However, it was different for the god race. The physiques and bloodlines of the god race were ranked at the top of the primordial 9 races and could fight against the dragon race. Furthermore, the firmament sovereign was the strongest monster incarnate of the god race in tens of thousands of years. Splash! Without the need for him to channel it himself, his body would naturally react and his divine blood circulated on its own given the intense simulation. Instantly, it was raised to the tsunami blood realm. The stinging pain in his ears and the roaring in his mind vanished instantly. The firmament sovereign's eyes regained clarity. However, even so, he had already lost the initiative. Long Mo, how dare you? You have a death wish. The 3 ancestor gods were enraged and hollered, charging towards the dragon phoenix true body right away. Audacious! Insolent! The 2 barbarian patriarchs hollered as well and stomped on the ground. With a boom, their gigantic bodies soared into the air and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body. The barbarian race had to stop him. The fact that the dragon phoenix true body was rude to the barbarian race by attacking in their territory was secondary. If the firmament sovereign died in the barbarian palace, even if he was killed by the dragon phoenix true body, the barbarian race would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely sow grudges with the god race. That was definitely not what the barbarian race wanted. The barbarian race had massive bodies and the 2 barbarian patriarchs crossed half the palace in 2 steps, descending above the dragon phoenix true body. The hearts of Long Tsong and the others skipped a beat. If the 5 primordial patriarchs were to attack, even the dragon phoenix true body who was a half-martial ancestor would die, let alone kill the firmament sovereign. The difference between a half-martial ancestor and a patriarch was a major cultivation realm. At the Dharma characteristic realm, the primordial races or some demons would awaken their innate divine powers. Although this innate divine power was known as a divine power, it was extremely different from the divine powers of the cultivation world. It was more like an innate ability. However, there were many innate abilities that could grow continuously as one's cultivation realm and cultivation advanced. After the primordial races entered the Mahayana realm, their innate divine powers would grow into true divine powers that could fight against the lesser, greater, and even supreme divine powers of the cultivation world. In other words, the dragon phoenix true body that was still at the half-martial ancestor realm could not fight against patriarchs in terms of strength. A mocking look flashed through the firmament sovereign's eyes as he looked at the dragon phoenix true body that was inches away. Although the dragon phoenix true body attacked suddenly, he knew that he would not die with the protection of the ancestor gods. The dragon phoenix true body was courting death by doing this. Suddenly, the dragon phoenix true body conjured a strange dermic art with his left hand and spread his fingers, releasing a gray fog in his palm. Baron! The voice of the dragon phoenix true body sounded without any fluctuation. With the dragon phoenix true body as the center, an extremely strange dermic power fluctuation burst forth. Gray ripples appeared in the void and spread in all directions like water ripples, engulfing the firmament sovereign instantly. The firmament sovereign's expression changed. He could clearly sense that his lifespan was decreasing at a terrifying speed. Even his divine blood could not stop it. The gray-colored ripples spread and enveloped the 2 patriarchs of the barbarian race and 3 ancestor gods in the blink of an eye. Pest! The expressions of the 2 barbarian patriarchs changed as they gasped. Mahayana patriarchs had even sharper senses. They could clearly sense that their lifespans were decreasing faster the closer they were to the dragon phoenix true body. The 5 Mahayana patriarchs released their divine powers at the same time, wanting to block the strange gray-colored ripples. But soon, the 5 Mahayana patriarchs realized that their divine powers could not defend against the deterioration of their lifespans. That dharmic art ignored one's cultivation realm. Even their divine powers could not dispel it. Mahayana patriarchs had a long lifespan and human patriarchs had a lifespan of 100,000 years. The lifespans of barbarian patriarchs and ancestor gods were even longer. However, nobody would complain about having too much lifespan. The 2 barbarian patriarchs hesitated for a moment before retreating, breaking free from the gray-colored ripples for the time being. After all, the firmament sovereign was not the young master of the barbarian race. The 2 barbarian patriarchs did not want to lose thousands of years of their lifespans just to save someone from another race. It was not worth it. Although the 2 barbarian patriarchs retreated temporarily, the 3 ancestor gods could not. Among the 3 ancestor gods, there was an elderly man, an old lady, and a middle-aged man. Needless to say, the middle-aged ancestor god was in his prime with a long lifespan and was fearless. Although the old lady was in her twilight years, she still had 10,000 years of lifespan remaining and could withstand the deterioration of 2,000 years per breath. However, that old man only had slightly more than 1,000 years to live. Before he arrived before the dragon phoenix true body, the old man's life force deteriorated rapidly without any chance of escaping. Right in front of everyone, the ancestor god died. Mahayana patriarch. Furthermore, he was a patriarch of the god race. Even if he only had more than 1,000 years to live, the combat strength he could release was something that even human patriarchs had to avoid. However, under the shroud of Baron, the ancestor god withered like a leaf. His face was filled with wrinkles and his gaze was dim as he collapsed in the barbarian palace. A wary look flashed through the eyes of the 2 barbarian patriarchs. The firmament sovereign's expression changed. He was situated within Baron and could afford the lifespan deterioration for a short period of time. However, the true danger came from the dragon soul saber that descended from the skies. From the burst of the dragon roar to the release of Baron, the dragon soul saber of the dragon phoenix true body had not been retracted the entire time and was still slashing towards the head of the firmament sovereign. After the dragon phoenix true body released Baron, 2 barbarian patriarchs retreated and an ancestor god died. The remaining 2 ancestor gods slowed down under Baron as well. This meant that the firmament sovereign had to save himself. The 2 ancestor gods could only arrive if he could defend against Su Zimo / and by some time. When the firmament sovereign saw the coldness in the dragon phoenix true body's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. The killing intent of the dragon phoenix true body was way too immense. Humph! The firmament sovereign channeled his essence spirit and his blood chi surged as he channeled his bloodline wildly, wanting to release his bloodline phenomenon to defend against the dragon soul saber. Suddenly, the firmament sovereign's expression changed. The dragon soul saber of the dragon phoenix true body slashed down and released a saber intent. Under that saber intent, the divine blood in his body froze. How could this be? The firmament sovereign was shocked. The divine blood of the god race could be cultivated to the realm of a bloodline phenomenon innately. But now, against the envelopment of the saber intent, even tsunami blood had vanished, let alone a bloodline phenomenon. His divine blood gradually calmed down and became silent and motionless within his body. Even the dragons did not recognize that slash. The dragon phoenix true body attacked with the determination to kill the firmament sovereign here. He did not hold back at all and released the most powerful move in the Saber Emperor's inheritance, Sea Calming. Once Sea Calming was released, even if the firmament sovereign possessed incomparably strong divine blood, he would have to calm down. After losing the initiative, it was already too late for the firmament sovereign to condense a dharmic art. His gaze intensified and his eyes turned golden instantly, shining brightly. Visual technique. The instant release of a visual technique was the only method that could turn defeat into victory and negate the danger right now. However, the moment he released his god's eye, he saw an even brighter red light burst forth from the eyes of the dragon phoenix true body. Illumination eye. This was a visual technique that was even more terrifying than the illumination dragon eye. The 2 visual techniques collided first in midair. The The moment the golden light made contact with the red light, it began to dissipate. The red light surged in and entered the eyes of the firmament sovereign instantly. Ah! The firmament sovereign shrieked tragically, and his eyes were blinded by 2 red beams of light. He almost fainted from the pain. However, as the strongest monster incarnate of the god race, he could still maintain his clarity and knew that the true danger had just arrived. It was the dragon soul saber above his head. The firmament sovereign did not even have time to summon his destiny dermic weapon and could only raise his arms instinctively to defend against the dragon soul saber. Poof! The blade descended and severed 2 of the firmament sovereign's arms without any resistance. Thereafter, right in front of everyone, the blade entered the top of the firmament sovereign's head and slashed down unhurriedly. It tore through his consciousness and destroyed his essence spirit, splitting him into 2. The 2 halves of the firmament sovereign's body slid down the blade slowly. The blade sliced through the flesh and bones of the firmament sovereign with a jarring sound. The dragon soul saber was way too sharp. That was a dermic weapon left behind by the saber emperor, and was a true divine weapon that even the body of the firmament sovereign could not defend against. Under the envelopment of sea-calming saber intent, although the body of the firmament sovereign was split into 2, the blood from the wound and the organs that were exposed were still frozen in his body. Not a single drop of blood splattered. Instantly, the entire barbarian palace fell into a dead silence. The young master of the barbarian race, the 2 barbarian patriarchs and the dragons were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. The young master of the god race, the renowned firmament sovereign, was slain in the barbarian palace. Furthermore, it was right in front of 5 patriarchs of the primordial races. Moreover, the 5 patriarchs of the primordial races made their moves. They had already attacked at the first moment but still failed to save the firmament sovereign. More than that, an ancestor god even died first after his lifespan was exhausted. The entire process seemed long, but in fact, it occurred within a few breaths. The firmament sovereign did not die in futility. In that short period of time, the Dragon Phoenix True Body released many trump cards. First was the Dragon Roar and Sea Calming, followed by Baron and Illumination Eye. Big trouble. Long Shi and the others were pale and their hearts skipped a beat. Although the Baron of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was powerful, it was not fatal for patriarchs with sufficient lifespans. Furthermore, the power of Baron was dissipating. A trump card that could threaten patriarchs was already used. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was definitely in danger of dying in the wrath of the remaining 2 ancestor gods. Furthermore, this was the Barbarian Palace, the territory of the barbarian race. The barbarian race must be furious that the Dragon Phoenix True Body killed the Firmament Sovereign. If the barbarian race attacked the Dragon Phoenix True Body as well, Long Mo, how dare you? How dare you kill in the barbarian palace? Don't think that the barbarian race won't dare to suppress you, just because you're a taboo Dragon Phoenix. A barbarian patriarch shouted with a dark expression. Indeed, the barbarian patriarch lashed out right away. Cut the crap with him, the old lady ancestor god said sinisterly. Taboos are bloodthirsty. He's already so arrogant before he's fully grown. If he grows into an emperor, our primordial races will probably be massacred by him. Kill! The middle-aged ancestor god hollered and his blood chi burst forth. A gigantic sword appeared out of nowhere between his hands, and he charged towards the Dragon Phoenix True Body. The old lady ancestor god's spirit consciousness moved and a walking stick flew out from the ring on her finger. Gripping it, it landed on the ground with a boom and let out a piercing sound. Initially, the 2 barbarian patriarchs were hesitant. However, the 2 of them exchanged glances and decided to attack. Boom! Boom! 2 tall figures swayed and arrived in the hall, exuding a savage aura as though an ancient divine being had descended with a rampant might. 4 Ancestor Realm experts descended at the same time and attacked the Dragon Phoenix True Body. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Phoenix True Body fell into immense danger. After entering the Mahayana to become a true patriarch, one's strength would increase exponentially. Their physiques and bodies would transform qualitatively. This difference was extremely difficult to make up for. Long Tsong and the others wanted to help the Dragon Phoenix true body, but they were powerless and could not approach him, let alone fight against the patriarchs. The might of an ancestor realm expert was way too strong and arrived like a torrential storm with a suffocating pressure. With the power of Baron earlier on, the ancestor gods were wary and did not exude their might. Now that Baron had dispersed, the 4 ancestor realm experts no longer had any reservations and attacked one after another. The 2 ancestor gods carried torrential killing intent and summoned their dermic treasures right away, slashing towards Su Zimo. Dermic treasures were a major cultivation realm above dermic weapons. This was a qualitative transformation. This transformation was not something that any weapon refinement technique or rare materials could achieve. No matter what dermic weapon it was, it could only be called a dermic treasure after the refinement of divine powers. The more divine powers were tempered, the greater the power of the dermic treasure. A dermic treasure refined by a single lesser divine power was naturally inferior to a dermic treasure refined by 10 lesser divine powers. However, the refinement of 10 lesser divine powers could not compare to the refinement of a single greater divine power. However, be it greater or lesser divine powers, dermic treasures had an absolute advantage against dermic weapons. The Dragon Phoenix true body's gaze intensified and his blood chi surged as he roared into the skies. Under the powerful might of the 4 patriarchs, his figure changed rapidly. Roar! A dragon roar and phoenix cry burst forth. Immediately after, in front of everyone, the Dragon Phoenix true body vanished and was replaced by a gigantic living being. The dragon's head and tail were raised and it had a pair of gigantic wings on its back. It was shrouded in a red glow and was born from the flames, resembling a god that controlled flames. The claws beneath the massive living being's abdomen were sharp, as though they could tear any living being apart. A terrifying might burst forth from the living being that was comparable to the 4 ancestor realm experts. The 2 ancestral barbarians and 2 ancestor gods froze for a moment against the pressure. The bloodline of the god race was strong. However, against that massive living being, the bloodline of the god race was suppressed. That was the might of a taboo. The Dragon Phoenix had descended. The temperature of the barbarian palace rose. Long Tsong and the others retreated with shocked expressions. Although the Dragon Phoenix true body had long returned to the Dragon Bone Valley, even they were seeing the true form of the Dragon Phoenix for the first time. The shock and impact was indescribable. In the middle of the barbarian palace, the collision of the Dragon Phoenix and the 4 patriarchs caused the surrounding space to distort. If Long Tsong and the others did not retreat and were sucked in by accident, there was a high chance they would be torn into pieces. If he continued in his human form, it would be difficult for the Dragon Phoenix true body to fight the 4 patriarchs. He could only fight if he transformed into his true form of a Dragon Phoenix and channeled his combat strength and bloodline to its limits. A hesitant look flashed through the eyes of the 2 barbarian patriarchs when the Dragon Phoenix's true form appeared. They did not wish to offend the god race nor the dragon race. Furthermore, the dragon race had a taboo in this generation. The 2 ancestor gods did not hesitate at all. When they saw the taboo true body, their killing intensified and they were the first to reach the Dragon Phoenix true body. Even if it's a taboo, the god race will dare to kill it, the middle-aged ancestor god said murderously. Although the Dragon Phoenix was a taboo, he felt that it had not grown completely yet. This was the best opportunity to kill the taboo. The middle-aged ancestor god swung the gigantic sword in his hands and his blood chi surged, releasing a blinding golden light that slashed down at the wings of the Dragon Phoenix true body. As for the old lady, she swung her walking stick towards the Dragon Phoenix true body's head. Although she was already in her twilight years, her burst power was still extremely powerful and shocking. The combination of the 2 of them slashed and twisted, sealing the path of the Dragon Phoenix true body completely. This walking stick was made from the true bones of an ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon's resentment was sealed within, and it was refined with the blood of the ancestral dragon for 7,749 years. The old lady said sinisterly, "Taboo, I'll let you have a taste of the might of my dragon head walking stick." Roar! As the divine blood surged in the old lady's walking stick, a gigantic, menacing dragon head appeared and let out a resounding dragon roar. After the head of the divine dragon charged out, its eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless resentment. It had lost its rationality completely and seemed like it wanted to destroy all living beings in the world. Even against the taboo dragon phoenix, there was no fear in the divine dragon's eyes. Clang, clang. The 5 claws beneath the dragon phoenix's true body extended at the same time and grabbed the gigantic sword that was slashing down from midair. "You must have a death wish," the middle-aged ancestor god harumphed coldly. There were claw shadows and a cold glint. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the dragon phoenix claw collided repeatedly against the ancestor god's gigantic sword. The gigantic sword could not sever the dragon phoenix claw. Instead, it was gripped tightly by the dragon phoenix claw, and the blade was locked without budging at all. At the same time, the dragon phoenix's true body flapped its wings and smashed towards the incoming divine dragon's head, shattering it. Immediately, the dragon phoenix's true body opened its mouth and bit the incoming dragon head walking stick. MMM. The old lady was shocked as well and pulled her dragon head walking stick instinctively, wanting to retreat. However, it did not budge no matter how she tugged with all her might. Although the dermic treasures of the middle-aged ancestor god and the old lady were powerful, they were still dermic treasures refined with lesser divine powers. However, as a taboo, the dragon phoenix true body's strongest and most lethal parts of his entire body were the dragon phoenix claws below his abdomen and his sharp fangs. The ancestor god dermic weapons could not injure the dragon phoenix true body either. Instead, they were controlled by the dragon phoenix true body, and both parties exerted strength. The expressions of the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady changed slightly. Their combined strength could not retrieve their weapons. "Barbarian race, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, the middle-aged ancestor god hollered. The 2 barbarian patriarchs exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, they charged forward and swung their fists to suppress the dragon phoenix true body. Their gigantic fists descended like mountains with a terrifying might. Swoosh! The dragon phoenix true body did not turn back at all. He swayed his tail that was burning with scarlet flames and whipped the fists of the 2 barbarian patriarchs with a loud bang. Boom! It was earth-shaking. Even the barbarian palace trembled violently. Thud! 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 The 2 barbarian patriarchs could not help but retreat continuously with shocked expressions. The burst power of the ancestor realm that they released was returned by a single tail whip of a half-martial ancestor dragon phoenix. Furthermore, after the exchange with the dragon phoenix tail, the 2 barbarian patriarchs received scarlet flames that refused to extinguish on their fists. The flames even burned along the arms of the 2 barbarian patriarchs. The thick fur on the barbarian patriarch's arms turned into ashes before long. The 2 barbarian patriarchs flapped the flames on their bodies in a flustered manner and only extinguished the flames after a long time. Of course, although the flames burned their fur to ashes, they could not injure their bodies. The bloodline and essence spirit of the barbarian race were relatively ordinary. Their physical bodies were the strongest. That strength was not only in terms of the strength of one's body, but also their burst power and defense. Even after being burned by the flames of the dragon phoenix for a long time, the skin of the 2 barbarian patriarchs merely turned black from the sear without any injuries. After the dragon phoenix true body pushed back the 2 barbarian patriarchs, he suddenly exerted strength and flapped his gigantic wings. He soared into the air and shook his dragon head, ripping wildly with 5 claws. The expressions of the 2 ancestor gods changed. Initially, they were in a stalemate with the dragon phoenix true body because of the ancestor god dermic treasures in their hands. Neither party was willing to relent. Now that the dragon phoenix true body suddenly exerted strength, the 2 ancestor gods could not control their bodies and were yanked far away by the dragon phoenix true body, flung into the air. The 2 ancestor gods gripped their dermic treasures tightly and were dizzy from the dragon phoenix true body's toss. If they did not let go, the bones in their bodies would shatter. The two ancestor gods could only let go and abandon their dermic treasures for the time being. The dragon phoenix true body snatched away two dermic treasures and threw them casually on the ground. He glared in the direction of the two ancestor gods and suddenly opened his mouth. Swoosh! An incomparably scorching scarlet flame burst forth from the mouth of the dragon phoenix true body that contained an extremely terrifying power, as though it could burn everything in the world to ashes. It was the divine phoenix flame. That was the innate divine power of a taboo dragon phoenix. Up till now, there was no living being's flame in Tianhuang mainland that could go against the dragon phoenix flame. Thin tears appeared in the void everywhere the dragon phoenix flame passed. The flame transformed into two red beams of light and arrived before the two ancestor gods in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged ancestor god and old lady had grim expressions and did not dare to be careless as the storage ring on their fingers shone. A gigantic golden shield appeared in both their hands. Bang! Bang! There were two loud bangs. The middle-aged ancestor god and old lady erected the two golden shields in front of them. Sand and gravel flew as the gigantic shield shone with a blinding light to defend against the two incoming dragon phoenix flames. The dragon phoenix true body channeled its essence spirit to its limits. The might of the dragon phoenix flames increased exponentially and gradually devoured the golden light. It struck the two gigantic golden shields and continued burning. However, the two golden shields were also dermic treasures. Although the might of the dragon phoenix flames was terrifying, it could not penetrate the defense of the gigantic golden shield. The dragon phoenix true body's gaze was resolute and he had no intention of stopping. He continued releasing. The dragon phoenix flames engulfed the gigantic golden shield's whole and continued burning relentlessly. Many flames even wrapped around the gigantic golden shields and landed on the walls of the barbarian palace. The gigantic boulders melted into lava in the blink of an eye and flowed down the wall slowly. Even the ceiling of the barbarian palace shook. The two barbarian patriarchs had just steadied themselves when they saw that. Suddenly, both their expressions changed and their pupils constricted. Right in front of the two of them, the gigantic golden shield in the hands of the two ancestor gods transformed gradually and turned into a scarlet color that was almost transparent. The gigantic golden shields were burned through by the dragon phoenix flames. Ugh! The two ancestor gods behind the gigantic golden shields grunted. The gigantic golden shields were burned to such an extent and the palms of the two ancestor gods were injured. Unable to hide any longer, they soared into the air. Boom! The dragon phoenix flames intensified and sent the gigantic golden shields flying. Instantly, they devoured the two ancestor gods. If it was a patriarch of the human race, he would most likely die if he was devoured by the dragon phoenix flames. However, the figures of the two ancestor gods were still extremely clear in the scarlet flames. They were filled with a powerful aura and shone brightly. Use our divine blood as a medium and destroy it. The middle-aged ancestor god bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of golden divine blood. The divine blood contained an extremely tremendous energy that scattered into the dragon phoenix flames. Instantly, the flames were extinguished and smoke billowed. The reaction of the two ancestor gods was fast enough. However, they were still burned badly by the dragon phoenix flames and many holes appeared on their clothes. Even their bodies were burned. Of course, given the bloodline and immense regeneration capabilities of the ancestor gods, that bit of injury was nothing. The divine blood sizzled when it collided against the dragon phoenix flames. Smoke billowed and mist rose. Be it the dragon phoenix flames or the divine blood, both contained immense energy. The mist created by the collision of the two energies was shocking. Watch out! Right then, the warning of the two barbarian patriarchs sounded. Immediately after, a chilling killing intent descended. The hearts of the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady almost jumped out of their throats. Not good. Both of their expressions changed and they sensed the aura of death. The divine blood collided with the dragon phoenix flames and created a mist of chi that blocked the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady's vision and senses. However, the dragon phoenix true body knew their location accurately. The moment the mist rose, the dragon phoenix true body attacked. The wings flapped and the dragon phoenix true body transformed into a streak of red light. Instantly, he arrived before the two ancestor gods and extended 5 sharp claws to envelop the middle-aged ancestor god. At the same time, the dragon phoenix true body opened his mouth and bit in the direction of the old lady. Poof! 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 The middle-aged ancestor god's path of retreat was sealed by the 5 dragon phoenix claws, and his powerful body was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Golden divine blood splattered everywhere. His organs were splattered all over the ground with a torrential blood chi. Snap! The mouth of the dragon phoenix true body snapped the old lady's body into 2 instantly. Bang! The phoenix's tail descended and whipped the 2 halves of the body heavily, turning them into blood mists without any corpse left. Although the old lady was in her twilight years, she was an ancestor god after all. The dragon phoenix true body was afraid that he could not bite the old lady to death with a single bite, and his tail followed up with a fatal attack, whipping the old lady into a blood mist. In the blink of an eye, 2 ancestor gods were dead. One was torn apart by the dragon phoenix true body. The other one was even worse. She was turned into a blood mist without any body remaining. The dragon phoenix true body panted slightly. Apart from the fact that the power of the taboo was strong enough, the more important reason why the 2 ancestor gods could be killed was because they did not use any divine powers. The 2 ancestor gods believed that the power of the ancestor realm was enough to kill the dragon phoenix true body. However, the 2 of them had not expected that the dragon phoenix's power would even surpass them after he transformed into a complete taboo body. The battle seemed to have ended. However, the 2 barbarian patriarchs had strange expressions as they shook their heads gently. The dragon phoenix true body frowned and his heart skipped a beat when he recalled something. As expected of a taboo, even at the half-martial ancestor realm, it can fight against patriarchs in terms of strength. Right then, the middle-aged ancestor god's voice sounded with deep resentment. We were way too careless. The old lady's voice sounded at the same time as she said slowly, we should have used our divine powers right away to kill him. In the void, the divine blood of the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady coagulated without dispersing. Soon, right in front of everyone, the 2 divine bloods gathered rapidly and appeared once more in the blink of an eye. The 2 ancestor gods were perfectly fine without any injuries on their bodies. As long as their essence spirits were not dead, they could use blood rebirth. Those were the means of the Mahayana realm.